Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. So I should have put the thumbnail and everything up since last night, but Z having a life, unfortunately, um, didn't do that until this morning. And so hopefully the people that are up caught it. This this is gonna be Doomer Stream Part 1, right? Because I think there's way more materials that I could put in the description box for us to review and cover. I even put the last minute AI Skynet coverage that TYT covered. I just put that up like I don't know 45 minutes ago, if even that long ago. So we'll start off with us complaining, rightfully so, right? Us complaining rightfully so about house prices and home prices, which we already know right now came down from like what was it, like 480 at one point, then it came down to 460. Now it's at 417. So I guess we're supposed to celebrate for those of us millennials and Gen Z, the oldest of Gen Z at best, but especially for us millennials of home buying age. Um, yeah. So one of the guys that um was covered, right, by Jack Morgan, said something along the lines of, just about 5 years ago, so just right before the pandemic, a household income of $74,000 a year or $75,000 a year, you would be able to afford your average home in America. Try pulling that now. Last time I checked, I think it was at base 100,000, and that was like over a year ago at this point, maybe a year ago, that it would cost the average couple or person, I guess, about 100,000. You would have to earn something like $100,000 a year. Um, yeah. So we can talk about that. The home prices. Y'all know Mr. Z is an automobile head. If y'all want to get into some car talk and these insane car prices and the markups, right? It's interesting because like whenever we speak about the MSRP of cars, and people are like, God, these are so ridiculously expensive, and I'm like, and you didn't even factor the markup yet, right? Like we were speaking the other day about like trucks and car prices, and the base F-350s are like $78,000 type thing, and I'm like, yeah, and that's before the markup. And someone was mentioning F-450 like King Ranch, and I think it was like 98,000. I was like, yeah, and that's before the markup, mind you. If I'm not mistaken, the current CEO of Ford is livid, absolutely livid about the markups. Like he has gone on record saying, "Yo, we'll stop sending y'all cars." Right? He was like, "We will stop sending you cars if y'all keep on marking up crazy." You know, and for those automobile heads like yours truly, y'all see how much a new Honda Civic Type R is like $50,000. Right? Nismo, not even the Nismo Z. The Nismo Z is like 70 racks, $75,000. Right? The regular 300, I want to say 300 because that's what I have. The regular Nissan Z Performance, so that's the one with the limited slip differential, and the bigger brakes and whatnot. That's 55,000, like $55,000. $50,000, 55, and then with markups, you're looking at 65, 70, 80,000. Well, I'm lying because I posted a short. What was that, a year ago? And the Z was 50, like 55,000, and then the markups got it to $85,000. So if that's the Nissan Z Performance, then the Nismo Z got to be $100,000 after everything. Probably 95, $90,000 after everything is said and done. Got to be, right? And that's the new Nissan Nismo Z, right? Or the new Nissan Z Nismo. We're not even going to speak about GTRs. If you don't have like $200,000, then there ain't no point. So that's on the car side of the game. We mentioned the homes. I put in oh yeah, we mentioned um, technology and AI and that. What other doomer? People not coupling anymore. A lack of marriage. a lack of childbirth, right? The atomization of everyone. That's definitely something we could mention also, and how that has really deleterious effects on our society. Um, I maintain that I think that capitalism and feminism, all it did was turn marriage into an elite institution, right? Um, I did listen to Jason Black on the Business Channel and him covering the. I didn't watch Mr. Fantastic's coverage of it yet, but I did listen to Jason Black speak about the Michael B. Jordan the Root article um saying that Michael B. Jordan should consider Lala Anthony, um Tia Mowry, or um who else was it? Jodie Turner Smith as a possible candidate for dating, right? And I agree with what Jason was saying there, where this is very insulting, right? Like these people have taken the Russell Wilson Sierra situation, the Sierra prayer, and they like I I think what needs to be said is I think the I agree with Jason. I just want to bring the temperature down just a little bit, just a little bit. I'm going to reiterate what he's saying, just in a different tone, right? And no, Jason, I'm not FD signifier. I'm not trying to tone police you. I'm going there, Trill. I'm going there. I'm going there. Right? I'm going there. And if any woman is listening, I don't think y'all fully appreciate how insulting it is to tell men, black men in particular, to reach the highest heights, to bust your butt, to struggle and strive against other men, to beat other men or majority of men. And this is all of us on the north side of the 50% line, on the north side of the top 30% line, on the north side of the top quarter% line, on the north side of the top 20% line, on the north side of the top 15, 10, 5, 1% line. All of us from 50 on up, definitely the top third, the top 25, the top 15 or top 20, top 15, top 10, top 5, top 1% of income earners, especially if now then when we get from that, we start speaking about your physique and your lifestyle and your diet and et cetera. But either way, dear women, it is exceedingly insulting to say I'm going to ignore all of the quote unquote loser men, all of the men who don't meet a certain requirement. Now, that doesn't mean you're not having sex with them. We know, right? But fine. And even when you struggled and defeated other men, even when you, especially for black men, dodged and ducked and survived all of the racist anti-black man landmines, even when you managed to get into your late 20s or 30s, maybe even your 40s, no children, no illness, no diseases, no crippling debt, no psychological problems, no mental problems, no emotional problems, relatively healthy. Even when you accomplished all of that, you are not deserving of anything. Y'all want to talk about deserving and worthy? Dear ladies, black women, you are not deserving of more than a woman who was in a marriage, divorced the husband, has a child from said marriage, or even worse than that. A woman who never thought well enough of her children to marry the father of those children. You, dear man, black man in particular, aren't deserving of a woman who also practiced the sort of discipline you did and is maybe even younger than you, probably younger than you, but has no children, has no illness, is relatively fit, has no psychological, mental or emotional issues, is not in crippling debt, you're not deserving of that. You are deserving of a woman that is going to approach you or be with you with a ready made family. It is exceedingly insulting to say that to black men in specific. And that's what the Roots article did with what they suggested that Michael B. Jordan end up with. For Jodie Turner Smith, it's exceedingly disrespectful to black men in general, Michael B. Jordan in specific, to say a dark skinned black woman with an inferiority complex that chased after white men did a one night stand with a D level actor white man. Chased after him, initiated contact with him, did a one night stand with him, got pregnant for him, and then proposed to him. How disrespectful is it to say, arguably, the next Will Smith and the next Denzel Washington is deserving of a white man's, right? If y'all don't want to hear leftover, how else do you want us to frame it? Huh? How insulting is it to say Michael B. Jordan, who is insanely more famous than Joshua Jackson? It's not even close. It's not even close. To say that Michael B. Jordan, which is currently the face of under 40, successful, good looking black bachelor on planet Earth right now, he leads everyone, not just in America. Michael B. Jordan is the face of successful black man on planet Earth right now. I'm not saying he's the most successful. I'm saying he is the face of successful black man on planet Earth right now. That's all of Africa. That's all of black people in Europe. That's all of black people in North America and South America and in the Caribbean. He is the face. And to say that man is deserving of no better than Jodie Turner Smith? To say that man is not deserving of better than Lala Anthony? To say that man is not deserving of better than Tia Mowry? The twin that divorced her husband because she was bored or because he didn't earn enough. Oh, by the way, already has 2 kids on top of that. How insulting is it to say that Tia Mowry, who has a straight lace, square husband, that from our understanding there is no scandal. No scandal. To say that Michael B. Jordan isn't deserving of better than Tia Mowry. That Michael B. Jordan should date a woman who's been married, torpedoed her marriage with 2 kids, and like Trell is saying, and who said she divorced her husband because she graduated or she wanted to graduate from marriage. How insulting is that? Right? How insulting is that? But the same women that always tell us, y'all don't think we're deserving of love. Ain't that right, Miss Procope? Sorry, Dr. Procope. The women who always, and all of y'all, from Chrissy to um, Dr. Danielle Procope to Bowser, they're always using this worthy and deserving. Black men don't think we're worthy and deserving. And yet these women literally tell you the face of black male excellence right now on planet Earth. Once again, I'm not saying Michael B. Jordan is the most excellent or the most successful black man. I'm saying he is the face currently. To say that that man is not deserving of more than your projection on him of a Sierra prayer. How insulting is that? You want to talk about deserving or worthy? And as was said before, someone said it in Jason's comments, and Jason also reiterated it. If they're saying Michael B. Jordan is not deserving of more than a Lala Anthony, Tia Mowry, and Jodie Turner Smith, then what does that mean for the rest of us black men? Wow. What does that mean for the rest of us black men if Michael B. Jordan isn't deserving of someone at least similarly situated as he is? Right? Jason also goes on to speak about the Passport Bros, and I spoke about the coverage of the Passport Bros, um, right? So yes, I don't think that Jason knows that Bowser and other black women were also doing this, and it's the way they frame it, right? So when Jason was speaking, I didn't hear him bring this up. Black women, dear Jason, I want to be very clear. Um Black women who are, from what we can see, maybe somewhat connected, were speaking about Passport Bros as if Passport Bros are predatory. We're talking about the black men with passports, obviously, not the white men, because they don't care what the white men do. Their goal and their job is to police black men and their actions. Ain't that right, Bowser? Um, they were speaking as if black men were going overseas to take advantage of these unsuspecting non-black women, and while we were doing that, we were beating up in on rhetorically, insulting black women in the process and adding more to black women's plight. So, um, I don't know if Jason knew that there were black women really like that were part of the actually spearheading um this conversation about how Passport Bros are a detriment to, I guess, cohesion in America. What cohesion? But okay, right? So, in Haramba, I think you have what I'm saying backwards. Jason wasn't against Passport Bros necessarily in this stream. What he was saying though is that Negroes were a little too loud. Number one, and number two, that this is about regulating black men in particular. Um, and number three, because they want to put us in a pincer move. So this y'all have heard Z say, the pincer move. The pincer move is to make you end up with Sierra. Obviously, the black women that we have readily available to us don't look nearly as good as Sierra. So that part. So the goal is to force black men into a pincer move. So black men that are upwardly mobile, in particular, black men that are doing at least okay in life, if not great in life financially, they want to put you in a pincer move where you can't go overseas to find a wife. Exactly what Z says, but reversed. You can't go overseas to find a wife. The non-black women in America aren't checking, so you're stuck with either mean, condescending, a-hole, aspirational, delusional, corporate shark, Ebony K. Williams style women, or you're stuck with the Sukiyanas and Sexy Reds. Choices. Alexa, play The More You Know in the background for me, please. Right? Huh. So the pincer move, and because unlike what a lot of what's going on in white society, black men are not bluffing, and black men are showing through action that they're not bluffing. SYSBM, passport bros, even for black men that are not engaging in the black manosphere, they're actually acting out what we're saying, even if they don't even know about us. They're actually acting it out, and it's scaring the hell out of. I'm arguing it's scaring the hell out of the technocrats and social designers, because we're not taking care of these single moms. We're not. Shout out to the boomers. That's done. And the older Xers, it's over. Younger Xers and down were like, yeah, nope. Millennials are like, hell no. Gen Z are like, what? What did you say? We're not. So the goal now is to put us in the pincer move where we're stuck between Sexy Red and Ebony K. Williams. Absolutely not. We're stuck between Sukiyana and Amanda Seals. Absolutely not. Hell no. Right? Hell no. So what you're seeing are black men respond by passport bros or SYSBM. And so they're attempting to close that door. Because black women's behavior will not be regulated. Black men's behavior, on the other hand, right? And as FD told us, what they say, it's kind of true. It's true. It's true. Yeah, what the women say is true. What the men say is BS. Ain't that right, Alvin? And Trell, we are. And Trell Bentley says, Amanda Seals, she is becoming a cat lady as we watch. Yeah, but I think Amanda Seals is cursed with intelligence, and her depression and her sadness, and she kept on saying inferiority complex when she was on that when she was doing that interview with the younger brother and the sister. It's not inferiority complex, Amanda Seals. You're being honest with yourself that your current demeanor and attitude, which you refuse to modify to end up with with the last man that's probably gonna run by you, worth a damn. You won't do the type of work because your ego won't let you to be in a relationship with that man. And I think that's okay. You know why you're crying and why we see videos of you, being a bit depressed about this? It's because you know what the end result is. Good. Duck! This is uncharacteristically Dr. Thunder. Oh, it's funny because it's true though. And Dr. Thunder says, at least a ratchet will bust it wide open though. It's funny because it's true. At least between the pincer move between Sukiyana and Ebony K. Williams or Sexy Red and Amanda Seals, at least you know Oh, at least you know if you end up with Sexy Red or Sukiyana, you're gonna have some real fun. It's gonna be horrible, but at least you're gonna have some fun. Everything else that surrounds that fun is gonna be atrocious, right? Right. Oh man. And it is, it. We're gonna watch that. We are going to watch um women, black women, and it's funny because like Doc is saying, the ratchets are at least going to be having fun on the way down into the abyss, right? Disease riddle fun, exactly, Doc. Right? But the Amanda Seals and Ebony K. Williams, oh boy, they are going to take. They are going to walk into the fiery hell of loneliness, pretending to be stoic. You could throw Yanni in there too. They're going to walk into the fiery hell of loneliness, sounding like Yanni, decenter men. What's the incentive anyway? They're going to walk into the fiery hell of loneliness, sounding like Ebony K. Williams, calling you mediocre. Right? Speaking about what she won't modify about her lifestyle to be in a relationship with you. They are going to walk into the fiery hell of loneliness, sounding like Amanda Seals. Essentially saying it's a shame that the world doesn't produce men that could keep up with her. Whoa. The arrogance. Right? Man. Trail. Trail said, wait a minute. Trail says, Dr. Thunder, half the fun is playing Russian roulette with your genitals. Right? So, this being Doomer Stream Part 1, and like I said, when I bring y'all up, y'all could talk about anything that's, annoying you, or y'all, we could go full tinfoil hat, if y'all want to. But yeah, between the prices of things, inflation, potential nuclear war, definitely economic war, they're actually admitting it now, right? So we were already saying it, we called it for what it was, but now they're actually just admitting it, the economic war. And I think I clicked on something, it's in my history because I got to watch it, that's what I usually do. So I'll go through my subscriptions and I just click on things and then leave them in my history and then watch them one by one. So in my history, was it Wall Street Journal, or was it, who was it that just put out something, I think yesterday, speaking about the trade war between China and America? So they're just owning it now. Mr. Z called it. And even when Mr. Z knew less, I always suspected that that's what happened to Japan back in the late 80s, early 90s. I like, remember, this is without really speaking to anyone else about it. I always was like, wait a minute. So Japan was catching up to the US at light speed, and it's like they hit a roadblock in the late 80s and the early 90s, and they've just been stagnant ever since. Huh. Oh no. Right? And Ronald Reagan, mainly because his second term he wasn't conscious, right? He didn't have all his faculties, but definitely George H.W. Bush, Poppy Bush, definitely looked like the type that could keep their mouth closed about waging economic warfare against Japan. Your former president Donald Trump, on the other hand, oh boy, you can't tell this man nothing. So he just openly said it, right? Right. So yeah, um, so now that they're actually admitting the economic warfare between the U.S. and China, um, I don't know how this goes. I don't know if China is built to just have the U.S. choke them out financially. Maybe, right? And they're admitting that Ukraine is a proxy war to pretty much hurt the Russians and to have them expend lives that they really couldn't afford to expend anyway. For all of us that already know, the Russian birth rate is below replacement level, even worse than the U.S. But they're not importing as many immigrants, and least afford to they can least afford to sacrifice some 300,000 men's lives. Right. Good point, Trell. And Trell says Japan didn't have the military capacity like China does to back up the economic warfare. Good point. Right. Which is why they're spending buku money on their military. Number one. Number two, they're increasing their nuclear stockpile. Right now it's at 400 and something. I think they said by 2040, I want to say they said something like that. It should be like 1500, which would bring it up in line with what the US and Russia has that's easily deployable. We know Russia and the US both have like 6,000 and some odd nukes apiece, so they say. But yeah, but it's like some 2,000 or such that are like can be deployed like pretty much at a moment's notice. So yeah, Vince says, wait, so we win in the economic war? F and how we effed up right now. Yes and no. It's like two snakes trying to choke each other out, kind of, from my understanding, right? This is where BGS is supposed to come in. The Chinese expose themselves because they're over leveraged in the housing market, in their housing market, right? That's number one. Number two, they're still largely a manufacturer country. What happens when you start pulling factories out? That's a good one, Vince. And Vince says, we win it as a country and hold in the L individually. See, when you say as a country, when we say, let me rephrase that. When you say we winning, quote unquote, we winning, right? Like, and Vince, don't take this the wrong way. It really sounds like brothers on the plantation say we sick boss, because I think the corporations are winning at the expense of the average American, right? And so like the winning, quote unquote, winning part, eh, hyperinflation. That's not hyperinflation. Inflation. Um, Drying up all that loose money started with quantitative easing back in like 08, 09, which they really never fixed. Plus all the money they pumped into the system again, because they did quantitative easing how many times? God damn. Plus all the money they pumped into the system during COVID, and now they're drying all of that back up. Plus the economic war with China, the proxy war with Russia. Yeah, it ain't looking good. So yes and no. So yes and no. But yeah, so I'm gonna put the link in a minute. Y'all come up and just y'all could go as dark as y'all want to go today. Tinfoil hats. Apply your tinfoil hats if you want to, right? Um, we will be trying to stay as close to the facts as humanly possible. But today we do get a pass for saying I feel like, and then come in with the most insane thing you possibly can. It's a doom stream. Um, so yeah, so yeah, we're gonna still try to stick to the facts as much as possible, like I said. But if there's something that you feel or you sense that may not have the facts behind it yet, that you feel, then yeah, tinfoil hat rules exactly. Yeah, you definitely can bring that up. But yeah, we already pretty much got confirmation about the immigrant thing. Ryan James says migrant squatters gonna be at your front door, starting staring straight at you, claiming I am the captain now. As his crew proceeds to purge your property, what you gonna do? That I don't think so, because then that gets in the way of corporations having you come to work and do be their wage slave, right? So they still want somewhat of an ordered society. That yeah, I think that might be a bridge too far. We're not in the world yet where they don't need your labor. Not all the way yet, right? Not all the way yet. No, our society, um, our planet still needs um middle class wage workers, um that prop up the society with your labor, right? So yeah. Ooh, Harambe, that is a good question. This is a BGS question, but I'll give it a good college try. And Harambe says, "How long do you think the corporations will be able to sit on these homes if people can't afford to buy?" This is a question I've been actually asking myself for a little while, and I don't know if I have a good answer, because it's not even like the homes are even affordable on the renters market. The homes are still, and thank you for the super chat, Harambe. The homes are still unaffordable on the goddamn renters market. What? Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Y'all buying up all the homes, maybe sprucing them up a bit, and then keeping them on the renters market. What? And then even on the renters market, they're not exactly the most affordable homes anyway, right? How long do I think? I have an answer for this, but there's no, I can't say it on YouTube. I can't. Let's, for those of you that get it, will get it. Marie Antoinette and guillotines. I'm done. I'm not even gonna say anything else. I'm not even gonna say it. You don't put it in the comments. You know what I'm saying, right? Like how long? These people don't budge unless they feel fear, and I'll leave it at that, right? To be honest, because I don't think these people ever learned their lesson. They like greed, and then you got to remember, like capitalism incentivizes greed. It incentivizes you to go as far as you want to go, and it's the politician's job to put in the stopgaps so that you don't end up, you know, devouring everyone and everything and every entity on your pursuit, you know, for money. And that's why we have these antitrust laws, anti-monopoly laws. But politicians have been super lax over the past 40 years, right? Trell, you see what I'm saying? Look, hey, hey. I mean, I know the pun that you're putting there, but you caught the reference. You caught the reference, right? Right. But I don't think these people ever learned their lesson, man. I don't think they ever learned their lesson. I think for them, quote unquote, learning their lesson, excuse me, is trying to manage the fallout of their greed, trying to manage the fallout of their, not just greed. There's a stronger word I'm trying to use. Because it's not just greed. It's far more toxic than that. It's far more detrimental to the overall society than that, right? I don't think they ever learned their lesson. I think the best they ever try to do is try to manage our reaction to them, right? And I think that's the environment that we're in right now. And to be honest with you, I think artificial intelligence and all of that only widens the gap, because it will allow for certain people to be entrepreneurs may be a bit easier and access, wealth in a different type of way that isn't, so structured. But the majority of people need a routine, a 9 to 5 to. Not all of us can be entrepreneurs, and I would argue they're going to do to the dominant society what they do to black people, which is put you in a precarious situation and then claim they liberated you and say, look, you don't have to do a 9 to 5 anymore. Be an entrepreneur and make money that way. Isn't that great that you don't have to clock in and clock out and, you go and work for a boss and you don't have to answer to anyone? And that sounds empowering. But can this society really afford 340 million entrepreneurs? Really? Random person on the internet. Exactly. Gluttonous. Vince is selfish and negligent. Exactly. Too big to fail mentality. Exactly. Right. So that's a really good question. Can our society afford this type of mentality? Can America afford this type of mentality? Right. That's the question. I would argue no. And like I said, I do think um, some of this technology only widens the gap because the people that are already ahead of it, right? Like Amazon does Amazon not make a good chunk of its money off of just renting server space to the US government? A lot of the money that they're earning is off of renting server space, right? Government contracts, right? Like if y'all ask Z, and then after this I'll let y'all up. Um, it's as if America squandered the lead, right? For Z, it's as if America squandered the lead. The last little bit of lead that they had left before other countries started to not catch up necessarily, but close the gap just a bit. Um, Going into the 70s and 80s and whatnot, and then you jump on neoliberalism, right? And that's good for the corporations' bottom line, and that's good for the politicians that they're chipping off. It is good for the people that can hang on for dear life to said corporations before they axe you. Um, but everybody else, shredding of unions, the gig economy, yawn. Um, yeah, the neoliberal view of everything. That's the word I was looking for. The commoditization of everything, including thoughts, concepts, everything. When I say thoughts, I ain't talking about streetwalker thoughts. I'm talking about actual thinking thoughts, which is a joke within itself, right? But Harambe, this is the thing. Like I'm of two minds with this because I think it looks bleak and bright at the same time. Do I have? I didn't say hope. Do I have faith that we as a society and a planet of 8 billion or some odd human beings, do we fall? Do we create the environment for that bleakness that you speak of, for us to live that, or do we forge ahead and it's a bright future? And I think what technology will allow is the decoupling of wealthy people to working people and poor people even more than it's ever been maybe in human history. And I think the people that are well off are going to be the ones with the. It's not even just going to be a bright future. I don't even think there's words to describe what technology is going to allow them to do. From designer babies to potentially space travel to, um, just modifying themselves, living even longer. They already live longer than, white collar um, professional men in different environments. We're not necessarily talking about the black ones here. They already live longer than the men, particularly black men, that do the back-breaking blue collar labor work. But I think technology will only exacerbate that, you know, the age gap, the life expectancy gap. That's what I was looking for. Um, yeah. So I think for some of us, it's going to be like a techno dystopian future where like the technology is going to be dope if you can afford it. Um, you know, the ease at which you can potentially live if you cross a certain threshold is going to be great. For some of us, it's going to be, I think it's going to be like a weird techno dystopian future. And for the rest of us that have something, it's going to be bright. There would be no better time in human history to live. And for the rest of us, it's going to be dark. And yeah, I'm thinking about cyberpunk, um, all of the different cyberpunks, but especially the series on Netflix. I think it's 2077. Yeah, right. So I think it's just going to be a different world. Yeah, it is 2077. Okay, perfect. And I like that series, and I watched it by myself. I did not watch it with my lady because that's not her speed. She can't be watching that type because it's not the show is whatever. And what I mean that by whatever, I mean it's not necessarily depressing or somber per se, but when you look at the background and when you look at what's going on around the show, yeah, it gives you it shows you somewhat of a techno dystopian environment. That's the interesting part about Cyberpunk 2077. The way his mom passes away. I might be spoiling it for some of you guys. Um, whenever they leave their camp, the people on the side that's laying down with the goggles with the literally jack off machine, right? It's the situation he got into with his bully and how his bully was able to beat him up until he got the upgrades himself. It's just yeah, right. So it's and I'll put the link in the comments, you guys, for anyone that wants to come up. But yeah, so I was supposed to do this yesterday, but life lifed. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. It's I do think and once again, Harambe, thank you for the super chat. Yeah. Aging like bananas is hilarious. I think that's gonna be it's going to be our coping mechanism. If you can be, as a matter of fact, I bring it up. What was the movie that I watched? I brought it up a couple of times. What was the name of that damn movie with you just brought the glasses, and I just thought about the movie. It is the thumbnail for the damn movie. The cover art for the movie is right there. Ready Player One. There we go. That's what I was doing. There we go. Ready Player One. Um, for those of us that ever watched Ready Player One, there's a lot to get from that movie. When I'm becoming more and more well versed at not just paying attention to the main storyline, but looking at the environment behind that and using that to consider what are social designers, technocrats, and the people on the cutting edge of our society, um, and organizing people, what they think the future is going to look like, right? And I think, yeah, that's you know, definitely something to consider. Definitely something to consider. And yeah, Ready Player One, between Ready Player One, um, Cyberpunk 2077. Um, what other? What was the name of the anime? Mobile Suit Gundam. Iron Blooded Orphans. Not obviously the Machina in that, but like in the fact that they're in Mars and whatever. But like just the way things are organized. If y'all notice in Iron Blooded Orphans, like there's no real nations anymore. Like the world is carved up into what, like 3 4 different regions of the planet, and like corporate families, pretty much Korean style chaebols, run these different sections of the planet, right? If I'm mistaken, somebody correct me, right? But what I got from Iron Blooded Orphans is that like it's these kind of corporate family entities that have carved the world up into like 4 different sections, and they run the like 4 different sections, right? The different families. So yeah, that's interesting. Not so much, kind of frightening. But what's going on, Vince? What's up with you?
Man, I'm in the house. It's raining over here. I got this 5-page paper I gotta do for school next week. I'm
Yeah,
chilling,
it's
man. How
looking
everything going?
gloomy as hell right now in Florida too. It is. It hasn't started rain. Well, it rained yesterday, but it hasn't started raining yet. Um,
What a metaphor
in
for
the morning, but
life.
it's gloomy as hell. It's dark. Yeah. It's gonna start pouring down eventually.
And it's raining all the way in New York too. My other man, he Haitian as well, funny enough, and he all the way in New York. It's raining up there too. So it's all the way
Oh
coastal.
man. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. It's a good weather for the topic. Actually,
yeah. Hey yo, I'm going full
what's
10
up?
hat. I'm diving in.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm diving in. Listen, y'all, we need to be open minded about
Hmm.
the concept of astrology and rethink how we look at it. We really do. Because some of it's bullshit. I'll say it first.
Hmm.
I'll say it for anybody else want to come argue or debate. I don't
Hmm.
want to really necessarily debate. I want to have a
Hmm.
discussion about how we see that shit. Because right now we're talking about the future. But how the
Yeah.
fuck can we talk about the future? We're talking about time and how time works. We have to rethink how we're looking at time.
Hmm.
What does God do with anything? We're okay. Boom. We're smack dab in the middle of nature. Nobody can deny that. You know what I mean? We're part of nature and everything like that. And we're
Yes.
living in a whole bunch of cycles and stuff like that. And we're living through different cycles that could be measured. So we're talking about math. I'm talking about math. I'm talking about astrology. I'm not talking about oh, I'm a Capricorn, so I'm bossy.
So
Like no,
you're not
none of
really
that
talking about
shit.
the esoteric of it all. You're talking about like the actual, like how this can actually affect you. Um,
Yes.
more of a more, yeah. I get you. I
Like
get you.
yeah, because we parallel nature as like plants and shit like that. Like we're part
Hmm.
of nature. Like one thing I
Yes.
really fucked my head up. And I'm gonna make this all relevant. I got to cook real quick. One thing that made me realize shit is like one day I was just looking at a worm and I realized our backbone is similar to a worm, which is similar to a snake, which is similar to
Hmm.
roots, and we all have this ongoing connection with nature. And like
Hmm.
we're smack dab in the middle of nature. I think we're so ignorant to the fact that we have walls and lights and shit. Like we be forget we're butt ass in the middle of nature, but
Hmm.
nature has a pattern, and whoever cracked that code, how that shit works somehow. We can't talk about if we say let's put it like this: we can say astrology is bullshit, then calendars is bullshit, and time is bullshit, which it all measures something. So what does it got to do with anything, right? There's
Hmm.
two things I want to talk about. Two things,
Go ahead.
right? One, we're in this time and space where the planet or astro, but other folks fucking want to call it Pluto,
Hmm.
is in the constellation of Aquarius, and everything he was talking about, the futuristic technology, everything going on, stuff like that, is aligned or have an ongoing ramification or pattern with the constellation Aquarius, right? And
Okay.
Pluto is talking about changes and transformation and things like that. Like we're dead ass in the beginning or in the area or span of time where we're talking about radical changes and stuff like that. And something that's real interesting. When we're looking at patterns, we could also see just how other like indigenous people look at
Hmm.
their I don't want to say kings or whatever, but they're like they had people back in the day who were like icons. We're going to use icons. We call them
Okay.
stars and shit like that and everything. But look at what's going on right now. It's no coincidence right now that Diddy and all these people in Nickelodeon and all these other people, these celebrities are getting burnt and they're going down. Like it's bad for them, but it's also a sign of what's going on, because at one point people used astrology to see the trends in nature and look at people as representation of things going on in this, omens and shit like that, and prophets, all this other shit, right? So that's one. Second, this other thing that I really thought about, back to all this, let's bring it down to something relevant. It's something about what's going on with the internet, because internet is also Aquarius kind of thing too, technology and groups of people and network, all this other shit, right? But there's one thing in particular that I realized is going on when we talk about what's going on with our relationships with women. And so men and women have these two things, right? Men are represented by Aries for whatever reason, right? But the self-undoing of all men: sleep, laziness, alcohol, drugs, right? All that shit take men down. If you're a lazy bum, you ain't gonna get nowhere in life. You gotta be active.
True.
Women are very maternal. They should be, but it's more about, I can't really cook on that. But the self-undoing of woman is a motherfucking mouth.
No, I was gonna say, like, I think so. I've been kind of playing with this idea where, because technology, I think eventually is going to put us in a position where everybody's smart, right? Like brain implants and whatnot, and you can access just about any knowledge, right? I think that's might be closer than we think, like Matrix level intelligence, where you're like, I need to learn how to fly a helicopter right now, right? Like that type of thing. I think now the frightening part is you can probably be shut out of that by the powers that be. Like, you know what? Z didn't do what we told him to do, so we're just gonna shut him off of the internet, and now he goes back to being like a normal human being intelligence.
I'm in between that. I don't like to give the colonizers too much credit.
Yeah, but no, I'm just saying like that. But right, so yeah. I think when we get there, that's when, because I think Black people might be ahead of the game a bit when we talk about our physicality. I think that's where your base physicality, that's when it matters even more. Because what happens when everyone can get a perfect score in their SATs? What matters then? When everyone can do a perfect game in chess, like when it's pretty much it's everybody can checkmate everyone. What happens then? I think that's when art matters even more. I think that's when being unique and different, and you're the person that can run this fast, or you're the person that can, without any enhanced physical enhancements. I think that's when those things become even more important.
And
because
here we go, right?
Because we all have brain implants, so we all can build you a helicopter. We all can know how to fly a plane. We all know,
being exceptional will become a standard.
Pythagorean theorem type stuff. Go ahead.
No, and you said some key words that's real interesting, because it all goes back to this Aquarius kind of type of theme or vibe or whatever the fuck you want to call it. You said unique, you said creative, and you said and even the part where we be like cybernetic and stuff like that. All this Aquariatic stuff that's going on, and like we're like on the we're on the cusp, which means we're like in between. It's like taking your foot and being in the bathroom and the hallway at the same time. We'll be seeing two things roll over. So right now we're in a very transitory time where it's very fucking turbulent, but it's a very amazing thing. It's kind of scary, but it's like busting a nut for the first time. You don't know how the fuck it's going to go, and it's I love it, but I'm terrified at the same time. And another thing you said was something on the lines of I don't know, like something about what's on the map, like the shit. I lost it. But no, you're definitely cooking. And I gotta give you flowers in real time. I don't know how you like just stuff Curry with this shit, bro. I don't know what the fuck God put in you or some shit. But like,
thank you, brother. Thank you.
Yeah.
Look, I'm just a person that I got lucky with the gift of curiosity for certain things. Definitely. I still suck at math.
Ain't you
but like,
too?
Yeah, I am.
Funny enough.
Yeah, Virgo. So like, yeah, so I don't know. I just and then the what my mind decides to retain and doesn't have a difficult time um playing with and flipping around upside down and thinking about, and how then that interacts with me in my personal life individually, then the people I know and care about, then overall society. And I can't help but think about certain things on a macro level because now that I don't know why. Because I do realize I don't live on a planet by myself, and so me winning is not good enough. It's great, but it's not good enough. What's the point of having nice things and living a nice life when everybody else starving and they want to kill you, right? They want to delete you. They want to
Yeah,
take
it's pretty fucked
your
up.
stuff. You know what I'm saying? Where, like, I don't want to be like, for any of us that ever seen certain things when they show in South Africa, some of these wealthy people got to go around with security. And I am black, so y'all already know I probably they deserve it anyway. But like, they have to drive around with security and zigzag on the expressway, and they got to be careful when they go under a bridge or under a overpass because somebody might drop something on the car to hurt the driver, and then raid the car and maybe do something to the occupants inside. Like, all of these things that they have to do. I don't want to be. I don't want to live in that world. Well, we already live in that world.
Nigga will
I don't
rob
want
you
to
for
live in a country
shoes.
like that. You know?
Nigga will
Yeah.
rob you for shoes. Imagine if you had like a zillion dollars and shit, like $1 billion. Nigga would like what? That's
Mm.
like no normal poverty fucked up. Like super fucking I could cuss. Oh, we
Yeah,
already
yeah, no, yeah, no, we
yeah
yeah, no,
yeah.
we scumbagging it today too.
Oh yeah, I love it. Yeah, man. Like being super fucking rich and shit like that don't mean nothing if you're like the only person super fucking rich. And it's like weird because it's like nobody look at. And I've never been super fucking rich, but I can only
Hmm.
imagine people aren't looking at you as a person of so like your value as a human being goes away less because it's more about what you could do for people at that point
Yeah.
and what they could get from you. And that's like, and that goes all the way back to like I'm gonna take the temple hat off real quick. So
Hmm.
it goes back to we talking about with our relationship with women in general, like as far as black women and women in general and shit like that, where it's like they using us, they not even using us, they want us to be utilized as a tool or a medium for I guess just receiving shit. And it's like so this woman said this shit earlier on this other tour, like they want what we got, but they don't want us. And it's like it's like a they need us, but they don't want to need us. And they don't want us, but
You
they
mean
need us.
the
So it's
women
like
or the society?
yes,
Yeah. Well,
both
here's the
the
thing.
women.
Well, good. Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
start with
Both,
women.
but it's really both. But the this is the thing. I think you're right that we are dealing with a lot of women, and we're not speaking about radical lesbian women or political lesbianism. Your average woman in the West, heterosexual woman, yes, she the goal is to meet the rich dude, right? Whether she has it in her, right? Whether she's career, I want to say career oriented or not. The goal is to meet the rich dude that if you decide you want to be a stay at home mother for a couple of years, he puts you in the best life, right? The goal is to meet the rich, good looking guy. Yes, absolutely. I think what women detest is that they thought that they could practice the class game in a way, and I'm really talking about black women in this case, but also working class women from different backgrounds, is they thought the education was going to get them into a better position financially than it actually did. That's number one. And then that would elevate them into the spaces where the wealthy men are, and then they would get chose better
Oh,
yet. And I think what has happened is that that didn't happen because it was never going to happen.
I think there's this concept I've been fucking with, right? Called black
Hmm.
myopia. Like black
Go ahead.
myopia is how short-sighted we are about things. Someone said, now I give credit to the healthy side of the black manosphere and stuff like that in general, give me a healthier, more realistic outlook on things, stuff like that. But one of the things I
Hmm.
noticed about not just women, but people who are very myopic, is that they hit the gas too fast and they hit the brake too slow.
Mm.
So
Sound like an
rushing
accident
into
waiting to happen. I hear you.
oh yeah, and then looking around and saying, I didn't even know what happened. Oh my
Hmm.
god, it
Hmm.
just and I'm unaccountable now because I don't know what I did.
Mm.
So
And
it's
that's the goal,
like,
isn't it? To say I shouldn't be held
yeah,
accountable because I didn't know. And what does the judge tell you in the courthouse?
ignorance of the law is
It,
no excuse. You shouldn't have sat your ass where you
exactly.
was at. Why you
Exactly.
did what you did when you did it.
Exactly. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So it's like when you say okay, it's like a whole it's like a unwell thought out scheme. I'm gonna go get the degree. I'm gonna put myself around these people. Blah blah
Hmm.
blah. I'm a climb this ladder, not knowing what's at the top. I don't know what's really behind this, but I'm gonna go ahead and someone told me I should do it, so I'm gonna just go ahead and do it, and then like not really have an accurate concept of what's really happening, what's really going on. Because like us as black people, we already came in the game skewed. We already
Hmm.
came in the middle of a game with a whole bunch of bullshit going on. We kind of just hop hopscotch double dutch just jumped into some shit like in the middle of some
Hmm.
shit. So we just kind of like it's like it's like the whole poverty thing was going around. We just kind of like just dashed into it. We would look around and see what the fuck going on. And like it even goes into other thing you said about I guess we could call it that Negropean dysfunction
Yeah.
where we're fixated on on adapting to something that we're low key incompatible with, and also we're on a higher frequency of it. So I think it's like the whole alkaline and acid kind of thing, just as a metaphor,
Hmm.
where we have this high richness about us for some majestic reason, but then we're smearing doo all over it, trying to like get into a place and space that
Uh,
really
I want to
don't
use something
really
as an example
accomplish.
of what you're saying, Vince. I want to use some. So for those of us that are privy to the article, um that's where some black woman married to a white man, of course, wrote where why don't black men protect black women the way white men protect white women? Um, right. And there's this article that recently came out um where this lady is like I can't believe she's been in corporate spaces for a couple decades, it looks like, and she spoke so ignorantly about the white man white woman dynamic after the Me Too movement. How
Mm.
because it's really attempting to gaslight black men. Really, number one. Look, and Vince, stay with me for a little bit because I'm gonna go on a rant a little bit right here.
I'm with it.
First, right? First, you know, black women have made it their mission to elevate their daughters over their sons in academia, getting their education in corporate spaces, and you actually have black women admitting now that they are putting the thumb on the scales for the girls. Okay, fine. Not really fine, but okay, fine. Then you turn around and complain, why are black men not protecting black women in corporate spaces? First of all, we're not in corporate spaces as much as you. That's number one. Number two, that's because you don't want us in those corporate spaces. Number three, how much are white men really protecting white women when there was a goddamn Me Too movement? Uh-oh. And there's a whole lot of white women talking about what white men were doing to them and do it for them to get these quote unquote promotions. Number two. Number three, stop gaslighting us with this protection thing. I've been saying it for. And by the way, I'm tied to what you was just saying, Vince. It's really a jealousy of white folks and a very particular class of white folks, right?
Mm-hmm.
Black women, the reason why they're acting the way they are is because they are jealous of white women. I keep on saying it, and I think people think, oh, it's not that serious. No, it really is. And it affects just about everything they do, right? So we're getting the response that we're getting because they're over romanticizing these people in their life to the point where they're lying. Forget just lying to us. You know you crazy when you start lying to yourself. You trying
Oh
to tell me
yeah.
you've been in corporate America for a couple decades and you writing articles like a dumbass about how white men protect white women, which is
And here's the
clearly
crazy
this is the
part.
reason why you're with a white man. That's number one. I want to stress this. This is why you're with a white man, whoever you are, author of the article. Number one. Number two, if white men protected white women, why weren't white men protecting white women from other white men? That's number two. Number three, if white men protect white women, Why every other day is a Natalie Holloway, right? If white men protect white women, why was there a whole goddamn feminism movement? If white men protected white women, why do we hear, especially from older white women, boomers mainly, talking about when they were, for the few of them that were in corporate America back in the day, back in the 60s and whatnot, telling you what white men used to do to them and what white men used to say to them. If white men protect white women, wait a minute, why doesn't Bill O'Reilly work for Fox News again? Oh yeah, harassment. White men protect white women. Where?
But that's how they feel, white men, though.
But this is the thing. It's not about what's real. It's about what black women feel. And black women feel like black men are lacking because black men aren't upper middle class white men. Let's be very clear. Black women don't even want black men to operate like poor or lower middle class white men. No, they want upper middle class and above white men. And because black men in mass aren't upper middle class and above white men, then they deem us lacking, and they're just now getting to the point where they're saying it so overtly. Because let's be very clear, you're a black woman married to a white man saying that black men don't protect black women the way white men protect white women. I always told y'all it was jealousy. It was never about what black men aren't doing. It's that black men aren't white men, and now black women are finally saying it.
It still won't be good enough because we're not.
It still won't be good enough, man.
That's not.
Yeah.
That's not what and how we are.
And I'm tying that to what you're saying by saying a system that wasn't designed for you isn't meant for you. It was actually designed against you. Period. And so does that not mean that still have successful black people? We're gonna have black people as scientists and engineers. We're going to have that. We're going to have kick-ass attorneys. We're gonna have kick-ass doctors. We're gonna have those people that rise above in spite of. But here's the thing. When the women of your own demographic are literally purposely sabotaging you and then admitting it on social media, oh my God. And then those people turn around and occupy corporate environments and then ask, why aren't you protecting them? First, we're not there like that. Second, even if we were, you admitted that you sabotaged us when we were children or when we were younger. That's number two. So you're saying that we're obligated to you, even though you put your thumb on the scale against us for your daughters. That's number two. Number three, you're with the white man. We don't owe you protection, lady. Go get your white husband. Wait a minute. Shouldn't your white husband, if that's what white men are on, you're under the umbrella of your white husband, right? Shouldn't your white husband be making phone calls to make sure that you're safe in these corporate environments, especially in relationship to black men? Because you're with the white man. He's supposed to have all the pull.
That's a level of cuckery.
Right? So that's where we are now, man. And I'm glad, bro. When I heard about this article, bro, and I'm gonna do a whole different stream on that one. It kills me because I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, so we extra bold now. We're black women married to a white man, and then complain that black men don't protect black women in these corporate environments the way white men protect white women after the Me Too movement. Girl, how bold is that?
We need to start doing some form of benign neglect, bro. Like, we gotta do something like, all right, that's
you mean cool, the way black women been doing to black men for at least 50 years, 60 years.
We gotta do with them on them because it's like, I understand what we mean. Where it's like, yo, like I had the mic for a while, and like, like we got like, what's the whole deal with us expressing, and the fact that we're the canary in the coal mine of society. I mean,
wait, give me a second. No, finish up, Vincent, and I'm gonna let Indigo go because this is Indigo's first time on the panel. So I'm gonna make a whole.
Snap! It is damn. Go ahead.
Yeah, man.
But go ahead, finish up, Vincent.
It's like we're the canary in the coal mine. Like just how like in the esoteric stuff like that. Like women receive like it like information first and stuff like that. I don't know how the hell they all know how to get their hair the same way at the same time, stuff like it's something natural or something about that. But we also the canary in the coal mine where it's something that we catch when we go out to society and things first, and then everybody catch up to it, like how Kenneth B. Clark did Dark Ghetto and stuff like that, and how all these things that happen, a lot of the most significant things happen to us first, but then they also don't want us to actually have conversation and shit. So it's like, it's like it's the whole.
The black community is the sin eaters of America, and black men are the sin eaters of the black community. So we get, contrary to popular belief, Bowser, it's actually the ish gets shoveled on black men's back, and we got the numbers to show it. Unfortunately, I'm just saying. Anyway, but yeah, let's get like Indigo. What's going on, Indigo?
Making my Mr. Z Black in Effect debut.
Right?
I could have sworn I've been on your channel already. You know what I'm saying? But you know me, I hold it down in the chat anyway.
Yeah, man. It's really you and Trell.
Right.
You and Trell are common warriors.
my man OG Trigger.
Well, I'm waiting for Trell to pop up on somebody's minds, but somebody. By the way, I'm gonna act like a whole bitch. If Trell pop up on anybody panel before he pop up on mine, I'm gonna be a whole bitch. I promise you, I'm gonna be nigga, so you just gonna cheat on me?
It'll probably
I'm gonna be a whole bitch. If he go to Toya, me and Toya gonna be fighting in the middle of the streets. This nigga go to Toya panel first.
I just find it funny how.
Right.
Yeah, right. That type of energy, right? Well, yo. So yeah, pardon me. I had to I was following you, then I had to kind of turn the volume down. I'm at work today. I'm training somebody, so pardon me if I.
Okay.
You're okay. Yeah, and I can't even stay on too long. I might pop back up if you're still on. But yeah, I wanted to go back to that article that you were just talking about. Didn't you cover that last night or whatever? Shit was ridiculous. So I just wanted, dog. So I just wanted to mention one particular thing about that. First of all, by the time, because mind you, I didn't read the article myself, right? I think I was listening to you read it. And when I got halfway through, you know what I'm saying? We got halfway through. I was like, yo, this is more ridiculous than like, because you could a lot of times you can tell by the title something is ridiculous, but it was like more ridiculousness than I bargained for, my G. It's like, it's like, wait a minute. You took this one, singular experience, alleged experience that you had, right? Because they be lying. You don't know what's true and what's not true. But you took this one singular experience that you had with one black male corporate boss, and you extrapolate that to mean that black men don't protect black women in corporate America. It's more the same BS. One thing that I have really become keen on in the past few years in particular, and I really got to thank this space for really kind of making my eye and ear more keen on these things, because once you see it, you can't unsee it. But there's just this thing of taking one negative, something negative that one black person who happens to be black and male does, and then extrapolating that to black men as a whole. Such and such black men did such and such and so and so that I didn't like or wasn't cool or was problematic or whatever the case may be. And it's just like clockwork. 5, 4, 3, 2. See, that's the problem with black men. Dog, get the fuck out of here. Yo, it never fails. It never fails. And I just had to vent about that real quick. I don't know if you had pointed that out.
Look.
Yeah, I don't know if you highlighted that particular aspect of it, but I just had to throw that in there because I have seen that so much. You know what I'm saying? From mostly from the women, but then I remember there was this one video of it was a black as I'll call him like you call him LGBT brother did this resorted to the same thing.
Do you not understand why though, Indigo? Do you not understand why? You said you
I,
already said he's LGBTQ. You just told me why. Go
I
ahead.
think you know I know.
No,
You know what I'm saying? But that's all I wanted to get off at that moment. I don't know if you had highlighted that, but I just wanted to throw that in.
look, first,
And if I repeated anything, then my
no, you good.
commentary was for emphasis.
No. You're good. But I didn't cover it yet, so you might be mistaking me for somebody else because I didn't cover it yet. But I will be covering it
over here.
because bro, Indigo. When I promise you, I'm reading this thing. I'm like, oh, you mother. First of all, thank you for admitting it. Secondly, y'all are so we are in. We are. Calm down, Z. Calm down. All right. Now I'm getting my words all type of scrambled. All right. We are in the place now where these people are so envious of upper middle class white women's position, and they want it so bad that they're now lying not just to us and gaslighting us as black men, but lying to themselves. Right? And when I say themselves, I mean like themselves as an individual, and then lying to themselves as a group of black women about white women's relationship. Meanwhile, white women are telling you, and white men are telling you that they're at war with each other right now. White men would not be doing passport bros and marrying Asian women if they were all about quote unquote protecting white women. The largest interracial marriage rate because if you count Latinas, it's a little bit different because white dudes are marrying white Latinas. But if you take it outside of the race, it's white men and Asian women are the number one group of interracial married in America. What are black women talking about? But that lets you know that it's not about what's actually happening. Like women think we're just insulting them when we say you're not speaking. You're talking about from a place of feeling. They think we're just throwing that out there to tell them to shut up because you can't think logically. No, when Z says it, which I rarely say, because I think it's a bit minimizing, and I do think people's feelings matter because motherfuckers could kill you if they wanted to off of their feelings, right? So, when I say it, I'm saying in this moment in time, you have completely suspended any reason, any logic, any facts, and you are speaking from a place where you dismiss that to forward how you feel about something. And
I don't think
you think that feeling might be legitimate, but it possibly isn't. Women right now, black women right now, are in the place where they are reimagining the entire history of black folks, white folks, because of the way they feel. This is how you get a bigger long character in the Harriet movie. This is how you also get this article where this woman is saying why don't black men protect black women the way white men protect white women? First, if that was a thing, in corporate America, you wouldn't have the Me Too movement and white women, because we know Tarana Burke started it, whatever. You wouldn't have white women take over the Me Too movement, and there wouldn't be a Harvey Weinstein. Go ahead.
They took it and ran with it.
There wouldn't be a Harvey Weinstein. Wait, say it again.
Is it Alyssa Milano white?
Exactly. Alyssa Milano. There wouldn't be a Harvey Weinstein. There wouldn't be a Les Moonves. There wouldn't be Bill O'Reilly. There wouldn't be all of these accusations. What's his name? Didn't the former CEO of Fox, wasn't he accused also?
Man, they colonized the Me Too movement.
What's his name? Was it Bill Ayers? Is that his name? Because I might be mistaking him from the guy from Weather Underground. I always get their names mixed up. But yeah, the follow.
I can't think of his name right now.
Yeah, but all of these white guys got hemmed up with this Me Too movement because they're not protecting white women in these corporate spaces.
I don't think I could sum it up any better than what Naima said. Mm-hmm. What's the truth to a narrative?
Yeah. No, Naima said that. That was really good. Naima said that. Yeah, that was. What is the truth to a narrative? You're right. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. No, that's 100% facts. But for me, this is when it becomes dangerous for black men. This is the important part. When it becomes dangerous for black men, is black women doing exactly what this lady just did. She puts out an article and puts a target on black men's back because she's jealous of white women because it's not really the corporate space. You know what? You want to know what her real issue is? Her issue is that women like her can't be a-holes the way she think white women are. They can't be little mean bees like she feels white women are. They can't stomp their feet the way she feels white women do. They can't pull a few months ago, last year sometime, I want to say, was it last year? I want to say it was last year, maybe the year before. What? And somebody's gonna remember this. What magazine or newspaper was it where this white woman was just flaming everybody on Twitter, all of her coworkers on Twitter, right? She was exposing and flaming all of them, and even other white women that tried to calm her down. She was flaming them and telling them pretty much, "Don't tone police me," right? Black women see that and are envious of that.
So in other words, they want temper tantrum impunity.
Yes. The goal is exactly, bro. When FD said autonomy and security, like he said that, and I don't think he really understood or really fully appreciated what he really said to us, particularly me. Because what it really is exactly what you just said, Vince. It really is, I want to practice negative liberty and be free from repercussions because that's what I see as freedom.
I
Freedom is
want
the
to smack the
ability
hell
because
out of you.
that's how they see white women. What how black women envision white men and white women is that they get to do whatever they want, completely free of consequences, and that is the security blanket that whiteness affords them. Right?
So they want
Whiteness
to
affords
actually be
white people the
psychotic.
ability to do whatever they want to do, completely free of consequences. And that's what black women, at least from what I can see from the outside looking in, that's what they envision freedom being and freedom looking like. And so that is the goal. That's the goal. And so when you read this article, it doesn't make any sense when you've ever been in any corporate spaces. Any one of us that's ever worked anything from a goddamn call office to a law office. You know what she's saying is a bunch of crap, but it doesn't matter because it's what she feels. It doesn't matter if it's factually accurate or not. Where are all these white men? Do white men look out for white women? Yes. Do white men also prey on white women? Yes. Do white men, quote unquote, protect white women as a rule? Absolutely not. Because there wouldn't be a Me Too movement if that was the case. And then some of the white men that were helping to fund Me Too got caught in Me Too scandals. That wouldn't be the case if white men were just looking out for white women. What are you talking about? But once again, it doesn't matter what the facts are. It does. It's about how they feel. It really is. When I say temper tantrum energy, man, I say it. I don't think I emphasize. I know I say it a million times, but I don't think I emphasize how angry black women are that they're getting their college degree. They're going to school. They're going to school for 4, 6, 8 years, right? And that's if they actually are hitting those milestones on time. They're becoming PhDs. They're rising up academically. They're in these middle management positions. They're earning 50, 60, 70, 80, 100, $120,000 a year, and they
While
still
raising
can't
children
be.
too.
So, and here's the thing, that's decreasing. Because a lot of the more and more of them, particularly the professionals, because white men won't marry them, and they think they're better than the black male counterparts. They're not even having the oops babies. So what ends up happening is that they're getting into these positions financially, academically, and in their career, and then they're still not treated as upper middle class white women. And there's nothing that chaps their ass more than feeling like they did all of this, and for them it's for what? I'm still not the upper middle class white woman. I'm not treated like her. The white men aren't treating me like her. The black men aren't the bottom of society. Black men aren't treating me like I'm an upper middle class white woman. So what is the point? And all of the, I mean, every complaint that black women have levied on black men over the past 6 decades is out of resentment for black women not being upper middle class white women. Every
Black don't rub
single
off.
complaint. And when I say all of it, I mean everything from DV all the way to this article right here. All of it is ways to smear black men, to goad black men, to gaslight black men, to insult black men, to pester black men into making black women upper middle class white women, and then that way white men can take them from that to actually being the white man's wife.
AZ, I have a solution.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, the solution is be yourself.
right?
That's it. Just be yourself.
Yeah, but here's the thing: black women are being themselves, and what men across the board are saying is, yeah, white men want to. Go ahead.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Because look how far things tipped over. I think, because I look at it as generational degeneracy. Wherever the fuck we learned and got to where we got from Generation X, from baby boomers, from silent generation, somewhere off the line, shit got off track. And I don't think how we acting right now is a reflection.
Give me a second. Give me a second. I gotta make the PSA. Real quick, Vince. I gotta make the PSA. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Number one. Number two. This is what I would say to you. Back to what you're saying, Vince. Here's the thing. What are black women saying? Particularly when they're in these environments. No, I'm gonna tell you. Okay. I like that I can be my authentic self. I'm looking for somewhere where I can be my authentic self. I'm looking for a man that will be okay with me being my authentic self. Translation: I want to be who the hell I want to be when I want to be her, however that goes. Translation to that: I want to be the little snarky, mean, condescending, entitled, pampered a-hole that I think white women are, and I need a black man that's okay with that. And actually, not just okay with that, desirous of that, and will fund me doing it and being that.
No, we good. You gotta fix your attitude, dog.
and that's when black women think we're sexist. Black women think black men are sexist because we're like, wait, you want to be a bitch, and I'm supposed to just eat that? As a matter of fact, not just eat it. I'm supposed to like that.
Supposed to fund
it. Thank you, and I'm supposed to fund it. That's where Amanda Seals comes in. That's where Ebony K. Williams comes in, right? That's where Bowser comes in. That's where Yanni comes in. That literally, whether they realize it or not. Now, mind you, they're never gonna frame it the way I just said it, right? The closest you get is what Amanda Seals said, which is like, essentially, and I'm paraphrasing, it's a shame that the world doesn't produce men, or the society, the world hasn't caught up to women like her. Translation: these insecure men are on my level financially or with fame, and they're not choosing women like me because they're intimidated by women like me, because patriarchy, yawn, has informed them that women like me are a problem. So they're ending up with women who are quote unquote easier to control, instead of being with women like me who, might be a bit of a pain in the ass, but it's worth it until I decide to divorce your ass.
So
that is so emblematic of a couple things that I'll have to touch on later because I don't have the time. But check it. Pardon me for interrupting. I'm gonna drop down and listen in the background. I got to get back to work.
No, you're good. You're good, Indigo. Thank you for coming up. You're definitely welcome.
No doubt. Thanks for having me.
Go ahead, better you. What's going on, bro?
Nothing much. How you doing, man?
Bedside Ministries. What's going on with you?
I've been up since 5, man. I actually been on Final Fantasy. I got a couple days off, man.
Oh, you been? What you playing? Part 2? Fantasy 7 Part 2? You must. You're ahead of me right now. I gotta get a whole PS5 because I got Final Fantasy 7 Reloaded. I got it for PS4, and I didn't beat it because I didn't want to get to the end and then just be sitting and waiting. So now I gotta get a PS5, play Part 1 all over again, and then get Part 2. That's what I'm gonna do. Piss me off. Anyway, go ahead. I know I messed up. I did it so messed up, but go ahead.
From anecdotally speaking, from the conversations I've had with a lot of black women, I really feel that they believe they're part of the club. And a lot of times when I speak to them, they talk almost as if like, oh, you don't get it. Like a lot of the stuff that we've went through is like, not to say racism doesn't exist, but that's not really the hurdle anymore. And it's like, it's all around. It don't call you nigga no more, but like, racism is as American as apple pie, baby. I don't know how to tell you.
But better you, here's the thing. If it does, I said it before, like, if you are, I think Toya is a rare breed, right? If you are Toya level educated and accomplished, and you doing things and et cetera, you could, in your mind, especially if you're a child of immigrants or you're an immigrant yourself, what anti-blackness, what racism? I am a black woman who is college educated. I have accomplished this much. I earn 65, 70, $80,000 a year. My white coworker and me have been smashing for how long? He ain't gonna marry me though, right? He's not gonna. But right, so if you're a black woman in that position, what racism? If you're a black woman with a couple of white homegirl friends, mainly from work, but white homegirl friends, what racism? What anti-blackness? The anti-blackness you experience, wait for it, is from black men in their colorism. If you're a black woman in that position, of course you're going to say that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're good. And this is to me, this is the more important part of it, because you're 100% right with the way that a lot of those dialogues go. A lot of those women think that they can get anywhere by themselves. So it's like, yeah, you might have credentials, you might be degreed up, you might be actually the most fire person in the goddamn job. You still need people. You still need the network, and that seems to really be missed on a lot of sisters. That hey, even on the ones that's like, I'm on this whole sisterhood shit. It's like, yo, you don't realize that at some point you interacting with men, especially in a professional setting, and some of those same men that you seeking to exclude and take power from can. Conversely, if you were to open your mind just a little bit, collaborate and work, you probably would get a little farther ahead. Especially if he wants to get, wants to keep in touch genuinely and see some value in you versus shitting on everybody.
But I think this fact is going to hit them in the head when they realize, like, above independence, which is cool to have, it's interdependence. What do you do with your independence? Are you collaborating with people? Or are you being uncooperative?
I think what we're dealing with is a group of people that believe in that. I think they do believe in it. I think they don't believe in it when it comes to you. I think that black women are as women. I think black women. Y'all heard me say this before. I said black people are the most Americans in America. I think black women are the most American women in America, which means they have fully bought into anti-blackness, corporatism, neoliberalism, even the quote-unquote progressive black woman. And what that means when it comes to you black men is that she believes that she is an individual right up until it comes time for better you to give her that recommendation for her to get promoted. And then that's when community is supposed to kick in. So and only for that 10 seconds that better you is signing his name on the bottom of that goddamn letter. And then it's solo dolo from that part on. The only quote unquote community she has is with other black women who, once again, are among the poorest group of people in America. And it jockeys between them, indigenous women, and Latina women on who the hell the poorest women in America are. And yet, black women think that they can form a community like that with those people because Oprah got some money. And because of Beyonce.
It's funny you say that, because that's literally a situation I'm dealing with at work right now.
I know. You don't gotta tell me nothing, bro. Look, bro, I haven't been in white collar spaces I haven't been in the white collar environment, working at least, in like 9 years now. Yeah, about to go on 9 years. And I still, I know. And the reason why I'm saying the things I'm saying is this hurts black women, but it decimates at least the image of black men. That's the goal, right? The goal is to shred the image of black men in an effort to elevate black women. Black women not getting no higher as a group. As a group, this is about as high as they can go without black men. This is about as high as they could go. The most black women are going to get after this is maybe a president eventually. We will see a black woman president in our lifetime. That ain't going to mean nothing for the average black woman, because we got a black vice president right now. And what does that mean for black women? Oops.
It means they get to go to the White House and take pictures in their pink and green.
Yeah, man, yawn. Means absolutely goddamn nothing, particularly for the average black woman. Being the mascot of white empire it's a fool's errand, and they really, whether they realize it or not. I think the average black woman doesn't realize that's what she's actually asking for. Now the Ebony K. Williams, all that liberation and black excellence talk. Really, you're asking to be the mascot of empire, of American empire, which is being the black face of white empire. Ebony K. Williams thinks she's more different than Candace Owens than she actually is. You're not as different from Candace Owens as you actually think you are. Number one, I'm tying this to the overall conversation by saying we started this stream as a doomer stream. It really does matter in the grand scheme of things when the XX chromosome of your race, whether you like it or not, they wear your jersey color, whether you like it or not. And they are hell-bent on torching the entire community. It's a community, whether you like it or not, right? Forced classification, as DC would say. They think that if they can torch this, or at least torch you, that somehow they'll what rise out of the ashes like a phoenix and what end up on the white man's peen. Like this is not sustainable. I love saying that because it's true. But also, it ain't gonna work.
It's not. Neither is them trying to put the baby mothers on us. That shit not gonna work either. I'd be damned.
And that's a declining proposition anyway, because they're not having children like that anymore. That's number one. More and more black men, I want you to understand, more and more black men we're not engaging with these women on that level. We're not, to even have the oops baby. So this, I would argue, you're dealing with the last couple of generations, Generation Z, maybe Alpha as they come of age, but after that, that's even a dying proposition. Ain't gonna be no, oh, we need you to take care of these baby mamas. What baby mamas? Ain't gonna be no oops babies. You're either gonna be a wife and stay a wife for the rest of your life with your black husband, or you're gonna be out here by yourself, no kids, and whatever happened to you, happened to you. I think even that's a dying proposition. So it sounds nice them trying to force that on us now. That ain't gonna last too much longer. Ain't no way. And all we're dealing with now are black women who have, for the past 60 years, have decoupled themselves from black men, and they're dealing with the repercussions and the consequences from decoupling themselves from black men, and they don't know how to deal with it because they thought they had more time to bolster themselves and to put up the walls where they don't have to deal with the fallouts. And because white men are flexing on white women, black women are feeling that. That's what it really is.
Directly, and they feeling it.
Yeah, it's white men flexing on white women. See, black women thought they were able to I would argue they thought they could shelter themselves from black men. Okay, even if that's true, which it's not, you can shelter yourself from white men. This is where Ed Buck comes in. Excuse me, Edward Blum, not Buck, Edward Blum. This is where he comes in, number one. This is where DeSantis comes in, right? This is where those people come in. You can't end up train tracks. But yeah, this is where those people come in. I'm saying all of that to say some of our dystopian future is going to be a class game in the black community. And a handful of black women that have a few things that might have gotten married to the white man, they're going to do things like this lady in this article. Right? So I had to emphasize why. Can you guys hear me better now?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I said, I foresee a dystopian future in the black community where more and more black people that have a few things, and black women namely, that did get married to the white man, they're going to play the class game instead of the race game. And it's going to shred black people, including and namely black women, further down. This is why I made the stream I made over a year ago, speaking about Bowser and speaking about the petite bourgeoisie black woman. They're going to speak to black women about this sisterhood thing, right? This is also speaking to the nameless protagonist hive model, where you're going to have the Bowsers, you're going to have the Ebony K. Williams, you're going to have the Amanda Seals that talk about this sisterhood thing as borderline ethnicity, right? Which is Black American women are going to be separate and apart, just like the queens and cocktails we're talking about, different than black men. Here's the problem: the women on top, the things that they're going to advocate for, the black women on top, the things they're going to advocate for are going to hurt your average black woman. So all your average black woman is going to have is just the rhetoric to hold on to. Go. Don't worry about food. Don't worry about lifestyle. Don't worry about sex. Don't worry about children. Don't worry about marriage. Don't worry about shelter. Here, eat this positive rhetoric. Eat this black men ain't shit rhetoric. Eat that.
No power,
Eat
just
this.
mentality.
Right, exactly. Eat this. In the future, you'll elevate yourself into the arms of a white man worth a damn. Eat that. So, give me about 60 more seconds so I can wrap this up. I see that as a problem because the class game is going to hurt obviously any black man attached to black women, which is like almost all of us, but definitely black women, the masses of black women. This is why articles like this are a problem, because it lies to black women about the omnipotence of white men, right? The omniscientness of white men, right? And then it puts a target on black men's back where in the future, if you're not kissing black women's ass in corporate environments, then you will be labeled as a problem. You're not for the quote unquote black community, which these people are trying to make synonymous with black women, not black men and black women, not black men, black women, and black children, namely not the black boys, but the black community is black women. The pincer move that she's attempting to put here is either you will kiss our ass, particularly in corporate environments, you will back us, you will advocate for us, whether we're wrong, right, or indifferent, or you will be smeared by black women and non-black people as not being for the black community. You would automatically be labeled a coon or Uncle Ruckus or Uncle Tom because you didn't try to elevate whatever random black woman that's in your sphere, right? And I'll pause right there. Go ahead.
Or hateful, there's it's just gonna be what's it called? Character assassination. That's just
yeah.
And even what we're talking about right now could be misconstrued as being, problematic and things like that because we kind of laying things out and making it plain and being, in tandem with reality.
Mm-hmm. No, these people have a problem with what we advocate here, and what I'm saying is if black women want to play the autonomous game, then we could play that game. I don't suggest it. It's not sustainable. It's going to shred black people, namely black women. But if you want to play the autonomous game, we can play that. If you want to play the hyper individuality game, we can play that. Once again, black people don't have the money and the power to play this type of game this way. This type of civil war will shred the black community in a way that I don't think we've ever seen in American history. Black people cannot afford this type of hyper individuality, right? And this type of fracturing and balkanization of black people. We can't afford it. But if black women want to play this game, I've always said it, black men lose. Let's be very clear. Black men lose. Black women lose harder. Right? And y'all go ahead. And after you, we'll let Barry you speak and then Big Kev. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a small comment. Mm-hmm. I never thought we would be in a place or a space in the world or in our community where we are right now. And it's disappointing for us as much work as I did to be time now. And I think about sometimes like, damn, I should have just been a hood rat. I should have just said fuck it. Because like all this hard work for me to be the type of man to try to be a husband type or father type and stuff like that. And like where we are right now, where it's clear, like how you said, we're healthy, upwardly mobile, well thinking, decent looking, mild manner raised, and it's just like not everybody, and we can't speak in absolutes, but so many of us is like, underlined with how we were how we planned our trajectory and shit. Like we're in a real weird place, and then on top of that, it's like for us seeing things the way it is, it'll be just fucked up to be, I guess, labeled or seen as being the problem.
No, it will. This is the thing. Black to me, black women are inappropriately responding to a toxic environment. Don't get it twisted. The environment's toxic as hell.
Oh hell yeah.
And what Better You was speaking to earlier when he was saying, these people act like anti-blackness and racism is not a thing anymore just because they earn a little bit of money and because they have middle management positions. And so because they mingle with white men and white women in what capacity? Right? That then means the new issue is not white supremacy, anti-blackness, the sabotage of the black community, the sabotaging of even black women by non-black folks. The new issue.
You cut out.
The new issue, which is always been the issue, is black men. And if you let black women speak long enough, particularly black women in these spaces, they sound like Ebony K. Williams. They start calling you mediocre because these people think they are owed kick-ass black men at the end of the day. After and it is what Accountable Commentary says, and it is what Jason Black has said. After I've been on the carousel, after I tried my Swirler Divester fantasies and they failed, after I attempted to be with the aspiring rapper, ball player, or entertainer in whichever capacity, after all of that and all of that has failed, I am deserving still of a kick-ass black man. And to tell me otherwise is tantamount to, well, name the negative thing. And that's why you hear women straight up saying, like, the problem black men have with Russell Wilson is that he gives us hope. And then you got to ask yourself, hope in what? Not that you mature to evolve. I think, I mean it when I say it. I think people do mature and evolve. Some people do. But much of the time, it's not that we mature to evolve. It's that we got hit upside the head so much that we acquiesce to fine. Okay, I guess I'll end up with the boring dude that I don't find that attractive. And I'll smile in his face sometimes. And I'll give him starfish sex. Fine.
Both walking?
Thank you. Ooh, damn. Shit. God damn. but right? And that's all it is. That's all it is. Not that you really matured and you had a come to Jesus moment. No. It is that clip of Kevin Samuels talking to the heavyset sister with the chest tattoo towards the end of his life. And you could see the look on her face when he was like, bro, you don't really qualify for more than, And she was like, all right, then he's just gonna have to accept me the way I am. And you could see it from her demeanor. Her demeanor just completely, because at first she was hopeful. She was hoping that Kevin would tell her, hey, what city do you live in? Just go to this spot, flirt with them like this, and boom, within a couple of months, you'll be good to go. That's the hope. And that's what all of those women were calling in. They wanted Kevin to give them the get rich quick scheme answer to meeting a ballerific dude. That's all they were going there for. But when he would say, but how many kids do you have? But how much do you weigh? Have you ever had a dude like that? But what does your lifestyle currently look like? But what type of man you looking for and the type of money? Right?
But like mean.
Exactly. That's when it becomes mean, right? So, and I'm tying all of this to say, this is not sustainable. But if black women want to engage in this, understand the type of casualties that black women are going to take to elevate a Bowser. Understand that takes work to elevate Bowser, to elevate Ebony K. Williams, to elevate Amanda Seals, to create a Susan Rice or a Condoleezza Rice, to create these people. Oprah, that takes work. That's a community-wide lift project. It really is. And you're taking from you to put them there, which wouldn't be the end of the world if they actually. Say that again? No, it's not. It's actually worse than a waste of energy. It's worse than a waste of energy, because when those people get into those positions, they don't turn around and then tell you, "Hey, this thing is rigged like a mug. You better get in. You better get in good with black men, because I'm telling you, this space without them is horrible. No, they turn around and tell you your issues are black men. So it's actually worse than a waste of energy. You're elevating people to turn around and lie to your face about what the issues are. It's actually worse than wasted energy. Go ahead, Barry.
In my opinion,
Mhm.
I think that's why things will eventually turn around. A colleague and I were having a discussion the other day. We were talking about a lot of this stuff, like home prices being unaffordable, inflation, and all this shit. And he was like, "Yo, it's kind of crazy that like," he's like, "if you had these conditions like 100 years ago, you might be looking at like mass revolt, but we don't get this shit nowadays." And he was like, "Why do you think so?" And we're going back and forth between certain things, but it came to me, nigga, we got cheap food nowadays. And once you get in
And
conditions to where,
distractions.
yeah, when you get into conditions where you no longer got a roof over your head, you starting to miss meals. That's when reality really, it's a 500-pound gorilla on your back. Like, yo, whatever you doing ain't working. And as a collective, knowing what various statistics are in terms of income, in terms of foreclosures and evictions and whatnot, like the screws are being tightened. And I really do think it's going to be a wave of some who's going to double, triple, quadruple down. But I think there's going to be a lot of folks that's pulling up and like, nah, hey, I think I might actually need this dude. Y'all talking that you don't need nobody shit, but how
To
your
me, that's not
cardboard
good
box
enough, though.
looking?
Better you. This is the thing for me, and I got to be careful how I say this because I had a friend listen in one time, and he told me, "Z, you got to be careful how you say that because you don't want to be, implicated in anything." I want to be very clear.
Mhm.
It's not good enough because of the way these people talk. It's not good enough to say, you know what, black man, I was lied to. No, you got to go talk to them liars. And when I say talk to, I'm gonna leave it right there. The people that are gassing y'all up to give black men the middle finger, the people that are essentially telling you it's better that you starve than get on black men's program, because they're not saying it in those words, but that's what they're saying. No, y'all gonna got if you,
So
y'all gonna have to go talk to them. That's what I'm saying. It's not good enough to say, you know what, if I done hit the wall and I'm starving. All right, black men, what you got? Nope, that ain't good enough. And I'll pause right there. Y'all go ahead.
in other words, you're trying to say two sides, right?
You know, I'm just saying. Hey, look, there's a reason why Haiti is in its current state right now, and it's not mismanagement of funds and corruption. It's because of that model that was set. We'll just say that. The model that was set, they can't let that rise. They can't let that become a successful model, right? There's a reason why. So, yeah. So going back to what Better You said, yeah, yeah. Was 2 Cent right? I mean, didn't Haiti get his freedom? All right then. So to all the women that heard what Better You said, and I agree with Better You, what I'm saying is that might not necessarily be good enough because if the people that talk like this because let's be very clear what ends up happening, and you saw with Paris Milan, they still get married. They still get married. Paris Milan sold y'all on femicide. She sold y'all on over every corner is some colorist, like Nazi level colorist black man preying on your unsuspecting 13-year-old. She sold y'all on that, and then turned around and got married. Yes, the brother might be foreign descent, but turned around and got married to a black man on y'all ass. Paris Milan told y'all Kentanji chose better. Eve chose better. Give me a second. Eve chose better. Serena chose better. She told black women this, and then turned around and married a black man. So that's why I'm saying, just leaving black women to their own devices, the black women that pulled these black men ain't-ish stunts, it's not good enough. Because those women didn't, eventually when women get their head right, those women just go out and sell it in the sunset with all of the ill-gotten gains, all of the money to support all of that they earned selling the soap of black men ain't-ish, which is a very anti-black, white, racist trope. Then they just get to what, sell out in the sunset, all because their former supporters and backers got their mind right. So it's like, okay, well, I guess I can't sell that anymore. So, well, thank you for the money and the support, and I'm just gonna take these hundreds of thousands of dollars that I made off of y'all over the past decade or so, and I'm just gonna go live my life for now. I guess I can't make the same type of content, right? Like that, that's not good enough. It's not. But go ahead, y'all. Whoever wants to speak, and we got to get better. I'm not better you, but Big Kevin this after that. But yeah,
that's real super villain shit. Like when you say that, all I keep thinking about is like them like hanging on like a helicopter ladder, like going up like a super villain, like see you later, sucker.
Right, exactly. Right, like then that's all that. That's literally what Paris Milan did. That is literally what Paris Milan did. She literally jumped on the helicopter. You were exactly like you said, hanging on to the ladder, like I'll see you next time. Right? Like just sailed off. And I'm looking at black women like, y'all don't realize what Paris Milan just pulled on y'all. So y'all are so
somebody made that to AI art for us,
bro. And y'all mess around whether Chrissy ends up with the ballerific white man or not. She gonna pull the same thing eventually. Right, Yanni's gonna pull the same thing eventually. Y'all keep messing around, all because you really want to hear this black men ain't shit trope. Because you mad you're not an upper middle class white woman, and black men should have built like divested zealot. Oh yeah, I'm saying names today. Divested zealot, or one of her subscribers said they had 60 years. Black men had 60 years. You wanted black men to build Wakanda in 60 years? You wanted black men to build Wakanda in 60 years with white people and black women and non-black people sabotaging them?
And Jim Crow and all that?
Bro, and on paper, black men just got out of Jim Crow. On paper, right? You like I said before, you literally have Alabama police officers getting caught planting drugs on people. Literally.
When? Last week?
No. This is like wasn't even a full decade ago, right? Exactly. So like, and what ends up happening is that these people get to talk, and they talk like this. Nah, bro. So I see where Better You is coming from, but letting these people sell out in the sunset and go live their life after this, absolutely not. Because understand what's happening. Because black people are not getting together and getting married and having children, you are allowing the wealth gap to become a chasm even more than it already was going to. And where prices of things are going to be set is not at what you can afford, but what the white folks that are couples can afford. You see what I'm saying? So as black women starve to death because of Yanni and Chrissy and this type of mentality, because it's not just them, right? But this overall dominant narrative in the black community concerning black men that's coming from a whole lot of different black people, but namely black women, particularly on the social media. As black women starve to death, no one's going to tell them, by the way, much of the reason why you're struggling is because you believed this type of rhetoric 10 and 15 and 20 years ago. Right? You believe this type of rhetoric 10 and 15 and 20 years ago, in your little $45,000-$50,000 a year, you cannot compete at all with Becky that's married to Brad and they earning $150 together. They're earning $120 together. They're earning. Say it again.
$300,000 altogether.
Man, you really can't compete with that. That's not even. I'm not even going all the way up that way. And understand what the competition means. That means they get the houses first. That means they get the apartments first. That means they get the new cars first. That means they get the dope ass used cars first. That means they get to pick obviously the neighborhood to put their kids in for the dope ass public school. They get to afford the private school, right? So not only are they kicking your ass now, they're gonna be kicking your kids' ass if you even can afford to have kids. Which I think that's the next shoe to drop. I think even hood black women aren't gonna be having kids like that anymore, right?
Well, let me put my tinfoil hat back on real quick.
Go.
I think this is for real a sideways approach to population control.
I agree. No, I'm usually you ain't getting. I don't even think that's tinfoil hat.
That,
right.
that was.
I don't even think that's tinfoil hat.
I think the approach was making a social chasm between us, you know, starting little bullshit and having it crystallize into what we're dealing with and stuff now. Because a lot of shit, it's a mentality issue in my opinion. It's a real big mentality issue that's causing us to, in a way, and it's gonna sound real metaphysically, but repel from each other, like magnetically repel from each other. So we're not even like fucking like that because we're not, what's the word I want to use? Not contrast, but in a way, kind of not the word like necessarily disgusted with each other. We're repulsed by each other just by behavior alone. Just by our behavior, how we are alone pushes away from each other. And I think, see, I like being an equal opportunity offender, you know, because we got our bullshit we got to work on too. Not everybody. Some of us kind of just been doing what we always been, you know, show and taught to doing stuff, which is kind of like the rule of thumb of how to keep the balance of time and space together. But some men and women are out here on some shit. And for me, right, when I was younger, I was shown and told how to be a fuckboy. And like for me, I like forward face looking at them like, hold on, this is stupid. Why do I treat women like this? This is dumb.
Because they like it.
Yeah, right. But look, it's very myopic. One of my very friend who taught me how to be a toxic, he don't even see his kids because he don't even have a relationship with his baby lover. Because they're being toxic together. And look how it turned out. Look how it crumbled their family structure. They didn't even think about the
Vince,
kids.
what did I say earlier? Black people, namely black women, are inappropriately responding to a toxic environment. Black women will get no argument from me that the environment's toxic. Black women will get no no disagreement from me about how this affects them. I will respond back that you're responding inappropriately because your main gripe, tied to what Better You was saying earlier, is not with the dominant society, white men and white women. Your main gripe is with black men for not putting you in the position to practice all of the negative behaviors that you think, feel, or maybe you actually really do observe coming from white folks. So are you actually attempting to fight for a better and more just world, or are you really just jealous that you can't practice negative liberty, toxic behavior, and generally being an asshole the way white men can in a certain respect, or the way white women can in a certain respect, right? And let me Vince, let finally let Big Kev speak, and then we'll get the rest of you guys.
Oh yeah. Well, number one, Mr. Z. That's actually something interesting I learned about. My friend was actually texting me about the thing when it comes to like Haiti and stuff like that, and how like the U.S. government actually basically undermined Haiti through like a lot of like attacks and stuff like that between like the 1870s and like around World War I, and then between like World War I and like the mid 1930s, like they had like occupied Haiti, stole like some of the Marines stole like their gold and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, look, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, I'm like, so it's just something when I learned about that, I'm like, oh, that's something to keep in mind here the next time one of these like white racist men want to talk about this. Oh, white men are so sweet and innocent and they're the fucking Boy Scouts and they never did anything. Because I'm like, bro, we could look at Haiti, we could look at other Central American countries, we could look at Iran with Mohammed Mossadegh. You know what I mean? I'm like, you keep undermining
1953. Yep.
Yep. Like you keep undermining foreign governments and then want to talk about why do these countries have so much anti-Western sentiment? Like, bro, you know what the fuck you did.
I mean, the leaders of the U.S. know. The bankers, the corporate structure, or the leadership of the corporate structure, the politicians, the senators, and what they know. They forward that message so that the rank and file average white person, who may not necessarily be fully politically engaged, so that they don't know. They hate us for our freedoms. No, they hate you because of what the U.S. government is doing overseas and has been doing overseas for over a century now. That's why that's what these people's issue with America and American foreign policy is. And going to what you were saying earlier, Big Kev, and thank you for coming up. I was speaking to my dad last week. I didn't end up leaving my parents' house until damn near 2 o'clock in the morning. Speaking to my dad, right, about what was going on in Haiti, and so yeah, no, it's really bad right now. Much of that is a culmination of U.S. foreign policy concerning Haiti going back, like you were saying earlier, over a century. Even Thomas Jefferson, back in 1802, was like saying, "Hey, to King, was it King Louis? I can't remember. Like, hey, I'm gonna need you to squash this rebellion in Haiti." Like it's that bad. So going back over a century, right? Really 2 centuries. Haiti has had the foot of the Western powers on its neck. Remember, you're freeing yourself in the middle of the time of colonialization and enslavement of African people. So even though you're quote unquote free, who do you trade with? Who backs you, right? Especially in the era where anybody that would have been in that position is right now literally enslaved in Africa or colonized in Africa or enslaved in other black places in the Americas. That's number one. Number two, then you get hit with the blockade and forced to pay France reparations for you freeing yourself. Think about how insane that. That's some gangster shit. Think about how crazy that is. That's number two. Then number three, like you were saying before, Big Kev, then you have to pay these reparations right up until the early 1900s, right? Remember, this is not the U.S. having to pay reparations. This is a small island nation in the Caribbean having to pay reparations back to the country of France. So imagine what that did to the Haitian economy that that could have been building its own society with that type of money. Then on top of that, you think of the constant coups and overthrows that were initiated or instigated by Western powers, namely the US, until you get to where we are now, where the country just can't deal with it anymore. Literally right now, Haiti doesn't have a Congress, it doesn't have a Senate, it doesn't have a president or prime minister. The mayors that are in there, they have termed out for over 5 years. All of them. They're just operating in that capacity until somebody else can take the reins of power from them. All we have are a couple of mayors. So this is a culmination of Western international politics concerning Haiti and U.S. foreign policy concerning Haiti going back over just about 2 centuries now, right? So, yeah, I'll pause right there. Y'all go ahead. My bad for talking over you, Big Kev. Go ahead.
Oh no, it's all good. Again, the more I look at it, so I'm like, yeah, that doesn't surprise me because you know what I mean. Like, there's no way when you look at a lot of this stuff, I'm like, yeah, with a lot of this stuff that goes on, I'm like, yeah, there's no way you could argue that these people weren't being economically sabotaged. You know what I mean? Because that doesn't even sound right. You free yourself from a French colonization, but you're forced to pay reparations and you get attacked by the U.S. Yeah, something don't smell right in the water, So that's just how I saw it. But also, too, the thing, too, that I wanted to talk about, too, is like, again, I think the issue that, especially a lot of people on the left are forced to reconcile is the fact that a lot of them are just forced to reconcile the fact that they basically just wasted time, When it comes to so-called black issues, they either drunk the Marxist Kool-Aid or they wasted a bunch of fucking time. They did, like, because think about it. Even when you're talking about the whole, black folks, we need to come together and stuff like that. Even then, I'm like, most of the people that were left leaning, I'm like, think about it. They had almost a 90% damn near a monopoly on so-called black people in like the Democrat Party. Had almost a total monopoly. And what the fuck did they do with it? Nothing. They did nothing with it.
No, Big Kev, yes, they did.
I'm saying.
No, let me say what I'm going to say for real quick. I'm going to let you speak after this. You know what they did? This was the most important. This is what they've been working for pretty much since black people got the vote. You want to know the culmination of all of their efforts, what it is?
What?
Barack Obama. That's what they did.
Wow.
The culmination of all of their efforts the talented
Bravo.
kids, all of them. The
Bravo.
culmination of everything that
Bravo.
they've been talking about, respectability, being quote unquote open minded. This is not really leftist politics, but fine. Leftist ideology, all of that. The culmination of all of it. Being married to a black woman, an unambiguous black woman, she's arguably maybe smarter than you. All of that, Barack Obama.
That's it.
That's what it equals. That is what all of that's the apotheosis, we'll say, of everything. There you go.
Hey, Z, are
Wow.
the Haitians pushing back against that?
Yeah, you can, but real quick, and remember, what makes it even worse? This is a mixed black man whose dad isn't even from America.
Yep.
Raised by white people.
Thank you. Also, and not just white people. Better you. Raised by racist white grandparents by his own admission. Because if he told you, yeah, my grandma said a few racist things, that mean so you trying to tell me your grandma said a few racist things and she wasn't married to a racist white man? Uh-oh.
Yep.
Hey,
Which
Z,
means Barack Obama, your first black president, was raised by white racist grandparents that were from Kansas that raised him in Hawaii, and that's your first black president, number one. Number two, that is the culmination of all of the effort of these so-called quote-unquote black leftists that have been telling us they knew the right way for the past couple centuries. Go ahead.
but isn't
Oh yeah. And then also too, it's like, the things when people say about, what about family and stuff? I'm like, bro, if family was so important, I'm like, why do we keep doing like the exact same dumb stuff of, like you said, being anti-male and anti-family, but then want to talk about we want to be pro-black? Like, make that shit make sense. You know what I mean? Z,
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
that's the thing that doesn't make sense. It's like you're constantly receiving all these contradictory messages, where it's like they'll say, oh, we need to come together and build a community and family and stuff like that. I'm like, yet you keep being like anti-marriage, anti-male, you know what I mean, anti-family, but then want to be talk about we got to build a community and come together. Like what
Yeah,
fucking
but not
no
family
fucking
the way you do. And after this, we gotta get it better
exactly.
you. But not family the way you define it, Big Kev. Family for them are this kind of poly,
Dang, you cut
multi-family.
out. Z, you
Can you
there?
guys hear me? No, I'm still here. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can
Okay,
hear
okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no. Family are these poly, multi-family. She's pretty much doing whatever she want to do with whatever man she wants to do it with, and if she decides to keep the kid, so be it. And y'all give me, yeah. Try to decide if she decides to keep the kid, so be it. Like that's their definition of family. Isn't nuclear family where you stay married to your wife and you have your children in wedlock in a structured way. You patriarchs, you right? No,
The 3 baby daddy
family for
model.
them is whatever the hell, whatever individual woman cis family, black woman cis family is.
Yep.
Yeah,
So pretty much
you
a
know,
shit show.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
well, I mean, hey.
That was
This
pretty
is
much
a
my point. I was just gonna
Hmm.
say it's not anti-male, it's
Hmm.
anti-straight black male. So
True.
all of
Yep.
those, the whole rainbow of permutations of how it could go,
Yes.
jousting,
Yep.
whatever, like all of that's cool, except for you. You the problem. And
Me the
that's where
problem.
intersectionality has really failed us as a community because it has
Hmm.
been weaponized and framed. Frankly, the black men who are the fathers, who are most apt and in the best position to build wealth and protect the community, is
Hmm.
alienated and ostracized us from said community.
Yep, pretty much.
Yeah.
But
And
yeah,
and
like
Hey
the
yo,
that's why that's why for me it's like why it's like I understand what you're saying, Mr. Z. But I'm just looking at them like
Mhm.
if this is so important, I'm like, why didn't you just simply if this is so important, why didn't people emphasize this enough? Because to me, it's like the issue that you're having right now, Mr. Z, is the fact
Mhm.
that a lot of younger so-called black men are realizing that a lot of this a lot of this rhetoric is insanely hypocritical. Basically, there's no moral consistency, or as they teach you in sales, the audio is not matching the video. You're saying you want to build this family, you're saying you're trying to do this, you're saying you're trying to do that, but at the end of the day, I'm like, it's not lining up, So what's the point of even complaining about it if you're not gonna if how can I put it to this? What's the point of complaining about the lack of stable Black families on a large scale if at the end of the day you don't even like or respect straight so-called, or should I say, you don't even like or respect working class or straight Black men?
You saved yourself because I swear you already knew us. I was gonna be like, yes, Big Kev, you're correct, but you're not rich enough or white enough, right? The complaint is not necessarily for us. The complaint is for the upper middle class brothers, the rich brothers, obviously the elite and wealthy brothers, and for white men. The white men, you could be middle class, right? But yeah, we're not rich enough or white enough. That's what the complaint, and I'm so glad Amanda Seales fucking said it, is that and Ebony K. Williams in a weird way says it without necessarily, she describes it, but low-key she's complaining also. The problem is that the ballerific dudes aren't choosing women like them.
Exactly.
And so the complaint is not for us. The complaint are for the men like that they feel that they're similarly situated to, not choosing women like them.
Hey, Mrs.
Right.
Z, you don't mind if I get in? I'm at work right now.
Go ahead, and then we'll have Dre after that. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So this, I'm gonna say we're not gonna have that. Did you get my email? They have to have that conversation.
Yeah. No, and that's why I made this space for you right now. So, and as a matter of fact, I think we should emphasize the email that you sent, because I think because that's pretty much that. Me and Big Kev just pretty much created the space for you to say what you were gonna say anyway. Right. So yeah, what egalitarianism means when a certain class of woman says it. Yeah, which is by the way, this is where FD signifier comes in too. But go ahead.
Yeah. So egalitarianism and masculinity or patriarchy is determined on which class you're in, our caste system, pretty much. Okay. When these women are trying to live a lifestyle like upper middle class people, like I make the joke, I'll buy my woman a Kia, because literally I'll buy her a Kia. I didn't buy her a Jeep, but I gave her the difference. So the ideal is that's my egalitarian move. This is what I can give you. You can make up the difference for what you want. So when you take that into account, you start talking about women that make $250 and her man makes $250. He's not thinking about making her a stay-at-home wife. He's going to have her work. They're going to have somebody cut their grass. Like middle-class people have somebody cut their grass. I still cut my grass because I like cutting grass and my yard's not big. My front yard's not big. But when you add on to it, people that make $250 together are both of them make, the upper middle class income. You can afford a maid to come in and fold your fucking clothes and wipe your damn toilets. And you can afford for a cook to come in twice or three times a week and prep your food. So when you get to this idea that someone else is doing that labor, and I still consider anything in the house labor, regardless if guys want to consider it that or not, but that's what they called it during the Victoria era in the 1950s. They considered that labor. That's women's labor. So when you understand that and you take away all those necessities that a woman would have to do if she was working, it becomes egalitarian. So your woman gets off working, she gets to be a woman. That's what they consider egalitarian, when they can outsource all the labor to someone else, whether it's a food prepper that comes twice or three times a week, or it's a maid that folds your clothes, clean the bathroom, and does all the basic necessity stuff.
Leon, can I rephrase this and you tell me if I'm correct or not?
Yeah,
they're making a class argument, and they're making a class argument, framing it like it's a race argument. What they're saying is that we don't get to practice upper middle classism. That we don't get to practice maybe solid middle classism, but trending upwards, the way the white women do. And that's because you black men aren't on our level. Am I correct
Yeah,
about that?
and
Yeah.
it's not only that. It's not only
Hmm.
that. One of the major problems is like, I don't believe in traditional marriages. Like, I wouldn't want that weight on my shoulders. I use my grandpa's. I use my mom. I use her mom. They do labor. Even BGS knows. My mom came over. I said, "Watch this, BGS." I said, "Hey, mom, why you here?" She was like, "Well, I'm gonna clean your baby's room and fold all his clothes." Oh, okay, yeah, go in and do your thing. I'll wake him up in like 30 minutes when you're almost done. You know what I'm saying? So I outsource a lot of the labor through our family, and see that's the structure we actually our ancestors and our grandparents grew up in. Now it's like we're running the cities, we're running the different colleges, and I'm a military brat, so you have people. They're from LA, but they're living in Texas, and their partner's from New Jersey, and they fuck around and have a kid, and they have to use that traditional idea of marriage, and you don't have family. So if you don't have family, you can't outsource
Yeah,
the labor.
you don't have the net. You don't have the net. You don't have the safety net.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, you're gonna stress out and get mad, and she's gonna talk about all the bullshit labor she has to do, and you're gonna get mad at the excess labor that you have to do, and starfish fucking or whatever you call that shit.
Yeah, starfish. This is the thing. Okay, but here's my issue then. You can't pick and choose because this is the problem that we're having. And this is even the left is somewhat admitting this, but their framing is freaking horrible. You can't pick and choose what part of femininity that you want to practice when you want to practice it. That's the
We
issue that
can't
we're
we can't
having is
deal
that
with masculinity.
they're picking and choosing parts of patriarchy that are in conflict with the other part of feminism that they want to practice at any given moment. And so it's just distorting, and the only people that can kind of allow you to play that are the dudes on top. That's why I would argue this is why marriage for the lower classes are becoming more and more untenable. That's why they're not even getting married to get divorced in the first place. Which, by the way, that's really why the divorce rate is going down. The divorce rate is going down because the marriage rate is going down, and the people that are still getting married are staying married because of the class game, right? So I'm tying that to what you were saying, Leon, by saying if women want to, they want a certain type of egalitarianism. Fine. Problem number one is the egalitarianism that you're speaking of, is that commiserate with the class that you currently occupy? Problem number two, are you toxically aspirational and it's causing you to be delusional about the particular way you can play this quote unquote egalitarian game? Problem number three, how is this going to work with the men that are available to you? Problem number four, are the men that are available to you trying to play that game? And if they're not, what can you do to incentivize them? And that's where the rubber meets the road, and that's where all the complaints come from.
Yeah, because
That's where
they
all
don't
the
know how to
complaints come from. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
they don't know how to incentivize a guy because most people, the idea is like, you're telling me to purchase you a maid or purchase you this convenience, and no, that's on your hands. You know what I'm saying? I can purchase my convenience, and that's someone cutting my grass, someone handling stupid shit like that. But when it comes to other stuff, okay, I can wash dishes. I got a dishwasher. I can throw it in there. That's convenient. But to have
Mhm.
somebody else come in and do it for you, it's for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
If you don't want to do
so
chores,
my
just say that.
parents,
Let me read this real quick because it's been up forever. And Kev C says, "Have you?" And thank you for the super chat, Kev C. Have you seen Candace Owens' latest on Breakfast Club and fake advocating for black men and families? We don't believe her. She need more people. We don't believe you. You need more people, right? So
yeah, she need more
I've
people.
watched some of it. I'm saying this wrong. I've scrolled through some of it. I'm gonna go and sit down, and we might be, reviewing that also. But I think Candice finds herself in a interesting, possibly promising, maybe very detrimental position. And as Toya said further up in the comments, is there a divorce potentially in Candace Owens' future? Because I think Toya called it way early. that the numbers ain't looking too good, possibly for Candace, and she's on kid number 3. So yeah, that white husband might be like, all right, but
Yeah,
the time.
but
Go ahead.
But see, when it comes to white guys and black women, I think the misunderstanding is white guys monetize the black woman. Like me and my mom were talking about it. I'm like, I don't care how many marriages you see on TikTok. Understand the views that they're getting. They're monetizing your feelings about white guys and their position in
Bruh,
society.
say that one more again for me, please. The white men are
Me and my
doing
mom,
what?
they're continuously monetizing black women because they understand that the algorithm and how black and white relationships work. And
Bruh.
so
Thank
you have all
you.
these black women showing their white boyfriend or husband on social media, and you see the views, and it's like 250K minimum,
You're being
and it's like,
kind with the monetizing, Leon. Let's call it what it is. I want to use the appropriate word. They're exploiting.
yeah, they exploit black women. We already know that.
Thank you.
There's a whole hey, if you give black guys money, what are they gonna do? They're gonna try to get a wife. They're gonna try to get a family. Are they gonna just try to have fun? But you already know what black guys are gonna purchase. They're gonna purchase a damn charger. you know, there's not too much that you can monetize with black guys other than
Hmm.
jury. And but when you look at
A
what
couple of muscle
women,
cars and a little bit of jewelry,
yeah, yeah, but when
and
you
maybe a
take a
side
look at
chick on
what
your
you
ass. But go ahead.
Yeah, when you take a look at what you can monetize out of women, it's
Hmm.
not even comparable. It's like a
Yeah.
white guy with a black woman. He's monetizing her to make money. He's not gonna have her be a stay-at-home wife. Like, damn, Candace Owens' husband is wealthy as fuck. She's not a
Yep.
stay-at-home wife, if y'all don't know
Yep.
this.
Yep.
He monetizing her for his political positions and ideas. This
Pause
is
right
what it
there, Leon.
is.
This is. Understand something. Candace Owens, in the way she speaks about the small hats, that's not just her. That's the husband. That's the
Yeah,
husband, y'all. When she got caught up in this, the main reason why she got let go from Daily Wire is because of her views on the small hats. That's the real reason. And her debate with what's his name, the rabbi, I forgot his name, um um rabbi, I forgot his name, but yeah, he's a famous small hat rabbi. That's the
yeah,
main reason she got let go from Daily Wire. But her views on that, her comment about Hitler that I kept on telling y'all about, that's not just her. That's the husband. That's the husband. And if that's the husband, that's not only the husband, that's the husband's dad. The Lord of London husband's dad.
yeah.
Her father-in-law, her rich ass father-in-law, that's his views too. So understand what the position that Candace has now put herself, her husband, and her husband's father in, her father-in-law. So I see where Toya coming from. Let's see if he hold on to her through this moment, because let's
He
see.
definitely
Right?
will.
Go ahead.
He definitely
Hmm.
will. When you can use a black woman to say Semitic stuff, people want to define everything as anti-Semitic or whatever. But when you
Hmm.
can use a black woman that can open up a history book and go to North Carolina, New Jersey, New York, Memphis, Tennessee, Jamaica, some of the other Caribbean islands, and you start seeing who your slave masters were, if she was really willing to pull that and say that openly, she
Mm.
still has the backing of her husband's money and the right wing and Republicans to support it in some stance because it takes some of the accountability from them from owning slaves once you start calling out certain small hats names and shit.
Yeah,
You know
yeah,
what I'm saying?
yeah.
So they
No,
would never.
that was always one of the WASP complaints. A lot of the WASP, their complaint is that why are we the ones that always get shackled with being the evil characters of modern history, right?
Yeah,
So pretty much 1492 onward, when the small hats were right in there with us, right? If not
yeah,
doing
they're
worse,
right.
and but exact, because they don't, I think the white boys don't understand. To us, y'all all white, it don't really matter the religion. So when y'all try to say,
Yeah.
oh, but the small hats over here, what about them? We're like, what's their call? What did the former leader of Egypt, what was it, prime minister of Egypt, say? Y'all left black and came, excuse me, y'all left black and came back white. They're white. That's all we care about. They're white. Whether their religion is different than yours or not is a completely different conversation. But they're white. So you try to
So
tell
I
me?
put it like,
Go ahead.
I put it like this: Are
Mhm.
Irish and Italian people white?
Yes, but they're not. They're not white in the sense that they're
in the
wasp. They're
European
not
sense.
Yeah, they're white exactly. They're white in the European sense, but they're not wasp. So the pinnacle
Yeah,
of white in America is WASP, which is white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. Then you might have
yeah,
your Catholic whites like JFK and them, your German whites, your Trumps and them boys. But
yeah,
on the lower scale of whites are really the white Latinos and whatnot. But a step or two above them that's when you get to the Italians and the Irish and whatnot. The fact that we
yeah.
know this is black people is scary. But you should know, right?
Definitely.
But yeah, so like that, yes, they are white in a racial sense. So are the Arabs, by the way. But on an ethnic sense, the hierarchy of white ethnicity, no, they are not white.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
So yeah.
now with that, think of why they're going to keep Candace around and he's not going to divorce her.
Mhm.
You have literally somebody that can say stuff that you're now not allowed to say. Literally, why would you
She's
get rid of her?
Yeah, but she's
a
not allowed to
diversity
say it
hire.
either, though.
You
That's the
heard me?
thing. Like, so I can hear you. Can you guys hear me? No, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah,
Leo.
I can hear
But
you.
yeah, but I'm saying, but she's not allowed to say it either. I do think what ends up happening is that Candace and Kanye, they help to paint the idea that really the anti-Semites are the black folks, and like I think that puts black people in a real fucked position. It puts us in a real messed up position when the face of anti-Semitism becomes black people because Candace and Kanye. Which, by the way, they're both being fueled and instigated by um um the Nick Fuenteses and Candace's husband. Which so obviously Nick Fuentes is far less known, and then like nobody unless you knows who the hell Candace's husband is. So the two white guys get to sit back and for the most part don't get marred with the same brush. Although obviously Nick Fuentes, if you know him, then you know. But the face of modern day anti-Semitism, especially after that whatever the name of that small hat woman that said, "Oh, our biggest issue are these black youths, especially on college campuses." So when you couple her with what the average white person is seeing with Candace and Kanye, oh, black people become the face of anti-Semitism, right? So yeah.
TV.
Go
You
ahead.
remember in Black Panther when Killmonger had that girlfriend got deleted, and he was just like, "Oh well."
Yeah, because she signed
That's
up for
Candace
it. Yeah,
Owens. That's Candace Owens
right.
in this situation.
You say that's gonna be the husband?
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's low-key a diversity hire.
That's funny. I mean, no lie, the conservatives did pretty much put Candace Owens as a diversity hire to be like, okay, you know what? If the Democrats want to play the minority game and they want to play the what's the word I'm looking for? Not virtue signaling. The minority game, the we're not racist, look at us game, the token game. There we go. The token game. We can do it too. We can do it better. Right, and so like this is where Candace come in. Like, look, just because 94% of black women voted Democrat doesn't mean we're racist. We got Candace, and we're gonna make sure she's the loudest room in the voice. I mean, loudest voice in the room.
And elevate her.
Yes.
And elevate. That's why I called her a Sith Lordess the other day. Like she
Yeah.
elevated her, but ultimately they're gonna kick her off the motherfucking roof. Your servers are no longer needed here,
bro. And for real. And Salty Balls with the first super chat says excellently framed. And thank you for the super chat, Salty Balls. Excellently framed. That sums it up. Making a class argument under a racial lens. They're just spoiled mean girls, bro. Salty Balls. And it really is. There is a race argument to be made. Although, even though the Brookings Institute stats show that black girls that are born in advantageous situations, upper middle class situations, stay in that class along with the white girls that they were born in that class with. That's not the case for black boys. That lets you know that the weight of anti-blackness really sits on the shoulders of black men and boys. But there is an argument they could possibly make that argument, but they're not because I don't want to insult their intelligence, but it's too easy. It's too easy. All right, but that's not the argument they're making, right?
Hey,
They are
Mrs. D,
making.
before I leave, oh my bad, my bad.
Oh yeah, but they are making a class argument on with the racial lens. What they're really complaining about is that they're not upper middle class white women. They keep on saying white women don't have to settle, white women this, Latina women that. We already know Latina women wealth position is similar to black women's wealth position. Depending on the stats you look at, it's a little bit less, it's a little bit more, but it's not. There's no gap between what Latinas are earning and their lifestyle for the most part, outside of the white Latinos, like some of the Dominicans, that white Latinos, Cuban white Latinos, etc., etc. But once you get to like more of the West Coast and indigenous looking Latinas and whatnot, their wealth position is very similar to black women's wealth position. So black women don't really know what the hell they're talking about. Their attempts at gaslighting black men for not being essentially white men fails because they're making once again they're making a class argument with the racial lens, and it falls flat once you know a little bit about a little bit. Once you know a little bit about a little bit, it's just horrible. Go ahead.
I want to add this before I leave. The video that you saw, that the Jewish lady saying that these young black people are an issue. That whole conversation is misleading. Like some right wing guys clipped it. I've been had it saved for like 2 years, the whole video, so I can send you it.
Send it to me, please.
Yeah, it was framed around basically. You know, they invest in a lot of college students that are black.
Yes.
And they were looking towards. They talk about the LGBTQ and how they were utilizing them, and their progressive views that they weren't expecting to have changed, and so they were looking to move around. But when they were looking through the Midwest in certain areas that they didn't have a lot of pool or money going towards, and they were like, this is an issue. These black people are an issue because they're not politically sold on anything. So I can send you the whole video because my boy, I got a lot of Jewish friends, but he's Jewish, and he sent me the whole video when he started seeing it on TikTok, and he was like, "How can you like make this message get out?" I'm like, "Yo, it's a clip. It's already around the world with millions and millions of views. It doesn't matter if you send out the video; they're just looking at what she said out of context." Pretty much.
Yes.
But I'll send you the video.
But you already know it's a smear campaign against black people to whatever else America. You got to put black people, black men's face on it and be like, look, they're the face of whatever horrible is going on, or whatever horrible thought or feeling that Americans have. The black man's face is going to be the face of it. Y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. But yeah, man, and so. Tying to and I'm glad Salty Balls said what he said, because it really is the class game, and this is so detrimental to black people, black men, namely. This is where Bowser comes in, right? This is where FD Signifier comes in. This is where a lot of those people that are either they elevated themselves through education into this class, they're class aspirational, so they're just about to be in this class, or they're already in the class. This is when those people then come down from on high to lecture the rest of us about what we need to do, right? Go ahead.
I already got a name for Candace Owens. She's Esther. Her name is Esther. She is that. While she's in her mid-30s, she is that woman with the Bible saying, "Don't you know the good Lord don't want you to do?" She is that. That's who she is.
Already.
She is that. That's who Candace is. Intelligent as she is, at the end of the day, that's who she is. She is Esther. She is the girl that came by early Saturday morning in the neighborhood, knocking on your door like, "Don't you know the good Lord wants you to?" That's her. That's who she is.
Not a Jehovah Witness. You saying Bowser is Jehovah Witness?
Nah, Candace Owens is Jehovah Witness.
Oh, you said Candace Owens? Yeah.
Candace Owens is the
she evangelizing the conservative worldview. Look, y'all already know my politics. So, but my issue with Candace is her politics are trash to me. But it's not just the politics; it's the culture behind it. So look, I know conservatives that even like, okay, this global warming thing might be a thing. So when Joe Rogan interviews her and the way she ducked and dodged and contorted herself to avoid answering this in a way that we all know it's a and you're hearing a car enthusiast. I'm an automobile enthusiast, and even I'm like, this environment. I don't think pumping dead dinosaurs in the atmosphere for a couple centuries, I don't necessarily think that that's exactly beneficial for planet Earth. And Candace Owens couldn't help it. She gave you the same corporate ass answer. What environmentalism? What are you talking about?
Yeah, but as another car enthusiasm, you said something earlier. I ain't like that. I don't like you calling me out for pushing the charger, bro. I don't appreciate that shit, dog.
Look. You hear me, guys, and your chargers that are pole magnets.
Hey, no. You gonna let me be a black man? You understand me? You gonna let me be a black man?
Look, y'all in the Mustang 5.0 guys are pole magnets. That's all y'all know. Y'all on the pole like the women are on the pole. So, and for those of you that don't understand,
leave us alone. And I got one, and I'm gonna get another one.
Look, I'm gonna leave y'all alone, but could y'all stop being attracted to poles, to stationary objects?
Leave us. Listen. Let us be great, okay?
Look, y'all like telephone poles, light poles. Y'all like
it's better to burn out than fade away. Leave me alone.
Right? But y'all be burning out into crowds.
Hey. YOLO, you understand me? YOLO.
Hey, he said, "Hey, if you in the intersection." Right, while I'm here, then you get what you get, and if my car happens to hit you, exactly, get out.
No, don't walk, run across.
Hey, the theme song is Bia Bia.
Yeah,
the theme song is Move, bitch. They theme song is Move, bitch. Get out the way.
I'm trying to fuck up this drift. Get out the way. Get out the way. Move.
Look, you hear me, guys, with your loud ass V8s.
So
you Mopar guys.
So
it's the Mopar and hear me, guys, making all the goddamn noise.
So
why you trying to sleep?
You gonna let
right? Hey, I don't know who's worse. The Hemi guys, the Ultima guys, or the Civic guys?
Yeah, the Civic guys, though, man. Listen, the Civic guys, I got you. Even the Civic guys, yeah. Don't get me started on the Civic guys.
Hey, you better don't sleep on them Civics now.
Nah, no. That's the thing. They let it be known too. The Civic guys let it be known.
Hey, let me tell y'all something. Quiet is kept on the streets right now. You want to know why Civic guys are a terror now? I've said it before. Line already know where I'm going because they're all-wheel driving those Civics now. And ain't nothing scarier than a tin can with all-wheel drive and 500 and 600 horsepower.
Have you seen the new? I think Honda got a. I don't know if it's an EV or not. It's a concept. It looks nice though. I don't know if it's an EV or not.
Wait, you mean the Prelude? The new Prelude? Yeah. So it's apparently, I think it's gonna be. It might be a hybrid. I don't know if it's gonna be full electric. I'm not sure. I think I heard hybrid. So let's see where that goes. But hey, ain't nothing scarier. I'm telling y'all. Those Civic hatches, those Civic coupes, bro. You gotta remember they don't weigh nothing, so they don't gotta make no real power. All they gotta make is 455, 600 horsepower, all-wheel drive. Bitch, you better not waste that shit off the line.
Yeah, I get one, but can't nobody sit behind me. I'm
exactly. See,
no one can sit behind me if I get one of those. No, there is no sitting behind me. So
no Indigo.
4 people. We taking somebody else's car.
Indigo said attracted to poles. Pause. This is the thing. Hey, the women are attracted to poles in a different way, but them lion Hemi guys, right? Lion and them Hemi niggas and them 5.0 niggas are attracted to poles a different way. You ask them,
bro, get out.
Yeah, hey, they be swinging right into poles, sliding into poles, crashing into poles. Right?
I told you gonna let me be a black man. You understand that? Do you not understand me? You gonna let me be a black man?
Hey, here we go. The black men are crashing their damn Chargers and Challengers in the poles, and the white men are crashing their 5.0s in the poles.
Hey,
their Mustang 5.0s.
Hey,
it's only funny because it's true. Hey, you know this line ain't tell me I was wrong yet.
No, that's why. Hey, shout out to Progressive. Shout out to Progressive. Shout out to Progressive.
Geico and Progressive.
Y'all are the MVP. Shout out to Progressive.
The insurance companies are the ones that really win.
Yep. Shout out to Progressive.
I'm telling y'all that, and right now is a crazy time to own a 392 or a Hellcat because these young
They are
niggas.
rare.
What? First, they're rare. Secondly, bitch, these motherfuckers will run up on your ass and steal your shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I be seeing 392s and be like, fuck you.
Look, man, I wouldn't buy one new right now anyway. My lady likes 392s, and I wouldn't mind getting her a used 392 Durango while putting down on it. I ain't paying that shit a month, but I wouldn't mind putting down for one. But I already told her, like, babe, I don't need niggas running up on you when you coming home late night.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
like that. Like exactly. That's what would happen.
Especially in Florida.
That's what would happen. Right? And yes, she, my lady does have, she got the appropriate, what Professor Black Truth says, keep your power tools. Right? Yeah. So she does have her power tools, but that don't mean shit if you don't see that motherfucker walking up on you at the light.
I'm in North Carolina. I gotta be just as careful because they're rare.
You see what I'm saying? So that's the only thing. Number one. Number two,
especially in Florida, man.
Yeah, shit. Listen, no, Florida, beautiful cities, Palm Beach, right? Palm trees all over the place, beautiful roads and shit. Nigga, get off the expressway if you want to.
For real.
Nigga, get off the expressway if you want. Hey, boy, them Kodak looking ass niggas is waiting for you. It's a bunch of Kodak and XX Tentacion niggas waiting for you at the gas station.
You better have a garage where you live.
Hey, if you have anything worth the damn, all of your nice luxury cars, your performance vehicles, particularly right now, the hot things on the street obviously is all the 392 shit, all the Hellcat shit, anything with some power right now, you can get got. Yeah.
I'm not looking forward. I'm not looking honestly there, but I've been putting it off. You know how guys are, their cars were sentimental, but it's time to put mine out the pasture. But you know I'm gonna get a newer Charger. I'm just gonna get a newer Charger.
I just got my M last year, and I was already talking to my girl. I was like, I low key regret not getting the V8. Because I didn't get the V8 saying like, you know what, gas and I already be on the gas all the time anyway. So I'm like, I have the M37. For those of you that don't know, the Q70 is essentially the M37 or M56 with the Q50 front end. That's like, it's literally the same car. As a matter of fact, you could swap out the headlights, the hood, the front fenders, and the taillights in the trunk, and your car will be a Q70, right? And nobody would be able to tell. So
best car.
So what I'm gonna do is hold on to the M for 5-6 years, finish paying it off, obviously. Maybe spend a year or two. Shit, nigga. You gotta remember that shit got a 370Z engine. It's a 370Z motor, so like, and it's premium only, so there's that. But I said if I'm gonna be spending crazy money on gas anyway, so I never cared about whether a car is new or not. I just want it to be reliable, and I want it to be what I like. So my car is 10 years old. I wanted an M37, and I wanted an all-wheel drive, and I wanted the S package, so that's what I got. Okay. The next car is definitely going to be a Q70 5.6 with the sport package all-wheel drive, so which is like the top of the top of the top of them. And in the used car market right now, they're like 20, depending on the year, $20,000 to $30,000, give or take. So yeah, that's gonna probably be my next car, but we're talking about like 6-7 years from now. But I really want that car. My girl, like I'm really like one of those men that's like, my woman has the nice newer car, whatever the hell. I'm okay with having the shit bucket, but it's a shit bucket in relative terms. It's really not, but it is the older car. It is the so.
Yeah, but I mean, but your car extends because you're gonna take care of it, of course.
Yeah, exactly.
That's my thing, because I'm gonna get, because I'm dead ass eyeing a Scat Pack. It's either this, not a Scat Pack wide body, but I do want a Scat Pack. It's the road and track Scat Pack. It's gonna be a Scat Pack, and I want it in all black, either red or all black. One or the other.
Mm.
Either red or all black. It's one or
I'm
the
telling
other.
you, there's something about look at me colors,
Yeah.
yellows, blues,
Nah, I don't know yellow.
highlighter greens, right?
Nah.
Like there's something
all
about
black.
yeah,
All black for me. All black for
because
me.
the Z
All
is
black,
red,
all red.
right?
Huh?
So and the Z gets mad attention. So
Yeah.
yeah,
You're right.
I'm telling you.
Florida.
Right. And look, everybody's like, God damn, Z, you went to the call out, you know.
I didn't mean to derail. I didn't mean to derail.
Well,
I just
no, that's
I
good.
can't
And
basically I
no
can't
shit.
have a
not
conversation with y'all
gonna
like
let
that. I
me be
got
a
a
black man and let me
2020
drive my
alternate.
Charger. Leave me alone.
But actually, I got a
Like I
question for
said,
y'all, man.
leave me alone. Sound like woman.
Leave me
Leave me
alone.
leave me
Leave me
alone.
alone. That's
Hey,
right.
you saw what Passport OG said. Passport OG, you can make a whole stream about that with that title.
Yep.
And Passport OG says, "You gonna let me be a black man?" That's hilarious, bro. I'm still in that shit. That shit's funny as
Yeah.
fuck.
You gonna let me be a
By
black
the
man?
way, that fits perfectly with Jason Black's stream when it was last night or the night before
Yeah,
with
I
the
was listening
Passport
last
Bros.
night.
That shit, yeah, that you gonna let me be a black
You
man?
gonna let me
That
be a
shit,
black
yeah,
man?
that nigga, that's a title. That's a title right there. That's a title for
Exactly.
yeah. That's
I'm sticking
essentially
to
what
it.
they're trying to keep us from doing is
Yeah.
being black men.
Nah, you gonna get the fuck out of my way and let me be a black man. I
Yeah.
ain't gonna do that.
And like I said to FD Signifier, I am not, and this is the way they want to frame it, or I would argue, this is the way the society currently is attempting to get black men to think that you are both a failed black woman and a failed white man simultaneously,
Oh yeah, the marriage.
right?
Yeah, the marriage numbers say differently, but okay.
Right. So you're a failed white man. If you're an accomplished black man, the problem is you're not a white man. And if you are a black man who is struggling, the problem is that you are not then saying, you know what, I failed at this man thing, so let me try to imitate black women.
You mean a married? You
I
mean
don't.
a married white man who's still subbing to OnlyFans? Is that what you
Uh
mean? One
oh.
of those men? One of
I,
those?
I saw
One
those
of those
stats. I
guys?
saw it. I saw it. I saw
One of
it.
those guys? All this talk
Exactly.
about marriage and y'all subbing to OnlyFans?
Right. But let's let Better Hugh go and then AB. What's going on,
I don't
AB?
like
And
how.
then Dre. Hmm.
I'll simply say this:
Hmm.
if love of her is white, I'm cool with being wrong.
Right.
But
I'm fine with
like
that too.
I've been seeing this graphene, these
Hmm.
graphene coatings, man. Like, have any of y'all put any of them on your cars?
Say it again?
What?
Graphene.
No.
Nah.
Y'all ain't messed with it
No.
yet? Okay.
Nope. But meh, no, not yet, not yet. But that look, as a matter of fact, right now it's fucking raining in South Florida. But of course it is. This is why T tops are. By the way, for anyone that has a T top car, this look the T tops on the Z occasionally leak. Thank God my shit don't leak all the time. Um, but I do have a trunk leak, and I know where it's coming. I think I know where it's coming from. It's coming from around the tail lights. So the struggles of owning a classic
You gonna
car.
let me be a black man?
Um,
I said what I said. You gonna let me be a black man?
Look, you can have your crash a lot, or not even Sir Mix a lot, not even rap a lot. It's crash a lot as Chargers and Challengers. Y'all can
I
have
don't care.
y'all
Yep. And I'm
Paul
gonna
Magnet
take my
ass
charger to the
Chargers and
airport.
Challengers.
And I'm gonna take my charger to the airport, and I'm gonna exercise this passport. Now you gonna let me
Right.
do that? I don't care.
Then he
I
gonna
don't
bring her
care.
back.
You gonna let me be
Hey,
a black man? I don't care.
oh man, hey, ain't nothing funnier than the white. It's because it's usually the white guys when they have some busty ass woman. They have the camera pointed to the seats, and they have some
Yeah.
busty ass woman in the passenger seat, and then they gas the car just so you can see the
Yes,
fucking
just so you can see.
shit
She's sitting there
jiggling.
mad as hell. She's sitting there mad as hell.
Oh, and giggling. She either mad as hell or she's giggling, and then the chest is doing what it's doing, and it's low key soft core corn, and
Pretty much. No, nah. That's what I get from all this shit. Like, you know what? Fuck all y'all. Y'all gonna let me be a black man? I don't care.
he said,
I don't care. At this
He
point,
said,
it's
I want my
whatever.
Chargers and Challengers. I want my blunts. I want my Hennessy. I want
I
all
want
the
my
negative
damn.
stereotypes. Really, but you know what? What makes those things negative stereotypes?
Black people
No,
like them.
that's only the society.
Thank you. Exactly.
The
Thank you.
society deemed it as negative.
Exactly.
But meanwhile, you see now they have no problem legalizing weed though.
Exactly. That's exactly why I asked. Exactly what Better You said because black men like them. Exactly what Lion said
Yeah.
because society said so. Exactly. Bro, I do not buy into. So this is the part where I definitely agree with leftists on. But who said? Right? Like this is the thing. Like, but why are these negative labels? Right? because we participate in it. That's why. Because we like it. Because there are plenty of quote unquote respectable black men that on the weekends they just want to chill and drink. They drink and watch football and smoke a blunt. That's not my style, but I don't have a problem with it because. But why?
Yeah,
But
I
why
mean, I
not?
don't see a problem. He's not hurting anybody.
Thank you.
I would do the same, but I'm not doing that. I'm
Okay.
going to go to the gym and then I'm going to go to the gun range. Excuse me.
I just want to let you know you had me triggered with that respectable word. I was about to say any nigga who got a tape line that look like a 3-year-old drew that shit. He can't say shit to me.
What about us Ball brothers? What about us? Okay.
Oh, hey, Bald is cool.
With no hair on, bro. I don't.
Hey, you said if you walking around here like Don Lemon used to be walking around here at CNN, we can't say nothing. You can't say nothing. You can't talk.
No.
Yeah, but
You're not of the culture, bro.
But I didn't mean to steer the conversation. But
No. You good. You already know I'm always for the car talk. By the way, what Lion won't tell y'all also is that the JDM car market, Japanese cars, are kicking everybody ass right now.
Shut up.
Exotics, muscle cars, everybody getting a foot put in their ass, mainly by GTRs.
We still gonna compete. Hyundai, bring it on. Bring it on, Hyundai. Bring it.
Hey, low key, Hyundai is out here sniping everybody.
Yeah.
Hyundai is a problem right now. Yeah, low key between Hyundai, Kia, because it's all one company under Hyundai. Hyundai, Kia, and Genesis. Shit.
But in all fairness,
yeah,
I will trade up for a Skyline. I'll do it.
Oh yeah, come on, bro. Like that don't count. Everybody would just about right. So that I agree with you, but on that one, I definitely agree with you on that one.
For a Skyline, I will.
Is that? But and you know why Hyundai's kicking ass right now? Because they're poaching everybody's people.
Yeah,
they got the designers and the engineers out of Germany, out of BMW and Audi. They're poaching car designers. They're poaching engineers from America and Germany. So all of your top brass at GM, at Ford, at BMW, Audi, you better watch out because Hyundai gonna offer them one of those. Shit, 000 checks, and they go.
Yeah. And keeping their prices low,
bruh. Kia and Hyundai ain't no joke right now. Them niggas are poaching. If you got talent and it works for you, you better make sure you paying them because Hyundai gonna give them one of those offers they can't refuse.
That Kia Stinger, I can't see myself in it, but it is a nice car though.
I like them shits.
I
like them shits.
Depending on the color too. Like I saw one in mid gray, one in black. I was like, no, you a nice looking car.
Yeah, no, the Kia Stinger is a problem.
Nice.
They didn't sell that much because I think there's still a stigma with Kia. Yeah. But them shits are a problem. And if you think that's something,
they had a recall. They had a recall problem. That's why they got.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. But
they had a recall not too long ago. But this Stinger's been doing well though.
And the EVs too. By the way, Kia and Hyundai are killing the EV game because their fast EVs make 600 horsepower.
I was making fun of somebody.
600 horsepower.
I was having a back and forth with somebody because he's a Ford guy. And he was making fun of the new Dodge, like the concept, the new EV of the Dodge. I was like, I know you ain't talking with your. I was like, with your Mustang EV looking like a T-Rex.
You mean the first of all the Mustang, the Mach E EV Mustang truck is all of a minivan looking. No, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, the Mustang EV truck, it's I ain't gonna defecate on it all the way. It's alright. It's alright. What's going on? Okay, so let's let AB go, and then I think Better You was trying to finish up, and then we'll have you, Thanos. Go ahead.
What's going on, Z?
What's going on, AB?
I'm usually not this vulgar, but I'm gonna say how I say it. Man, fuck what these bitches think a black man is because if y'all see that video with the that dude that was fresh and they was trying to tell him, you ain't fresh, bro, take your L.
No, I didn't see that. Send it to me. Email.
If I find out, I'll send it to you, but these efforts think you being a skinny jeans is fresh now, so fuck these bitches.
First of all, the skinny jean window is as a former skinny jean wearer, that window's pretty much closed. Now it's really straight leg, and niggas ain't really rocking like slim fit jeans like that anymore. It still happened, but it's not. Yeah, it's not what it used to be. We not doing the extra baggy like we like 90s and early 2000s, and we ain't doing the super slim like the early 2000s to just about 4-ish years ago, 3-ish years ago. That's donezo. So, yeah, no.
Yeah, we letting our knees breathe these years.
You're right.
Well,
we ain't super sagging, and we let our knees breathe. Hysterical.
Well, I go mini baggy just so motherfuckers know I got good posture. A lot of people don't realize posture is very important. They're 6'5". I go to the liquor store. There's 6'5" brolic niggas. They be like, "Oh, excuse me, sir. I move out the way," because I be like, "Yeah, let me get my vodka and go."
Right.
This is not a convenience store. This is the liquor store. I got to get going.
Oh,
yeah, pretty much.
I don't know how it is in Florida, Z, but I'm in Houston. It's different around here. So,
man, look, in Florida. So it depends on where you are in Florida, right? Where you are, and even in the county where you are in the county, and then even in the city where you are in the city, right? So we have everything from Kodak. Okay, I'll give you 2 Haitian Americans in that's from South Florida. You have Jason Derulo type Haitians, and you have Kodak type Haitians.
So
right,
Wick Americans and R&B Americans,
right? So you pretty much like that's how South Florida is. You have Trick Daddy and Rick Ross and Gunplay, and then you have who else could I tell y'all? Like, oh, y'all don't know about the Meeks because they're more of a local name. You definitely have the Andrew Gillum Floridians, but Andrew Gillum is from Tallahassee and whatnot. So you have that type of. So it depends where you are in Florida. It depends on you have XXXTentacion type of gothic hip hop ish. Rest in peace, XX. But you XXX. But you have that. It depends on what type of black and where they are, and then what their influences were. Florida is just different because.
So one really quick. One interesting thing in Houston is that I live on the west side around like I don't know if you guys been to Houston, but if you go on the west side outside of the loop, like if you go south side, a lot of niggas over there, Acres Homes. You go northern, but once you're on the west side, the problem that you encounter is you get all the Muslim imam types, and then you get all the Dominicans. Like I know black, and then you get him niggas. And I always think of you because I'm like, damn, you got to face them niggas too. You get all you get every demographic nigga, and they pretend they don't see that color.
Low key, the most racist people in Florida. Low key, it's a fight between your redneck Floridians that you can't tell the difference between them and somebody from Bama, right, from Alabama, or your racist white Cubans. Your racist white Cubans, they're so anti-black that you'll be like, wait a minute, bitch, are you a white redneck from like buttfuck nowhere somewhere in Florida that we don't know, right? Like,
actually, no, you're right. No, it's so bad that actually the white Cubans are so racist. They don't because they don't understand the history of black people in general. It's so bad that like white Colombians, like when I go to the chicken shop, they're like, "Oh, what's up, Thomas? You showed up." And then like the white Cubans, they're on some like, you can't get that torta cubano. No sandwich for you. And it's like, damn, like I got my.
But here's the thing: you have to understand, like the white racist Cubans. The reason why they're this way is because that's what they came from Cuba with. That's not something they learned here. They were on that over there.
Castro,
like no, not even post Castro, pre Castro under Batista. Right, so like, yes, you gotta remember, like, mainly the first wave of Cubans that really came into the U.S. like that around the 1950s, pretty much right before Castro took power or as Castro was taking power. Those were really the money Cubans. Those were the Cubans that were in the government. They were
they're like Cubans. That's when all the white guys were there.
Exactly.
That's a good point.
Exactly. Those were the Cubans that were benefiting from the American empire and their relationship to Batista back in the 40s and in the early 50s, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh, you know what? They're like the Ayn Rand Cubans. Like,
yes.
They have that mentality of like capitalism post World War II.
Yes.
Yeah.
And exactly, and Willie R says they understand white Cubans are jerks in Cuba. From what I heard, they are descendants of slave owner Cubans. Exactly, and that's what Indigo says. And that, yes, to what both of them say. Let me read this real quick. And Salty Ball says, "Ain't no reach back. They can have her." And that's going back to Candace Owens and her ilk of black women who be over there doing whatever with the white dudes, and the white dudes use them up and then try to send them back. Ain't no reach back, man. like so, somebody from Florida would say, "Ain't no reach back, man." Like, and when we say "bit," we mean like literally BIH. Really, that's really how you pronounce it. Go ahead. Go.
Well, no, I know you said another guy was going to speak. I can't see the panel right now. I don't want to do the feedback with the YouTube. I know there's a couple of the guys that are going to speak, but I had you guys were talking about black women because I went to the Meet Your Mart to get my meat and stuff. But I wanted to talk about a thing with
somewhere is Cam and Mace laughing. Go ahead.
Can I go?
Say what you said again. I gotta put my 12-year-old joke in. Go ahead.
Okay. So the one thing I was going to speak about earlier when you were talking about black women and the idea how they want to be like white suburban women, I think the problem is that black women fail to use the logic and reason of white women and compromise. There's a lot of white suburban women that I've met over the past decade. I'm talking about, it doesn't matter where you're, I mean, I live in Houston now, but 12 years ago I was in Denver, and meeting all kinds of women, and even the women that I wanted, like right now I'm with a Creole white girl, but I wanted to date the dark skinned black woman. They used to the colorism thing is, to me, to my own personal experience, it has been a myth. There's a lot of black women that they don't want to do it. They don't want to compromise. And I met a lot of white women that say, like, if you do this, if you do that, I'm gonna get on my knees, I'm gonna do the deed. Like, they don't even like think about it, right? And the problem is that the black women who want to do Pilates, they want to do this, they want to do that, they don't, they all fall into line until the compromise. And I honestly think the problem is like, not only is it like the DEI, the equity, all that stuff, all the money stuff, I think a lot of it comes down to, if they do the compromise, that means, like you said before, the black man is in the leadership role. And the irony is white women will fall in line to the black man leadership role. Now, when I say white women, I don't mean all, obviously, but I mean, like, I don't know if y'all noticed it. Other women of other races, they're like, well, okay, you got the badge, you have the title, so I'll fall in line. And it sucks because it's like, God damn, it's one thing that the black woman has to do, just one line.
But what is that one thing when she thinks that you are in these people's minds, because you're not a white man, you're not deserving of that? Why can't you just believe in this quote unquote egality? And I'm gonna come to you right after this, AB. Why can't you just believe in this quote unquote egalitarianism where you fund it and she runs it? You're not a white man. Stop looking for patriarchy.
Right. My question to that, my answer to that, because you don't believe in it either.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, but let me get it for a minute.
Go ahead.
There's this video that these heifers are responding to on TikTok, and it's this black people pretty much saying, "Oh, y'all gonna have to settle." And
you said a black man or a black woman saying that?
A black man saying that. So,
AB, I need you to send me that. Email that to me. If you can find it, email it to me, please. Go ahead.
I'll find the original video, but I've seen at least 20 or 50 responses to it.
Okay.
TikTok. Oh, we don't need to settle. Y'all need to settle. I was like, really?
Listen, that settlement shit. Honestly, I'm done with the whole settling talk.
Yawn.
You're not settling. You get what you qualify for. The settling,
if even.
That's right.
Like the settling is nothing but ego and entitlement. That's all.
That's all it is.
That's speaking from ego and entitlement. It's not my fault you don't qualify for Michael B. Jordan.
Let's go into this, and then Thanos, you go after me, and then better you, I think we haven't heard anything from Dre. When you ready, let me know. But okay, the settling thing, I agree with Lion. That's what it is. And you see this. That's why I keep on referencing this in the interview or the conversation that Kevin had with the heavyset sister with the chest tattoo. That is the attitude towards life and men and black men. So when you tell them, and like what Tone Talks tried to do to the heavyset sister that used to work with Zoe Williams. I forgot her name. When he was pretty much trying to say like, no, actually, you're getting your marketplace value, and the attitude from black women, and this is going to what you were saying earlier, Thanos, which is, I'm deserving of more than this.
No,
But
you're
are
not.
you when you continue to run into this? So what they're telling themselves, lying to themselves, and what they're telling other black women is, it's not my weight, it's not my attitude, it's not my demeanor, it's not my finances, it's not my debt, it's not my hygiene, it's not any of that. It's my skin color.
Yeah, but also to speak to it, it's also like as far as dating is concerned, like it's not. I think men would all be fine if we were actually competing with other men when it comes to women. But you're not just competing with other men; you're also competing with women's warped sense of reality.
That
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 like there's this other multiverse that they just think that everything is fine and they got everything they want and everything's perfect. And
Mhm.
Oh,
that's really what you're really competing with along with
oh,
other
yeah,
men.
and don't forget you also are competing with the confused black lesbians. Who should I say that out loud?
Oh
No,
yeah, that too.
well,
Yeah,
that part.
you're competing with women who want to play both sides,
Yes,
even though they fight other women more than they fight the men.
that's a fact.
Like this,
That's a
that's what
fact.
you're really. That's I think it's really this this crazy ass psychosis that a lot of women are under. I mean, it's not just black women at this point. I mean, it's just women as a whole, and that's pretty much the problem. And the crazy part is when we start pressing them and asking questions, that's when like all the cars fall apart. Like shout out to like Jason Black when he was doing that
Hmm.
video about paying 100%. Who told
Yes.
you women y'all were worth paying 100% for?
Mhm. Well, I think the best thing that he says to that is, if you want everything, line, what does it
It's gonna
cost you?
cost you everything.
Everything.
It's gonna cost you.
If you want everything, it's going to cost you everything. And women do not know, women in general in the
Don't like
West,
that.
particularly black women, they don't know what the hell to do with that.
Nope.
Oh, ain't nothing work. But and here's the thing. What did you Lion, what do you speak about all the time? Going to the goddamn gym.
Yep. Take your ass to the gym. You know how you
And
beat colorism? The squat rack.
right.
That's how you beat colorism. Go to the squat rack.
Hey, ain't
Don't matter what skin
nothing.
tone. Don't matter what skin tone you are when
Look,
you
man.
got that thick weapon in them yoga pants. Skin color don't
Look,
matter, baby.
I
So,
give you
so,
a
so
prime
real quick.
example.
Oh.
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
So I was gonna say,
Mhm.
and Z, I know you listen to Edward Anderson.
Yes,
You know when he always talks about how the white man don't have to have game,
yes.
and that's a
True.
prime example of really what we're dealing with here.
Mhm.
It is almost a man-tan manifestation of like Jim Crow era cartoonish things that black
Yes.
women want us to uphold, but at the same time, the very white men they say they want. They expect him to not have that. He can have Birkenstocks. He can eat kale all day. He don't have to have any of those.
Somebody's background. I need somebody to mute their background. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, finish thing.
But my whole thing is like it just seems to be a mechanism of we have to fight 5 times as hard. Like okay, I'll give you a quick story. I'll sum it up in a minute.
Thanos, before you finish that story real quick, are you saying black women's anti-blackness?
I would agree. Yes, it is
Thank you.
anti-black.
Go.
It's true.
And are
It's from us. Their
exactly.
anti-blackness is based on us.
Yes, and going to what Lion was saying earlier when we were speaking about what's her name, AD from Love Is Blind.
Yeah.
Now her face is whatever, right?
Yeah.
Hairline a little pushback because she's been, that too much braids and ponytails. I could tell because I grew up with black women. But her body though,
Yeah.
and her body alone could get her wife. Now she ain't end up getting married to Buddy Rowe, but her body alone, and that she's not an a-hole,
right,
could get her wife.
Right.
Like Lion said, gym membership, ladies. Gym membership.
That's
what I'm just saying.
You want to be colorism? You beat it with the squat rack.
And why did I bring up AD? Because she's a dark-skinned black woman. Go ahead, Thanos. Go ahead.
Let me tell you how messed up it really is. There was I live in Houston. This black woman, her name is Candace. she was. I'm about 5'10", 5'11". She was like Amazon goddess. I met her at an after party at Houston years ago. She's about 6'2", long legs, just beautiful, dark. I mean, blacker than black, right? I'm dating her. We're hooking up. I want to be serious with her, but who is her roommate? The Nigerian astrology jewelry selling girl who loves the crusty white boy.
Oh boy!
And after 6 months of dating, oh my God, that's correct. I call her one day after months of dating, and what does she say? I can't talk to you anymore. And I was like, what do you mean? We've been talking to each other. I've been going out, taking her to restaurants, going on dates, having fun,
rearranging her spine. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. No. Well, and the worst part about it was that she didn't know about. Like, I tried to explain to her. Like, I literally gave her like a red. I was trying to like light, and I was red pilling her outside of before I knew about the red pill. I was telling her, like, you don't understand me because I'm a well-spoken, proper black man. I'm into shit like golf and soccer and car stuff that's like mechanical. And all of a sudden, one day, when she said I can't talk to you anymore, I knew what it was, because months later, she had a baby by a white man. I knew it. Yeah. It was her.
Wait. I want to be very clear what you didn't say. You didn't say married to. You didn't say in a relationship with. Nope. You said she had a baby by a white man. Yeah. Where is she right now with said white man?
And he didn't say years.
No. Wait. Let him land with that.
He passed away. He had an accident and he died. And now she's a single mother. And now
she's a single mother of a mixed kid. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, she likes all my posts. I don't even post on Facebook, and she just likes anything I do. And I'm with a white woman now.
You know what to do with that? You know what to do with that? Send her a single mom song.
I want y'all to notice. I want y'all to notice that
what's going on, Meech?
What's going on? I want y'all to notice he didn't say years later. He said months later. She had the baby.
She was already talking to that dude.
She was already fucking that dude, right?
And he was on some like crusty punk, like bad cut coat type of white boy.
Because they don't have to have game.
Remember I said they don't have to have game. Ed is right.
Never mind game. They don't even have to be clean. They don't even have to.
When it comes to white dudes, why I don't feel bad for them when they talk about their wedding. They're dating.
Look, they don't even have to be.
Okay.
They don't.
Let Meech go real quick, and then I gotta say something afterward. Go ahead, Meech.
They don't even have to be clean cut. They don't have to be orderly. They, in general, don't have to do a quarter of what we have to do. That's where the moving the goalposts come into play. Yeah. First is, okay, well, black men aren't educated enough. Okay, well, black men start going to school, start getting degrees. Well, black men don't make enough money. Black men start getting higher jobs and start opening up their own businesses, having gigs on the side so that they can have the money. And then when you do that, well, they can't say anything about our bodies because generally speaking, we are the most athletic, the most well-built on the planet, right? Yeah. Then after that, oh, well, y'all don't have enough swagger. Well, hold on. Let me see if I look at this straight.
We are the face of swag, but go ahead.
Thank you. On the planet.
We the word.
On the planet, who is generally seen as having more swagger than an ADOS man?
Meech, let me make it worse. Have any of y'all seen the clip where they interviewed a bunch of Indians? Literally Indians, women and men, and the women say they were like, who has the best dress code or wardrobe or something like that, and one Indian young lady says black men, and then they all say black men. All the girls say black men, and then some of them even start sounding anti-Indian, and then like, no, Indian men are ugly, but the first Indian chick said black men, and then they all were like, oh yeah, you're right, black men.
Put it to you like this: there's on my feed, because I'm a Michael Jackson fan. So you start seeing feed overseas. These dudes love, like overseas, like India and countries like that. Yep. They love Michael Jackson.
Facts.
Put aside the vitiligo. At the end of the day, he's black.
Yes.
Who do they imitate? Michael Jackson. I don't see nobody imitating Elvis.
No, not even just Michael Jackson. We're talking about Michael Jackson. We're talking about Prince. We're talking about we're talking about
all the Michaels,
all the hip hop,
all the Michaels, Jordan, Jackson,
Tyson. Look,
Tyson,
all the hip hop, all the
Asian
break
community,
dancers and
love
all
hip
of
hop.
all of the break dancing in that era,
Oh,
all
Well, I
of
mean,
it.
we love
See,
their
here's the
cars. They
thing.
love our music.
real quick,
Here's the
y'all.
thing is that you can't tell.
Man.
Let me say this and I'll finish up.
Real quick, let Meech go. Go ahead, Meech.
You can't tell them, you can't talk to them about what they qualify for, because at the end of the day, as far as they're concerned, they're qualified for everything. It's not about, they're not going to bend themselves around the rules of the whole. They're going to try to bend the whole around the rules of themselves. But what's so goofy about that is it's never worked and it's never going to work. It didn't even work for white people. White people came in and took the shit by force. That's how they bent it. They don't do anything by force except complaining.
Yeah, I want to speak to what you said about white dudes about like their lack of stuff. There's this forum that I follow for shits and giggles of these women talking about their relationships and some of these dudes don't want to marry them and the issues that they have. I'm reading it, but I can tell a lot of these women are talking about white dudes.
Yes.
I can tell. I can tell in the language and in reading what they're saying. I'm like, they're talking about white dudes. And they will and dude, they are spilling out here with these white dudes. So that's why I don't feel bad when it comes to their dating woes, because I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're white.
And here's the thing. So black women and their anti-blackness are essentially charging black men with making up for not being white men by having swag, by having good sex, by being charismatic. So black women said, we are going to pretty much, if we can't be upper middle class white women, we'll act like them and we'll charge you with coming to the table with all of these things to make up for not being white men. White men don't have to have swag because white skin is associated with some type of status, some type of influence, some type of money and power. That's just the skin alone, let alone if he actually has it. Go ahead, say that again.
It's another tax.
Even though the
It's
overwhelming
tax.
majority don't have it. Like hence the article. Hence the article that Jason Black was referencing last night. Michael B. Jordan, former sexiest man alive, one of the most eligible backers, no kid, clean cut,
I saw that.
2-parent household, rich as fuck, and all you got for him is a line of baby mothers.
Yes.
Why isn't Zac Efron getting this? Why isn't Tom Holland
Real
getting this
quick,
offer? Why wasn't Leo getting this offer when he was coming?
Wait, hold on.
Better question.
Let me go on.
Why aren't older white men even getting that? You're not even getting 40-year-old childless white men getting those offers.
Let me go off.
Y'all not coming to Hugh Jackman with that.
Finish up Lion, and then we're gonna get Thanos and then Meech. Go ahead.
I was gonna say y'all not coming to Hugh Jackman with that.
No.
Nope.
Wait, is Zendaya and Tom Holland broken up?
I don't know if they're still dating. They real low.
Because like the way I hear people, it's not just y'all. I've heard multiple times. I've heard them. I'm hearing them. People speak like they're not together anymore. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Let me go off real quick.
Yeah.
Here is our dilemma. What the homeboy here, what he just said, all correct, all true. Now here is the dilemma. The dilemma, it isn't really necessarily that the white man doesn't have to have game. It is more a precipice and a tax upon the black man. But also the main issue is that we talk about the sex, our gratuitous nature, and when you meet educated black men like ourselves, we have impulse control. The problem that the black woman really has is it is the colorism myth. It is the lie of their skin tone. They cannot get over the fact that once you go into nature, it's the nature of the man and woman. Once we go into the black woman saying, "Well, they don't like us for this," and then we say, "Well, we like y'all for that," and then they try to defy it. But the extra step in a capitalist system in the United States of America since post and Jim Crow slavery, we all know about it. We're all smart. We know the deal. Now, what happens is, and I go back to the compromise. What you have is a bunch of black women. They can't decide. Do they want Future or Russell? And the problem is they don't choose Russell first. They choose Future first. But if they choose Future,
they want Russell. Go ahead.
Thank you.
But and if I fast forward to like my denouement, my point is it really is about if I'm sitting here with my white girlfriend who's sitting on the couch, seeing us talking, she's going to go to school, she's going to get a degree. I'm patient. I have my salary. I'm doing my thing. Once she gets her thing together, she gets her degree, we're going to build together. And it goes back to that old school SWP long speech where he says, if you build it, they will run.
Yeah.
Right.
But to that question, what you saying? While they're sitting there deciding, you know what? You sit your ass there and decide. I'm going to Columbia.
Right.
Hey,
Right. But there is a genetic code there. There's now, for example, I listen to the white supremacist spaces. I see what they say, right? A lot of the high IQ white guys, they're actually, they regret slavery. They regret colonialism. They regret imperialism. So if they regret that, and if they regret that and they want the new breed of white kids to regret that shit, that means that we can have our own space as black people. But the problem is the black woman, they don't want to curtail to the black male leadership because they know we can lead good. They know.
Here's the issue that black women have. Let me, because I already have an answer for that. The problem that black women have is that they never got to be upper middle class white women. I keep on coming back to this. So whatever the new world is, their issue with it is, wait a minute. And this is, if you listen to enough black women speak, somebody's background. If you listen to enough black women speak, their issue is that they never, in mass, they never got to be upper middle class white women. And so they're like, wait a minute, y'all are pushing us to egalitarianism, and I never got to be the spoiled brat? Oh, hell no. So they're trying to remix egalitarianism into you still being paymaster. She just there to practice negative liberty under your dime, right?
But listen,
go ahead.
Let me go intrinsically. For example, my boss, I work for the white man, the evil white, right? And he has the Audi. He's applied for my bonuses. I get a good check. I get a good tax break. And the problem that you have is when you do what you just said, the black woman wants to be the white suburban white woman. The problem is the white woman I'm dating now, she doesn't even think about the black woman. The problem is like my girlfriend is already on par for my program. So if she's on par with my program, the black woman that I would date in an alternate reality, she doesn't even want to curtail to the program that the white girl loves for me. It goes back. Remember that old school song? She loves me for me.
Here's the problem. And by the way, what I'm about to say, understand it facetiously. The problem that these black women would have with you is that there shouldn't even be a patriarchal order that your white girlfriend plugs into. You should actually be the one that's socialized to adopt quote unquote egalitarianism the way the black woman, whichever black woman you would be with, sees it. Right? So that's number one. Number two, what black women would levy is that the majority of black men cannot plug in to their part of the patriarchal order the way white men, which once again we have established the majority of white men can't even play that game, the way white men plug into it. That's number two. Number three, then because you can't be the white man, then you better pay fealty to black women and this quote unquote egalitarianism, which is really just patriarchy by feminist specifications. You pay, she runs it. Train tracks. That black women are speaking on. So I understand where you're coming from. By the way, I agree. But for black women, it's there shouldn't even be a patriarchy for your white girlfriend to plug into. And number one, number two, the majority of black men can't even play that game. So you're sitting them down a fool's errand. So they might as well get down. It's not black women get down with the black man's program, even if he can't be a hyper provider. It's black men get down with the black women's program. Excuse me. I wanted to say white women because that's what they want. Excuse me. That's what they want to be. But black men get down with the white. See, I almost did it again. Yeah. This is not even a Freudian slip. That's because it really is what it is. Black men get down with the black women's program because black women are morally superior to you because of standpoint theory and because of intersectionality. And you need to get down with their program. Go ahead. And I gotta read there. As a matter of fact, pause right there.
Tupac in the suit? Is it just Tupac in the fucking suit, dude?
I mean,
pretty much.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
look
Yeah.
at this. So
Go
so
ahead.
first off, this
Mhm.
first off, 90% of white women don't live this Miss Ann life that black women have this
Exactly.
shit
Yep.
No, they don't.
are completely misinformed of, right?
I
They
agree.
Yes.
they don't live that life.
They
The
don't.
majority of white women have jobs.
Yes.
Let's be
Yep.
honest. The
Yes.
majority of
The
married
vast
white women,
majority. Yes.
the majority of white women, I mean married white women
27%.
have jobs.
27 of
Mm-hmm.
whites.
Okay.
27% of wives are stay-at-home wives.
27%. Okay,
That's
now
not a
here's
high
the thing on top of that too. Let's go back to what Mr. Z just said.
Mm-hmm.
Without patriarchy, there wouldn't even be a concept of egalitarianism that they're looking at.
Yes.
And here's the thing too. All they know, they want, women generally just want what they see other women have. They don't even know if the woman that has that shit even truly wants it. They don't even know that. She might be driving to the store in a G-Wagon. They didn't even bother to ask her, hey, how do you like that car? And she might be looking at that. She might prefer the damn SUV that they're driving.
I've had
And they don't know. So
Yeah.
it's a thing. But I want to go to this too, because y'all were talking earlier about what you qualify for, right?
Yeah.
They will sit up here at 5'6" and then expect that they should be able to go to the NBA and be a center. And when you tell them no, you're not qualified to be a center at 5'6". Let's push aside the fact that you're a female right now, which also disqualifies you. But let's just push that aside. You're 5'6". You're 5'6", you're 115 pounds. You can't post up Shaquille O'Neal. Well, you're only saying that because I'm a woman, and because I'm a black woman, and because I'm a dark-skinned black woman. That's only really saying that. So it's racism, and it's colorism, and it's featureism because my nose is bell pepper, and it's not narrow and sharp and long
I
and all
told you
that
my
shit.
response to that colorism. You want to be colorism? Go to the squat rack.
But
Let
see,
me
let me say this last thing,
Go ahead.
Z, because I want to respond to what he just said. I heard what you said there earlier, bro. Here's the problem. Going to the squat rack requires dedication and hard work. And they don't
discipline.
want that. Put the
Since you
weave
don't want to
in.
do it,
Yeah.
don't complain. You
Yeah.
get
And
what you get.
here's something to think about. Any of us know the song "Luxury Tax," right? It was on one of Ross's albums. And Lil Wayne comes in, and I'm gonna paraphrase because I'm not a rapper, and he says, "I couldn't play basketball, I couldn't play football, I couldn't play basketball, but every day I bowl." He made up for it.
There you go.
Going to what Lion is saying, there is a way to make if colorism is real, if we grant you that, fine. If texturism and featureism is real, fine. There are ways to make up for that. What black women are saying is the quote unquote love me how I am.
No.
And it's not really love me, it's provide for me.
Accept me how I am.
Level that I am, not commiserate to the level that I look like. They don't want that because that weight. Go ahead.
Is there such thing as heightism amongst women when it comes to men?
Nope.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't use the term. We don't use the term, but it is a thing. The taller you are, the more of a chance you have with women. Hey, check this out though. Dude, generally speaking, hold on a second.
Let me plan and then you line.
Generally speaking, men accepted that and was like, okay, he got it. I ain't got that. I got to figure something else out. Right. And the ones who are not willing to figure something else out, even men said, hey, if you're not willing to figure something else out, then you on your own. Instead, you got these women out here complaining. And even the ones who don't have that problem, circling their wagons around the ones who do complain, instead of being the first ones and the primary ones to chastise them.
Well, here's the thing. To speak to what you were saying about, because on behalf of tall guys, because I know I'm in rare company. I'm 6'3". I'm not above the bullshit. Here's the thing, but I would never say I'm above the bullshit either, because I can tell you stories about women still on that. Like I was literally having a conversation with a woman last night, and we were having the femininity and the masculinity talk, and she was going off about the whole
somebody's background. I need y'all to mute.
I'll just be, and I was like, So let me get this right. You don't think it's incumbent upon you to possess any qualities before you get here?
Lion, give me a second. Give me a second. Somebody's background. I need y'all to mute because you're like, yeah. Somebody, yeah. Go ahead, Lion.
Yeah, I was asking. I was like, let me get this right. So while I can accept the responsibility of burden of performance as masculinity, what you're telling me is you don't think there is a list of qualities that you need to possess
It's Thomas
as a woman
Z
before you come here. Like, how are you gonna know? Like, how are you gonna know that you're even fit to even be a wife if you don't even show up possessing the qualities? Like, you're not. It's not an on and off switch when it comes to that.
But that's the problem, is that she has the qualities. The problem is that you got to open up your eyes and see that she has the qualities. Don't you get it? It's never their fault.
Yeah, that's what
it's our problem.
Let me read this real quick. Let me read this real quick because it's been up for a minute. Let me read this. And Bruce on Wayne kills me. He says, "What about Toyota? I'm Haitian though. Look, that is what we do. Look." Haitians in the Tet Bef, we call it the Tet Bef because which means like cow head or bull head, and we call it that because to our eye, the Toyota sign doesn't look like an eye, it looks like a cow head with the bull horns, right? It looks like a bull head, right? So we call it Tet Bef. So the Tet, and we don't assign it to the cars, so it's not the Corollas and the Camrys. We call it Tet Bef for the 4Runners and the Land Cruisers. Definitely the Land Cruisers, which is like that's Haiti's like. We value Range Rovers, absolutely. The G-Wagons, absolutely. But we damn near Arab with this. Our idea of what a G-Wagon is really a goddamn Toyota Land Cruiser, right? Or the Lexus variant of the Toyota Land Cruiser, which is like, that's like the gold medal for like Haitian success. You gotta have the Land Cruiser in front of your mansion or McMansion, and you are damn near God because So we call
Land Cruiser and you got a mansion. That's how you compensate.
Which, by the way, is like is similar in a lot of other in African countries, from my understanding. But yeah, the Tet Bef, you gotta have. Look, see, and it goes in Tet Bef. That's funny. No, for real. Like that's really what it is, right? So and thank you for that, Bruce on Wayne.
I got you. I'm sorry, Z, but yeah, on behalf of the tall guys, we're subject to this bullshit too. Because here's the thing: when it comes to us tall guys, we know why they're there. They don't like us leveraging that and stating the obvious.
Man, I don't see height, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
There you go. I don't see height.
I don't get it either. No, here's the thing: I don't get it either because, like I said, I'm not above the bullshit either. When they do come with that shit, because for some of them we know why they're there. They don't like us when we leverage that shit though, because we know why they're there and what their attraction is, but for some reason they don't like us leveraging that shit.
Well, you know what it is? They don't like us to leverage that shit when it comes to them, but they love to watch us leverage that shit when it comes to everybody else.
Yes,
they love to watch us. But they love to watch us leverage that shit with everybody else. Understand
because
something?
It's women power.
Women love anything associated with debauchery and immorality. They just don't want to be the recipient of it.
It really is a different. It's women's way of dominance. The way men get their hands dirty in dominance. The dominance game. Yeah. Women are not. That's not how they're socialized because throughout human history, obviously there have been the weaker vessel, whatever. The way they practice dominance is by proxy power.
There you go.
So that going to what you were saying, Meech, it's I get off watching my man step on others. Especially if I'm the one that sent him off, right? If I'm the one who sent him on the send-off mission. So that's my way of saying I don't gotta hit you. Okay, it's what's her name when she sent the brothers to go get themselves murdered by the football player, right? Whatever her name is. Right?
When they came to his house.
When they came to his house. Yeah. Exactly. So you got whatever your cousin killed, and you got your brother them messed up because you were cheating on your husband with this football player. He kicked you out of his house. Exactly, your husband once again. He kicked out of his house because you trying to claim rank on him because he's with another chick. What I don't even understand what the hell. But okay, you're the side chick. getting mad that he has another side chick when
Yeah.
you're
Now,
married,
That whole case,
thank
bro.
you.
That whole case had me scratching my head. Like, hold on,
right?
we are really covering this?
Hey, now
This chick
here's a
had a
question.
Yeah,
whole husband?
Thank you.
bruh.
Here's a question
Yeah.
for y'all. How many times do you think she visits their grave?
Man,
Well,
listen.
if I am to judge her attitude on that stand correctly, that woman is so narcissistic. Y'all never hear me say narcissistic. She is so narcissistic and self-centered and delusional. And talking about myopic.
She's
I
probably
don't
on
think she.
meds.
Yeah,
You know what that made those two dudes?
I don't think she's
As
ever
far
been
as
there.
as
She's
far as
probably
she's
on
concerned,
meds.
and then Z, then you know what that
Yeah,
makes those two dudes as far as she's concerned?
cannon fodder.
Lamb to the slaughter.
aka human resources. That's all they
Yeah,
were.
Cannon.
yeah.
Cannon fodder. Lamb to the
Hmm.
slaughter.
And look,
Hmm.
that's how they
Catnip
see us.
seed.
But that's how they see us in general. That's why. When the last time you seen a tool with standards? How many of
Yeah.
y'all got a? How many of
Exactly.
y'all got a wrench that demands you grip it a certain way, or it won't do its job?
Ah,
Oh man.
that look. You knew it when you walked into that shit. That shit was hysterical, nigga.
That's what it
Somewhere is Cameron and Mace laughing their ass off. Go ahead.
Hey man, that's what it is, man. We are wrenches. We don't have the right to demand to make
I'm
any
pretty sure
demand.
I've said to a woman, this is a tool that you got to grip a certain way. I'm pretty sure I said that shit to her before. I'm
There you
pretty
I
go.
sure.
mean,
Go
we have,
ahead.
Hold on,
and,
hold on,
and
hold on,
you know
hold
Pretty
on.
what?
pretty sure. Go ahead.
At this
Guys,
point, the
guys.
only response is we have the right to not marry you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hey, you know
Yes.
my
Okay,
you know
hold
what
on,
my
hold on, hold
saying?
on, hold on, hold on.
And you know what my saying for that has been for the past 2 years. Bless them with your absence.
Oh yeah,
I,
I remember you saying that. I stole that, by the way. I'm using that shit.
I,
Go ahead.
Hey,
I
you
was
can
over
force
here
that on me.
I was over here
Right.
resting in my white woman's bosom. I didn't know what y'all were talking about. Who y'all talking about? Just saying, you know what I'm saying? Who y'all
Don't
talking
use the
about? Who
word
y'all talking about?
bosom. That sounds too
Right.
that sounds too
Oh, you
Yeah,
know you
nurturing.
18th
comfortable.
century, nigga.
You know you
Hey,
comfortable when you use the word
hey,
bosom.
You
hey,
know the
Z,
Bosom.
word
hey, Z,
bosom,
hey,
nigga.
hey,
Real
Z, did he come
comfortable over
over here?
there.
Did he
I
come over
love
here to
that
use?
shit.
Did he come over here to use a nurturing word?
Yeah.
Right.
You need me
Bosom.
nurturing you,
Bosom.
nigga?
He said,
Bosom.
"Hey,
Oh,
Brother,
you
what
real
brother,
what
brother,
comfortable.
what
brother,
century
brother.
are we in
Let me
right now? We
tell
got
you.
to be in the 17th century.
Hey,
For
We
real.
got
hey,
to be somewhere
he
in.
came he
Y'all,
came in here sounding
y'all.
well
Let's
rested.
let's
For
let's
Right.
real.
let's let's
That
let's
man
Look.
was
let's
real
be real.
rested.
Let me tell y'all. Okay, let me tell you about my day. When I
Mhm.
Bosom.
come home from work, and my girlfriend is done with her schoolwork, this is my day. It is. How was your day, baby? It was hard. I had a hard time working, doing my warehouse shit. I'll give you, and actually, Gen Z, if you want to
Mhm.
talk about you know how you talk about economics, you talk about tone talks, all that shit.
Mhm.
Here, I am that blue collar nigga. I make about
Mhm.
35K. I
Mhm.
do forklift work. I do warehouse work. My white, because you know how black women hate the white man employing the black man. I make about 35K. I do a lot of warehouse work, a lot of
Mhm.
warehouse work. Is there background? Are you okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Somebody's
somebody
background is
got mute
going
up.
off.
That's not me.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
Here, hold
somebody.
on. Give me a second. Turn it down.
Mhm.
Turn it down. So when I get home,
Mhm.
so when I get home, it is the essence of 1950s America. It is, baby, how was your day? She pop opens a beer. She's got lingerie on. She's got big fat white titties. I'm excited, right? But here's the irony. There is a compromise. It is,
Mhm.
I took out the trash, the light bill paid, or
Mhm.
not light bill. Let's go white people. Utility bill, right?
Right.
And everything's paid. And then she get on her knees. She
Let, let,
puts
let,
her
let,
in,
here. Wait a minute, Thanos. Wait a minute.
right.
Nigga, you make $35,000 a year. Why do you
35,000
even
a year. You caught
breathe?
that, right?
Why do you have a? Go ahead. By the way, I'm being
Exactly.
facetious. By the way, Thanos, I'm
Yeah.
being facetious
No,
with this.
go ahead.
Why do you even have a? You have a woman. She
No.
respects you.
She's
No, no,
loyal
no,
as
no, no. I
shit.
got you, Z. I
She
got it.
is
Hold on.
loyal as
Let
Go
me
ahead.
get this
fuck.
right.
Right.
You make
Go ahead.
She love
35K.
a nigga.
Hold on. I
Right.
got it.
Go
You
ahead.
make 35K and you get the rest in bosoms?
Right?
Yeah. I'll be honest. I get a lot of bonuses because what happens is my boss, he does nonprofit tool bank stuff. So like when the white people want to build homes for the illegal immigrants that live here, we get residual from that.
This nigga killed me.
Right. That's right. Yeah. All the illegal immigrants clouding our country, I get money from that. I get my bonus from that. And so what happens is that when I come home, she does all the stuff. She does laundry, takes out the trash, washes the dishes, gets on her knees, does the deed, and then what does she do? She does her homework because she's going to get a degree.
So in other words, you're saying when Meat said she grips the tool?
She grips the tool. And actually,
there you go.
No. She grips the tool so much that I have to deny her. Sometimes, I mean, it's actually kind of bad. It's actually kind of sickening. Like, as a black man, as a strong black man, sometimes I wish that I had the libido that I had when I was 21. I'm 37. About to be 30.
Oh, yeah, same age. Yeah, we're the same age.
You know what I'm saying?
Right,
you know, when you get older, you know, you eat salads that feel good, and you do it. You get that chimichurri sauce.
Look, lying around the same age as us. Look, this adulting and watching your diet shit is for the birds, y'all. Why can't I go back to 22 where my diet could be trash? I could eat a freaking cow and not gain a pound. Right?
Now
you indulge fried chicken. Yes.
You eat 3 pieces, you go from 209 to 212.
You're right.
What we know, we're all smart black gentlemen. We know better, right? But here's the irony. As I've grown older, she always talks shit about me. She'll say, "You're old. You watch golf now, and you bet on you do gambling, right?" But she always
just don't be Bruno Mars. Go ahead.
Right. But
for those of you that don't know, Bruno Mars supposedly owes Vegas some different, something stupid. He owed
Hold on. With Bruno Mars, they trying to niggify Bruno Mars. We ain't.
But here's the thing. Wait a minute, Thanos. No, Bruno Mars tried to niggerize himself first.
He did. Yeah.
And they said, "All right, bet." So there you go.
No.
So,
got him.
Speaking of that, let's do the segue. When it comes to the gambling thing, the problem with the gambling thing that I have is that, like, you know, the reason why that Jamie Foxx, all these niggas ain't getting called out on that gambling outside of tone talks and shit. It's because the black women don't give a fuck. When the nigga hit that parlay on Valentine's Day, she ready for it. See, they don't want to tell the truth. It's about if you lose, you lose. If you win,
let me say this. Right. I covered maybe how long ago was that? Maybe was it 3-4 months ago at this point? I covered Tone Talks. He covered watching, you know, a couple of white folks complaining, rightfully so, about the current economic environment, and it was nothing. It was like four or five videos that he covered, and I covered it also, covering his coverage, right? And I said it, you know, much of the reason why you don't hear black people, namely black women, complaining in this way, although you do see videos of them complaining, it's because of the delusion. Going back to what you're saying, it's because the delusion, and it's supposed to be a man's job to save me anyway. So their complaints are not that. Their complaints are relationship related because they're not supposed to have financial problems. That's supposed to be black men's domain, right?
I agree.
You're supposed to come in as Captain Save them and save them from whatever issues they're having. Meanwhile, the white folks who are better off financially are complaining because they literally see this as a systemic problem. But most black women don't see it as a systemic problem. They see it as a black man not doing enough problem.
So that's what Jason Black was speaking to last night. That's Jason Black was speaking that last night. Like, you get to go off and make bastard babies and do whatever, get on meds and do all this other crap. And then this man, this productive man who didn't do drugs, none of that stuff, pretty much kept it right and tight, he's supposed to come save you. No.
But
Yes. Yes.
And he's a bad man.
You're not being a good American, Lion. You're not being a good black man. Bad black man.
I'm a beer. You gonna let me be a black man? You gonna let me be a black man?
Go ahead, Thanos. Go ahead.
It is a predominant issue. If they are the most educated, if they are the most funded, how can they not discern from Future and Russell Wilson? I don't understand it.
Because
I don't grasp it
on social
social capital.
Yes.
That's what we should call it. From now on, the Black Manosphere, we need to call it social capital.
No,
that's all it is.
Reading a book on chemistry or politics don't have no bearing on reading the room between a Future and a Russell.
Because this is the real quick, Thanos, because this is the issue that we're having. We go from speaking about facts in history, statistics, data. These are the realms of logic, and black women can get with it. Notice I never insult black women's intelligence ever, because that's not the problem. But the second we start talking, and excuse my language for this, like Corey Holcomb said, some dick pussy shit. Once we start talking about relationships and intimacy and black men and white men and black and white women and what black women feel they're owed, that's when all of the rationality and all of it's literally, if you ever noticed Ebony K. Williams, bro, or Amanda Seals, when she get on her leftist talk and whatever, you can see the logic, you can see the brain firing, you see it. You're like, okay, even if you disagree with her, you'll be like, okay, these you making at least cogent points. All right, I can see that. I disagree, but all right, cool. The second we get in the conversation about relationships, all of the logic and rationality go out the fucking window.
And you know
that's why they can't differentiate between Russell Wilson and Future. That's why.
And you know why?
Go ahead.
This is why I have a thing when it comes to women, especially attractive women. She's pretty until she starts talking.
Yeah.
And there's Mr. Z. So do you know what? Do you know what it's like that? They somebody's background. Yeah, that's not me. I don't know who that is. Somebody else. Yeah. Okay, so
Thanos, it might be you. Just remember, you can always listen to it on the playback. So for whoever, like, you can always catch it on the playback. So yeah. Okay, go ahead.
So they won't apply the same reasoning because, as far as they're concerned, the rules that apply to everybody else doesn't apply to them. They don't have to live under the same rules. That's what people aren't understanding. They're not judged in the same way as everybody else, which is why they shouldn't be required to do the same shit that somebody else had to do to get the same things that somebody else has.
Well, my question with that is, who told you that?
Wait.
They told them that.
Meet your line. Wait. Here's, you know what you just said, Meech, and how you were gonna answer line. That's because they took that intersectionality bullshit and then brought it into relationships. So what they're really saying is, because I'm black plus woman, all of the shit that applies to all these other women and how they tend to comport themselves to get married should not apply to me, because however you're judging me or however you're assigning any type of characteristic that you would prefer to see in a woman is coming from a toxic place. You've been informed by white patriarchy that you should look for these particular things in a woman, and I shouldn't have to adhere to that because you putting that on me, or at least you using that lens to view me in, is inherently toxic because it's not being informed by what I think and feel.
But
black women.
But to my reply to that, I could have sworn it was y'all motherfuckers calling in the cab every night weighing 200-300 pounds with 3 kids, talking about wanting a high value man.
Thank you.
I could have sworn that was y'all.
I
could have sworn that was y'all.
So hold on.
Go ahead,
what y'all are saying here then is, because it goes back to him saying, I was going to say this before he said that, them saying they want a high value man. They're judging a high value man by the same shit that they see white men supposedly see white men doing. Because remember, in their eyes, all white men make $100,000 a year as far as they're concerned, right? So they're judging us by that standard, but they don't want us to judge them by the standard of that man's woman. who is the only reason they could even got to that point. White men could have got if white women didn't go along with it, white men would not be where they are right now.
But Obsidian brought that up. Just like a while back, and he was saying, and he put it different. He was like, so you want to hold us to European masculinity standards? I don't think you used that word, but we can't hold you to European beauty standards.
Thank you.
That's how Obsidian put it.
But that's because as a marginalized group, and I'm going to what Indigo said here, he said, as a black woman vegan with eczema, like literally this is how they qualify their statement. So let me explain this for non-lefties, right? For non-lefties, when you hear black women, LGBTQ folks, white women, Latinas that play with this type of language, what they're really saying is, as a person with these, and this is how they stack intersectionality, right? As a person with this what's the word? Disadvantage in society. As a woman, first, that's the first disadvantage. Black, second disadvantage. With whatever element, third disadvantage. That's also LGBTQ, fourth disadvantage. So what they're doing is it's almost like instead of stacking up to white manhood, they're digging down to black womanhood and saying, because I'm this far down in the hole, my point of view should be more. What's the word I'm looking for? Should be something that we listen to more.
Take
exactly the most pressing thing. Exactly, because I'm more further in the hole, so it puts me at a standpoint. This is where you get standpoint theory, where I can more accurately judge things. Now, how does that apply to relationships? Go ahead. I'll finish. Go ahead.
I got one. Dear black woman, this isn't Uno. You can't just stack up all your shit and
There you go. Thank you. Real, but say that shit again.
Right, and it really is so exactly more valid. Thank you, Saint Cyr, more valid. So as a person with these stacked, right, and I think if we are going to apply intersectionality, I think how better you says it is better, which is intersecting roads, right, instead of stacking. But they frame it like stacking. But okay, cool. As a person with these stacking oppressions going downwards, by the way, digging downwards, my viewpoint should be. Privilege gives them an oppressor's worldview. That's how they use intersectionality against black men, not only in corporate spaces, but in relationship. That's why her view of what a relationship should be is more valid than your view of what a relationship should be, because your view is coming from aspiring to be a white man.
I got one for you.
A very hegemonic white masculinity. Her worldview, on the other hand, is informed by justice and fairness and equality and egalitarianism, unlike your worldview. And that's how they use intersectionality to say that what you're saying. This is going to what Meech in line was saying earlier about these women that would call into Kevin Samuel show. That's why. And that's why even you've seen Bowser say it multiple times on Twitter, which is like a black man dating out and a black woman dating out is two different things. What they're saying is my justice claim means that me engaging in the same behavior as you is not the same, because I'm coming from a place of lack. You have abundance. You're just a toxic man, individual, and you refuse to engage with the abundance because you use the white woman as a trophy. You use the white woman as a trophy compared to me using the white man because there's not enough eligible bachelor black men. And I'll pause right there. Y'all go ahead.
Okay. Now hold on. So because if you come from that point of view, here's the issue: is that if that's the way they're gonna come at us, then the first people they should be dating are short, ugly, either extremely overweight or extremely malnourished, poor, uneducated, dyslexic, bipolar, not balding black men, patchy haired black men that can't grow beards.
You know the answer for you already, Meech.
With no car, that live at home with his parents.
Here's the problem though, Meech. Black women have already been doing that. What we're trying to do is even the playing field. What that means is that certain people are going to have to do without that have already been doing with so much. What you're asking Black women to do when you say that, by the way, I'm being facetious here. When you're
Yeah.
asking Black women to do when you say that, is you're asking Black women to engage in the same type of behavior that keeps them on the bottom anyway. What we need to do to elevate Black women is to disproportionately allot Black women, I'm saying that on purpose, allot
Yeah.
Black women rich, elite white men. That way we can elevate Black women's stock in this society. And that's how we get to true equality and egalitarianism, is that we take away white women's rich white husbands and we give those rich white husbands to Black women. And for the Black women that do not find white men attractive, we make white Black men rich, not for Black men in their benefit, but for Black women in their benefit. And that's how we raise Black women's stock, is by giving them a whole bunch of rich men to choose from.
I got one response to that, and then I got one response to that. Then I'm gonna hop off of here because I gotta go, but I'm gonna listen to you. Here's the problem with that, Z. Black women are the most boisterous women on the planet, and for decades they've been telling us that they don't want that dude that I just said they should be chasing if they're going to come from that viewpoint. They've been saying it in songs, they've been saying it on television shows. Every moment they get, they've been talking that shit. So much so that other women look at their freedom, that the freedom to with which they talk that shit, and started doing
low key envious of it. Yep.
Which is what really put the fuel on feminism. Them watching how Black women behave and taking on that same attitude.
But here's the difference,
read
though.
That shit. Read that nigga shit. Leon 008. Read that shit.
Right, real quick. And here's the thing, though. White women and other groups of women, for the most part, right? Because you're right that you do see many of them engaging in this behavior now. But for the most part, they stop at the line where, goddamn, I don't want to not eat though. I don't want to not ever be married. I don't want to ever. So they stop at the line where it might cost them. Now, obviously, you're gonna have white women and Latinas and even a couple of Asian women that fly right past the goddamn line of no return, right? But for the most part, they get up to that line. And they're like, okay, you know what? If I pass this line, my future will be irrecoverable. I can't get the word out. Fuck the damage forever. I can't get it irrecoverable out. I couldn't get it out. I couldn't get it out. I can't say it's not irreconcilable because that's more relationship.
Irreparable.
I couldn't get it. I couldn't get it out. Yeah, I couldn't get it out. It happens. It happens.
What are you talking about?
No. So long term, you pass a certain line, and it will have deleterious effects on your intimate relationships forever. When you have children outside of wedlock, 2 and 3 from 2 and 3 different men, that will forever stain your relationship potential with men that are at least stable, right? At least stable. So what Black women are saying is, you as a man, a Black man, because remember, you're just one big Negro, you're being selfish with your resources by not marrying, and this is weird coming all the way back around to what Jason Black covered earlier with Michael B. Jordan. You're being selfish as a Black person, as a Black man. Now you're a Black person. Now we're talking Black community again, right? All of a sudden, because you as Michael B. Jordan should want to elevate these Black women that were done wrong by Black. Wait a minute, that doesn't apply to Jodie Turner-Smith. Done wrong by other Black men, and because you're just all one big Negro, you should make up for the Black men. I guess that includes Joshua Jackson, who's a white man, who have done Black women wrong. And there you go.
They can't choose their baby daddy.
Brothers. Let me give a compromise. Okay, because that's the only way we can do this thing. We can only do.
And y'all like, share, subscribe here. Hit the super chat.
Super chat. Let me give you a compromise. What if I told you that
irrevocable? There we go. Goddamn! I'm sorry. I got it out. There we go. It's really irrevocable. Oh, see, I couldn't do it again. There we go. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. I got it out one time. There we go.
So what if I said I give you compromise through salary and progenation of the Black race? So, for example, if I said I make 100,000 K You make 400, and the black woman, 400,000 as a lawyer. She makes her money, right? And we create progeny. And what I'm saying sounds very fascistic, but I do believe in black fascism or an ideal of that, and we can do that. So if I'm going to say I produced the black child, I produced this, she produces that, what do we do in the end game? It's the end game for 50 years from now. It's the end game for 100 years from now. There are no aliens to invade us. There's nothing going to give us Starship Troopers fascism.
I don't think that.
What do we do?
Let me get this out real quick.
Are we libertarians? We're libertarians.
Libertarianism, although black people low key are practicing it, is that will not work for black people. Here's the problem.
I
agree. I don't think black technocrats are thinking that far. The black leftists that are they're not thinking that far. I think their goal of social freedom, because it's this weird sort of freedom. That's why I continue to call it negative liberty, because that's what it really is effectively.
Right.
It's this weird form of freedom where you don't have it to pay for it, so you have to have it subsidized. The question then becomes, who subsidized your quote unquote freedom? And what they're saying is it's you men, black men. As we get into this environment where the wealth gap extends, and we're coming right back to the original topic of doomerism, because it all ties in. The question is, who's going to pay for that freedom? And it's supposed to be well-off black men. It's supposed to be enough well-off black men that provide black women with the autonomy, right? You provide her with the overall umbrella of security, right? Many of us said it's raining in where we are right now. I'm in South Florida. It's raining. Some of you brothers said in New York and whatnot, it's raining.
So you're supposed to buy. Choose the white bitch when that dark-skinned black bitch don't choose me.
Wait. Let me answer that, because I'm answering that in this way. You're supposed to provide black women, and when I say you, I mean black men in general.
Yes.
But it's mainly well-off black men that are supposed to provide black women with the shelter, right, where they can do whatever the hell they want under this umbrella, under this tent. They can do whatever the hell they want to do and never have to worry about being struck by lightning. Never have to worry about the rain, even though it's pouring outside. Never have to worry about a goddamn hailstorm. Never have to worry about tornadoes or hurricanes. Because you see what I'm saying? Because black men are supposed to provide black women with this dome in this shell where they could do whatever. They could fuck white dudes. They can fuck Pookie. They can have 2 or 3 kids. They could decide not to have children at all, and then wake up at 43 and say, you know what? Actually, I do want to have kids. Where's the rich white dude or rich black guy with the sperm that's gonna produce the 6'4" tall black son and the beautiful black daughter? So for them, it really is this thing. And you want to know why? Let's tie it all the way back in with what Z says all the time. Because they feel that's what white women get. And because white women get to be, in their minds, hoes and nobody cares. Because white women get to switch their minds on a dime and still end up with the ballerific rich white dude. Because white women get to be out here like Madonna and piped how many ever dudes and still end up living a great life. Why can't black women get that too? So black women will speak oftentimes about the fact that black men want to be able to practice the injustice that white men levy on the world. And that is the pinnacle of masculinity. But they never, let me land with this real quick, y'all. Let me land with this. But the issue is that black women really don't appreciate how much they are demanding all of the negative liberty that white men and white women get to practice. All of the damsel in distress that gets weaponized against men that white women get to do. And all of the I'm white and 21 and I get to do whatever the hell I want. And if that means murdering people and being able to claim affluenza, black women want to engage in that also. So what you have is a group of people that can't see themselves or refuse to see
So
themselves.
it's anti-black
Right?
male.
And I'll pause right there.
Anti-black
Go ahead.
male. That's
Yes.
what we're having. Yeah. You're right. You're right. Z.
Yeah. Go ahead.
What are we
Go ahead,
to
neighbor.
do as men?
Yeah. Well, we're doing what we're doing now. I think the best thing that we're doing now first is talking about it. Wait, no. The indifference, number one. Number two, the environment will change. And I agree with the BGS on this to a certain extent. The environment will change them. That's what we were speaking about a little while ago, which is like, as the environment changes, this is what Better You was speaking to, and I was saying it's not good enough. Which is, as the environment it starts to choke them out, you're gonna see them change. What I'm saying is the change is not gonna be good enough. I need you to go and speak to the women that help you to become single, lonely, and miserable with no safety net called the black man. I need you to go and talk to the black women that told you to give black men the middle finger, particularly working class black men.
So
Go ahead.
essentially what you're saying is they want white perfectionism, but
Yeah.
blackness.
Y'all go ahead.
Of black women. Yeah.
But they won't do that until the problem is they'll wait until the S&B completely bottoms out and it's too late to do that. And the thing about
Do you know
that
how
is,
insane that is as a notion?
at this
You
point-
know the weight that we
at
have
this
to carry as black men? That's fucking insane, dude. Oh my god.
At this point,
Oh,
at this
no.
point, it is what it is. It's another it's another day in the office as black men. So all you can do is set your standards and tell them no. They don't meet the standard. They don't meet the standard.
But that means they're telling us we should do colonialism. The black woman wants us to be the white man in debt.
Pause right there. Pause right there, Thanos. I've been saying that. No. It's important. No. It's important that what you're saying, because the goal was always. I'm angry because and I said this to FD Signifier. I'm angry because you didn't go and grape and pillage and conquer the world like the white man did, so that I could be the rich elite white woman. Thank you for coming to the same conclusion, Thanos. Go ahead.
Okay. Guys, here's the issue. When I hear, for example, when we talk about pro-black spaces, we talk about black men like us. We're all intelligent black men. We've seen these black women deny us, even when we give them the world. What that means is, it means that, and then at the same time, you see white men saying anti-imperialism, they're anti-colonial. It means that we're in the longhouse, which is AKA the black bitch runs that shit. And the problem that you have with the black woman,
Here's the honest truth. She doesn't run anything. She just wants you to think she does. That's another fault.
I agree.
They don't run anything.
I agree that they don't run anything, but it is a presupposition. It is the idea of philosophy. If you look at Aristotle, I always tell black people, read the Greeks. The Hotep niggas who say we built the pyramids, I'm a fucking Egyptian. Read the Greeks, because the Greeks learned from the Egyptians. And the problem that we have is, hold on, hear me out. The problem that you have is, yes, I agree with what you just said. They don't want to know. And what does Aristotle say in his Neo-Mecan ethics? He goes, all men desire to know. And as educated black men, we have to know. And what do we know? That black bitch don't want to cooperate. It doesn't matter if we build the world.
Well, here's the thing.
They will run.
But here's the thing.
SWP
But now that
was
you
correct.
know, because if you're in this chat or you listen to BGS or Ed or anybody else or even SWP, you know. So the question is, what are you going to do about it?
We are doing things about it. All of us on this panel, we've done everything, dude. Don't do that.
But like I said, what are you gonna? It's like I said, what are you gonna do about it? You're gonna be indifferent. Okay, be indifferent. Whether it's you get a passport, you go bump mode, whatever. It is what it is.
I tried to get a 6'2" tall Amazon Nigerian bitch, and she denied me because of her friend wanted that white man with no game.
Wait. Let's wait. Let me get this
And
out.
I know I sound like I'm doing rage. I'll be quiet. I'll
No, yeah, because let me say this.
Dude.
Wait, let me say this too.
What
Let me
am I
say this,
supposed
Thanos.
to do?
Wait, Thanos. Let me say this to what you're saying.
That's not fair, man.
So this is an issue because when you mention the 6'2" tall, so this is where colonialism and white power come in, and so that's when we start getting into issue that's bigger than just what black men.
How they view themselves as black women.
Yeah, well, it's where white men position themselves in the imagination of women of color all around the planet, and so that's bigger than just you and that lady, right? So she thought the white man was God, and so she went with the white man, and she gambled wrong because you're still alive and that dude is not. So there's that. So and that is a woman of color thing. That's not just a black woman thing. But to fix that, black men would have to help to tip white men over off of that pedestal. Right. But to also do that, we got to get black women in line. So there's that. And I'll pause right there. Y'all go ahead.
But that's not going to happen. That's why the only answer is indifference.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Go ahead.
Oh, what up, Kev?
I'm just angry. I'm in an angry state. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just in an angry state because black women they use the color as a myth. They use a lot of myths in order to put us in our place, and it's not going to work anymore.
It doesn't. It's not working. So there's nothing to be mad about anymore. It's not working. And you know why? If anybody should be mad, it should be them, because what black men are pretty much saying in unison is, so what the fuck they got to do with me? That's pretty much what's happening right now, and that's why all they have is shame.
That's right.
So they can't do nothing with indifference. So the only answer is to be like, okay, and
you're right. Now, I mean, are we old school like 1990s? Like, what's your man got to do with me? I got a man. Like, I ain't trying to hear that. See, like where are we? Like, where are we in the state of? For example, now, I blame the white man for not knowing their own demise. If you didn't want DEI, you should have picked your own cotton. If you didn't want what you wanted to, you shouldn't have used a Protestant work ethic. It's the truth. The Protestant work ethic was their demise.
So the root of that was capitalism.
No. You can't say it's capitalism, because the reason why is because capitalism is post-slavery. When niggas talk about when black people say that thing, for example, Jim Crow, we have reference. When people talk about reparations, Jim Crow is our paradigm. That's fine. They owe us for that time. They locked us out. They shut us out. Okay? For example, the white man's ice is colder. It ain't. We had it. We did it. We proved it. Booker T. Washington proved it. That we chose, the black bitch chose W.E. Du Bois and his cohort from communism, and we had Booker T. Washington, who said what? We built everything from brick by brick. Tuskegee Airmen. Niggas be like Boeing Airmen, diversity hire. We had it. We did it.
Wait. If we're going to get into that conversation, don't dismiss what W.E.B. Du Bois was saying to Booker T. Washington about why he thought that angle would eventually fail. Because you still got to run into big white moneyed interests that's backed by the government. So what ends up happening is you build something huge for black people, and then white people come and say, you know what, I want it, I'm going to take it. Daddy government, come take it from him and give it to me. Go ahead.
Black Z, here's the difference. When Booker T, and that's why I've always felt Booker T. Washington model was perfect, because the reason why I think his thing was long term. I agree with what you're saying. But the problem with W. Du Bois was he was too far into the intelligentsia ideal. When it came to Booker T. Washington, what did he say? If we build it brick by brick, and Booker T. Washington asked the white man to give us that shit, give us our promise if we build it. We build Tuskegee. We build those things. By the time Hitler comes about, we had the time to fight. We had good fighters. We had good soldiers. And the problem is, like, the black bitch didn't get in line that time Because if you were a black man in 1952 and you had enough nous to know the smarts of your math and your bank account, you were considered gay. That's a horrible time. And the white man getting off wearing Birkenstocks. That's not fair, dude.
Hysterical.
Like, what am I supposed to do? Like,
hey, wait. Because this is the wait. When you say the not fair thing, this is what we gotta say.
Okay.
You are right that it's not fair, but it was never supposed to be fair. That was the whole point of white men conquering planet Earth. It was never supposed to be fair for anyone who wasn't white and man particularly. But even white women got to deal with some of that not fairness from even though they're white. So them taking over planet Earth meant that, like you were saying earlier, that the tall, attractive African sister defers to them. The cute Asian chick defers to them. The Arab woman defers to them. The Latino, the Latina, the Asian, and if you really want me to go there, certain bottom men of color, defer to them. Go ahead.
You know, I know. Right. Here's my point. Here's my denouement. My point is, as black men, after slavery, after the plantation, we did things that black people don't know on average. In 1907, a nigga ran for president. Black people always pretend that like all this Boeing DEI shit, they want Shakisha to fly the plane. Like, we already flew planes. Why are we pretending that black men didn't set the precedent for black women, for black men, for black children? We had our excellence. Our excellence was there. We did it. We had nurses. We had doctors before Jim Crow. And we had brick schools. We had everything. And we did it. And now we're pretending that it was like all torn down from the white man. We can't keep doing this. My problem is we can't pretend that it's that, like when Obama won the presidency and people were like, oh, he won, all that shit. He got my cell phone. I'm tired of that narrative. Black people are as American, FBA black. I know it's a Tariq Nasheed segue, but what I'm saying is, as American black men, we have done everything in our power, even though the white man has torn us down, even though there are some white people that were good to us. We've done enough to progress, and somehow the black bitch still won't compromise. Gen Z, riddle me that, dude. Why won't they see it? Because
you're not white.
Because they're not
they're not
white.
white. That's it. It's skin color. You know,
Yes.
This is the thing.
Okay, hold on, brother. Before y'all say that, okay. For example, when it comes to the corn, I won't say it because I don't want Gen Z to get. I want Black Z to get striked because I'm an older nigga. For example, y'all ever notice that when you're older as a black or you're a teenager, when you see a black man taking a white woman on that corn, you don't look at it from a cuckold perspective. You look at it as an athletic perspective. He doing that thing, I can do it too. And that's how we viewed it. But the white man don't see it that way. And the Asian man don't see it that way. We're the only race, we're the only group out of all the world to be inspired by all the other races and do what they do. And even when we get recognition, it's that black bitch. She don't want to give us that recognition. I know it's the skin color. I know if they want to do Pilates shit in the suburbs, and I get it. It's the white bitch shit. But the problem that I have is like, how can we convince? Because like you guys have to realize something. We are the sacrificial race. Like it's us. After us, like after Gen Z, like Black Gen Z. I know you're not older than me unless you're like 37. I'm almost 40. I don't know how you are. I don't know how old you are, Black Gen. But like we have like a generation.
I'm the same age as you.
Okay, so like, what do we do? Because like SWP, I don't know if y'all know about SWP. He does this thing. He's like technically 1.0, 2.0. And the problem is like once we get to what the conversations that we have, I should not have ended up with the pretty white bitch with big titties and pretty feet to like subservient me. I should not be dating a white woman. It should have been the fucking black Nigerian girl, Amazon bitch. I wanted her.
I'm gonna need you to let
that's
that go.
the colors
Dog.
of myth,
I'm
dude.
gonna need you to let that go.
I can't.
She gone, bro. She gone with the mixed baby, bro.
I know. Okay, I'll let it go.
Hey, can I drop in and say something?
You're right.
Let's let Big Kev go real quick because Big Kev hasn't said anything. Go ahead, Big.
Listen. This is something that you learn, okay? The more and more you live life, okay, is this. All right. Despite the fact that modest so-called black men are constantly being shit on by the rainbow community, by street niggas, by pro-blacks, by the women, etc. The thing that you're going to realize is that as much as they shit on you, you are more quote-unquote pro-black in your behavior and lifestyle than any of them are, which is the exact reason why they're always making these unrealistic demands of you, okay? That's what Lion is saying, essentially, all right? They're making these unrealistic demands of you because they're bums. Like they're the bench warmers. They're the useless bench warmers. Sitting there basically doing nothing and then watching you do all the work, and you have to do all this amazing shit, and they're sitting back talking about you should have been perfect. The reason why they're putting pressure on you for you to be perfect is because they're useless. That's what the problem is.
Exactly.
These niggas are an anchor, basically.
Oh, I see. It's like they're like the bug from Starship Troopers.
Think of it. Think of it like this. Think of it like this, right? Think of like an HBCU program that's constantly producing NFL talent, but they're never winning anything.
Oh.
They have you believe, it's because they can't catch a break. It's like, no, it's because the coaching's trash.
You mean the Chicago Bears?
Exactly. The coaching's trash.
Bears. Yeah.
They don't invest in the offensive.
Right.
They don't invest in the offensive or defensive line. They don't invest in linebackers, running back. They don't invest in any of the important positions, and they play an excessive amount of favoritism for certain players, even though they're not productive, they're not talented, they're not hardworking, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's the situation you're going into.
So
you keep thinking this. They keep gaslighting you and say, it's because you don't got the talent. When in reality, it's like, no, you got the talent. The problem is it's shitty leadership. And people giving too much sympathy to people that are basically, like I said, useless bench warmers.
Well,
that's the problem.
I want to ask you a question, Kay. I see Kay as a letter on the screen. I want to ask you a question, Kay. Do you think black women will come to the table, as it were, in like a post-Obsidian way, like post-Kevin Samuels?
They're already at the table, bro.
So wait, what?
They already are.
Wait, hold on.
That's why they're throwing a temper tantrum. They're at the table.
They
are at the table?
Yes, they are.
Also, they know now their problem.
That's what the temper tantrum is.
They may not be saying the shit you like, but yes, they're at the table.
They're at the table.
Really? Wow.
The thing you have to keep in mind, especially when it comes to some of these women who talk that talk, is they are not in the position that their talk would lead you to believe. So I'm a firm advocate of this. I can feel you and I can relate to that rejection. I've experienced. I think everybody up here has experienced it at some point. The best thing anybody can do is to work on themselves, and I can guarantee you, when you double, triple down on yourself, like every fucking summer, like clockwork, it's about 5-6 women. They like boomerangs. I throw them away, I curve the fuck out of them, they come right back in a year. So don't sweat no shit like that. And a lot of these women, they talking that talk because you know what? They that's all they can do at this point. They hoping you believe it.
To what better you were saying also, don't be fooled. They're taking L's and getting rejected too.
They're bluffing.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Hey, we all done played sports. Like sometimes you end up on the other side of a man child, and there ain't nothing you can do with that motherfucker. It's up. Hey, maybe I can talk a little shit and get in his head. And if that don't work, hey coach, I don't know what the fuck you want me to do with him.
Yeah, I don't know the hook, but at the end of the day, they are at the table. It's just it may not be the way you like, but yes, they are. And at the end of the day, it's up to you to accept it or don't. Accept it or don't.
What Better You was saying, I agree with, because what you can do is level yourself up, and you don't have an individual problem as bad. You never gonna have a black woman that's really on point all the way like that, That ain't just
Never.
that ain't gonna happen.
And
That
they're
ain't gonna happen.
bluffing. And even
Yes.
though they may act like it, they're
Hmm.
fucking bluffing.
Yes. And
They're
so the best
bluffing.
you can do is level up yourself so that you can get one that's tolerable, if not at least lovable, where you overlook the shit and it ain't that bad. But
This
everything
is
other
what it
than
is.
that, then you out here in
Yeah.
the sauce.
Not lovable.
Your attitude to embody is this is what it is, take it or leave it.
Hmm. Yes.
And that's
Yeah.
anybody, regardless of race. That's anybody,
Yes.
anybody.
And I
Take it or
gotta put
leave
out
it.
the disclaimer that Charles always says: don't be red pill for black women and blue pill for everybody
Boo,
else.
boo, boo for everybody else. Exactly. Don't.
Well, hey, real quick. I want to thank y'all for the presupposition of it all because I mean, like, we can't pretend, right? Like, no, we can't pretend that we are in a group that is ostracized and cantonized as not black. And the worst part about it is we're blacker than black. We're the most pro-black of all black people. I want Starship Troopers black folk shit, right? But niggas don't want it. And the black bitch, she don't want it. And y'all know.
I'm black as fuck.
And that's fine.
Yeah,
And that's
we
fine.
so
They don't
black.
have to.
Like when white people meet me, like, oh, you're so nice. You sound so proper. And I would have sold you my house. And then when I meet a nigga, they be like, oh, you don't know what a stove is. I'm like, nigga, stop with that shit. Black people, black people have to remember we did everything for. Like when I'm not on that bullshit on Twitter where they say black people invented everything, but I am a very black person. We did a lot of stuff. I'll be quiet. I digress.
Excuse me, is anyone here listening to a word?
Yeah. Let me read this real quick, yo. Let me read this real quick. And Leon says, finally Leon's comment, and it says, F all y'all weird black guys with cars. I got a Gixxer 1000R with the turbo and only a 8-inch stretch. Pull up with your Charger or Q, whatever SYSBM. Look, bro, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna be like a little kid and call my big bros, and my big bros got like 1,200 horsepower cars, and they'll walk your Gixxer.
And let me
right, right. I'm not even gonna race you myself. My Z ain't ready for that. That's the big. You doing big dog stuff. I ain't ready for that.
Yeah, but
I'm gonna call the big boys with the 1,200 horsepower cars.
Let the debauchery flow. I am absolutely fine with it because at the end of the day, as he said in Batman Begins, I won't kill you, but I don't have to save you.
Look, yeah, no, and to what Thanos was saying, I understand the anger, I understand the rage. What I will say is the black community is only the canary in the coal mine for atomization of corporations. Let me get my lefty back real quick. So this is
you bored and Z.
Honest. Go ahead, yep.
Z?
Now, better now.
Yeah,
nope.
you better.
Nope, nothing yet.
Better. Got you.
Okay, there we go. So no. So what I was okay. All right. So what I was saying is, let me get in my lefty bag real quick, and I understand the rage that was coming from Thanos. I get it, right? This to me is the culmination of the atomization that was pushed and propagated in our society because it's beneficial for mainly one group, the elitists, the corporatists, right? They had to kill the unions. They had to push you to be hyper individualistic. And this is also a sign of a quote unquote advanced society. Notice I said quote, but yeah, so atomization is the next level where it shows that you don't necessarily need a family or a safety net to be successful. Now we know that's a bunch of crap because the most successful people actually have families, right? Nuclear families, right? But atomization was pushed because it's less of a threat. So what you're dealing with, and that's why I keep on saying black women are the most American women in America. That's an example of that.
whether they realize it or not, they actually push for atomization, right? And it does affect black men. So I get your rage, brother, and I definitely it definitely warranted. But I think this is a larger thing. You go at black women, but understand something: black women aren't the final boss. They've never been. They've never been, right? The final boss is who the final boss has always been, right? No, like, don't let him hide behind black women. The final boss is who the final boss has always been, right? But you got to get black women on your team first, because if not, they will be in the way. Even if they don't have the power to be in the way, they will be put in the way by those people.
Yeah. You know who that guy
Right.
behind him is? He's on his laptop, married, and he subbed to somebody's OnlyFans.
You see,
That's who it is.
which is true. Which is true.
Hey, white dude subbed to somebody's OnlyFans.
Well, yeah, exactly. And literally that all she is in the way of you getting at the people that have destroyed this planet in the first place. All she's doing is wasting time and in the way. Go ahead, y'all.
You can move her out the way. I mean, you can move her ass out the way, because at the end of the day, she can't stop you, because they can't. They've already, all this, like what you said, Z, them throwing the temper tantrum is pretty much what it's saying to you is they really can't stop you. All they can do is throw a temper tantrum. They really can't do anything. That's all this is. You add up Chrissy, Steph Cole, all these other chicks, every last one of them, they really can't do anything but bitch and whine.
And proxy bullshit.
Facts.
They can't do anything. They really can't do anything. That's the problem. But hey, let the debauchery flow, baby.
Hey, real quick. Hey, brothers, is it wrong? I'm gonna ask y'all a philosophical question, and it's not pertaining to like reparations and shit. But like, if I'm dating a white bitch, you gonna suck on my corn? Like, should I be happy about that as like reparations or not? like is there a racial element to it all?
That's not even, that doesn't even count as reparations. What the hell are you talking about? This guy sounds like a drunk Swede. What the hell is it?
No, my whole point is like, for example, when Tone talks about reparations, or anybody talks about reparations, we can't get reparations because there's too many immigrants, right? It's not ebony and ivory. So, like, if I get
yes, of course, blame it on us. It's our fault that you cannot get no reparations. I get it.
There's no way.
It's no surprise right there.
Like,
I'm not surprised.
Okay, for example, on the issue. Okay, let's be political. I'll be political and frank. The idea of reparations is insane because of the time of frame. It isn't that we don't deserve it. We do deserve it. The Haitians deserve it more so than anybody else. I have issues with it.
Your reparations went to Ukraine, man.
Oh shit!
I agree. No. They could.
What's your idea of reparations?
I mean, no. Don't just say Ukraine. It's also the small hats. The small hats and Ukraine. We could have got reparations 5 times over in the past 15 years, and we could have got reparations when Obama was in office, and he didn't do it because he was a coward.
You say okay, baby? But if we're not gonna fight to go take it, they're not gonna give it to us.
Now, when you say that, hold on, what you just said, they're not gonna give it to us. Who is the they? I blame the small hats. I know who I blame because they had their claim in the World War One. Once they are in World War One, World War II, they got their land. So how come we can't just do the same thing? Japanese Americans in World War II in entrenchment camps, they got their stuff. Now, when I want to go reparations,
not reparations.
I mean, it's important. Guys, we deserve reparations. Now, we are smart black gentlemen, so we know what we would do with the reparations checks if they were cashed. But there's a lot of black folk that don't know what to do with that shit. You understand me?
Because
is this brother's Chappelle show sketch?
The state of Haiti right now.
Okay. Let me. I'm sorry, y'all. Let me jump ahead of y'all real quick. I gotta get this out real quick. My bad. So when the brother was asking if being with the palm colored woman is reparations, and I was trying to talk and God said, "No, Z, you don't get to talk right now." So,
That's my bad. That's my bad.
Right. So let me say
told you to
this.
shut your motherfucking mouth.
This is very important to say. No
is.
sexual access or status jump for an individual Black person can ever be counted anywhere near reparations whatsoever at all. There's a very specific reason for this, because reparations is a community uplift. It is supposed to disproportionately affect and benefit ADOS Black folks, right? Anything that's just a individual uplift, which sexual access to white women is really not. It's not beneficial for the group. The whole point of reparations is to mend the fence. It is to put Black people where they would have been if this country was just and fair, and if there wasn't a slavery where Black people came here naturally, or even if they were forced here, but then they got their money at the end of slavery. That is what reparations is for. It's not just to get you in position near white folks. It is to put you on the same level, at least financially, to where they are, right?
So
because these are
I'm okay with my white bitch sucking on my corn.
Yeah, but that's not good enough, because maybe if there was reparations, no, this is what I'm saying. If there were reparations, if your parents got reparations, then maybe you would have been in a position financially where you went to college. That might have changed your entire outcome in life, and maybe that African chick would have ended up with you instead of the white man. Although she probably would have still divorced you and took half.
You're right.
But because that's just how they are moving right now. But yeah.
Had I dated an Amazon Black bitch who's 6'2" and I'm 5'10", we would have had a great life together if reparations were true. And the problem, listen, let that go. What are we supposed to do? Because y'all know that the far right wing white boys, they have a reparations argument. And their argument is back to Africa. And I don't like that because I'm an American. I'm sorry.
Hey,
I was born in Forsyth
bro.
County.
Where are you supposed to send y'all?
Bro.
Real quick, y'all. Let Leon go, y'all. Let Leon go real quick. Thanos. Let Leon go, and then I'll come up after him. Go ahead.
Can I not be American?
Okay, check this out, bro.
What are we doing?
Check this out, man. The first step that you have to realize is how you communicate on an open panel with people. No one here is calling Black women bitches.
Well,
we have some hate for things that have taken place, but we don't have to disrespect people based on how we feel. White women are not niggas' reparations. Just because you get an out-group, low-class white woman, that is not no fucking bro.
Yo, I made a joke, dude.
That's not a joke. Dude. That's not a joke to be said. Amongst
you're deep diving into something that I know. I know what you know, and I know what you're saying.
You're saying, check it out. What I'm saying is, you're talking about a white woman sucking on my corn. What I'm saying is, the idea of reparations. I'll give you an example. In New Jersey, they tested chemicals on prisoners, so they were purposely locking up a whole lot of Black men. And they came through a year and a half ago and apologized for drugging inmates that they were purposely putting in jail to run tests on. And only 300 of those guys are still alive. And then you hear all this shit about Black guys acting crazy in the streets like they were not drugged.
Okay,
you have places that check it out. You have places that they steamrolled whole towns.
Don't do that.
Outside of slavery.
I think.
Wait, let me finish. You have places that they put nuclear waste in Black towns, and they have admitted to that. They destroyed people's families outside of slavery.
So
slavery is an easy topic until you understand what area code you're in and what more likely you're going to suffer from, bro. Because they're doing it on purpose.
No, let's talk about it. When you talk about convict leasing, when everybody gets mad about convict leasing, do you know the fucking the amendment that talks about us being freed as slaves? People have to understand the law. No, let's be honest. When you talk about the idea of law document, right? Now, it isn't upon us as Black men. It's not our fault. But When we talk about convict leasing, everyone gets so angry about it. But what does the 13th Amendment say? There is no slavery in terms of profit. It is only through punishment and gain. In terms
All right.
of
We know the 13th Amendment, my guy. We know the 13th Amendment.
Okay, if you read it, why are niggas mad about convict leasing? Because
why we're mad about convict leasing is when you can use people just to make random laws or just say you did something, so you have a whole bunch of black guys. So it definitely, bro. Check it out. The law wasn't dictating anything.
We're smart black men. We're not gonna go to prison.
You're not.
Aren't
You're
you?
definitely not.
Are you
bro.
selling packs?
Check what I'm saying. When you purposely take out 1,000 guys and put them in coal mines or any type of work that you want to do, they're not paid for it. They're taking out their communities, and then you have a whole bunch of black women that have to raise kids on their own because their guys were taken out to do forced labor on some $50 ticket that they knew that they couldn't pay. So if you make $20 a month, they fine you for $50. They know you can't pay it.
Yeah.
So they give you 1 year. Check it out. They give you 1 year of 18-hour day works. No, let me finish. They put you in prison. They don't pay you, but it's actually a labor camp, and then your family suffers. And then you find out these were not real laws.
Let me get this out, y'all.
In jail, bro.
Let me get this out, and I'm sorry that I was gone for. Wait, Thanos, wait a minute. Let me get this out. So I was kind of I could listen a little bit, but I had to handle something you already know, regular streams. So first, I don't know if you appreciate some of the history, Thanos, between race and labor in America, particularly the labor element of it.
Yeah.
So I understand your gripe. What I'm saying, what we see, the behavior from black women. If you ever hear me speak, I always say that black women are inappropriately responding to the current environment and the past, right? So, and I'm adding the past now, but I don't usually say that, but I usually say the current environment. So if you don't factor that in, you will have most of your anger and resentment and ire directed towards them in a vacuum. So I do have issues with black women's misbehavior, their behavior, their misbehavior. But once again, they're not the final boss. And I think when you own that, real quick, when you own that, then it alleviates some of the anger towards them in particular. And it's kind of messed up, but you infantilize them. You just see them as petulant children throwing a temper tantrum. Right? And I want to be clear, that doesn't mean that they still shouldn't. Real quick, listen to what I'm saying, because it's important. That doesn't mean that we don't hold them accountable. That doesn't mean that whatever happens shouldn't happen to them, but it does mean that you understand that their misbehavior and their bad behavior should be put in context, right?
No, I agree. I agree.
But if you agree, then I think that we should see that in the way you're speaking and some of the rhetoric.
I have an overlying issue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what the brother said earlier,
you got an overlying issue with your position in society, bro.
What he said is correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we've been downtrodden. I don't doubt that shit.
Mm-hmm.
But my problem is that, again, I go back to the Booker T. Washington model. He was up from slavery. I don't know if you niggas read that book before. Maybe you niggas should read that shit. He saw slavery from the up. But then he said, after he got older, after he learned the English language, and he mastered the English language, like, what is he say? Like, literally, Booker T. Washington goes, he tells the white folk, he says, we shouldn't have the ability to vote until we're all competent. If we're not all competent, who is the not competent? It's the nigga shit. It's not any of us on this panel. We're smart black men. Booker T. Washington knew. Yo, if you go W.E. Du Bois route, you go the communist route.
Yes, it's always going to be 20% that rules out the 80%.
So to understand W.E. Du Bois, to understand W.E. Du Bois and Booker T. Washington, to understand both of them, it's the same concept.
Don't front, dog.
Look. To understand, I know. To understand Booker T. Washington and W.E. Du Bois,
Leo, let me get this, and Thanos, Thanos, wait.
Please don't do that.
We have to wait, Thanos. We have to be honest that Booker T coming from the South and W.E.B. Du Bois coming from the North would have a different worldview. That's number one.
Exactly.
Number two, Booker T. That's debatable. That's why we're having this conversation. We've literally we've been disagreeing about this literally since the second after slavery. Really during slavery, since the second after slavery, Black people have been disagreeing. Right, with the Booker T and W.E.B. Du Bois model. Literally, we're making the same arguments over a century later. Damn near approaching 2 centuries. Wait, real quick, Leon. Here's the issue. Booker T could have never known what America would have become with big, heavy, multinational conglomerates. He could have never known how big money would affect politics and how monopolies, real quick, how monopolies would affect labor, including Black labor. He could have never known how unionizing efforts, keeping Black people out of industry in general, then out of the unions specifically, would have affected Black people, and what that would mean for saving your nickels to the point where you could actually start a business and then compete with big white moneyed interest. So I never ever talk down on Booker T. Washington. It's not my place. I'm not ADOS number one. Number two, I can understand why he thought the way he thought, us particularly at the time. With that, we have to be honest about some of the limitations of Booker T. Washington's worldview. And if you want me to be fair, to talk about the limitations of W.E. Du Bois, I can bring that up also. Booker T could have never known where America would be post 1960s, definitely with neoliberalism. You have to understand, mom and pop shops, regardless of race, put it this way, I've used to say this all the time, and now that I'm speaking to you, I might need to start bringing it back into my lexicon. Entrepreneurship has been down for 40 years, right up until COVID. I think it spiked right after COVID, but much of that were people pretending like they started business so they could get that PPP loan money. So when you see that, and that's across the nation, that's not Black people, you have to understand that's because between Walmart in them, Bill Gates in them, Jeff Bezos, the inner brick and mortar stores, that has an effect on entrepreneurship. Right. Not to mention the stagnant wages that you would be able to save up to start something to go against. Not to mention the very lax and becoming more and more lax antitrust laws, right? So we're just now getting to a slight surge in unionizing efforts. So because of the environment, you have to understand, like, Booker T saw a certain world coming from the South where what he was saying made sense at the time, even with its limitations. But once you get to the 1950s and 60s, once you get to these big, especially by the time you get to the late 70s and early 80s, it's a different world that you're dealing with. Then you also got to think about, once again, the multinational corporations, right? Like, look at what the US has to do to compete against China. Look at what they're doing with TikTok, right? Let me land with this. Wait, Thanos, let me land with this. Because I'm saying something important. Some of us are automobile heads here. The reason why the R32 Skyline, 33 Skyline, 34 Skyline never came to America is because the big three Detroit car companies made sure to lobby the U.S. government for it not to come to the U.S. It was too kick-ass. They couldn't compete against it, exactly. Because here you have a little 2.6 liter all-wheel drive Nissan kicking ass and taking names in Australia. kicking ass and taking names in Japan, kicking ass, and because the 32 didn't go to the UK, but the 33 and 34 did. Kicking ass and taking names. So they lobbied for it not to get here. That's why it's just not getting to the US legally 25 years later, depending on the generation. If they're able to do that with a goddamn car, what you think they can do to black people?
I don't care. I'm still showing up in my charge.
I agree.
It's terrible. Thanos, let Leon go, and then we're definitely gonna have you. Trust me, I'm gonna let you speak. I'm gonna let you speak. Go ahead, Leon, and then I'm gonna let you speak. Go ahead.
This is what most people don't understand. There's no Booker T. Washington without WED. I mean D. My bad. But same way there's no Malcolm X without Martin Luther King. They are the same coin. You can nothing Booker T said would have been important if WE wasn't there. They're both important. You need people getting educated, and you need people with blue collar skills. The fact is they created the conversation into a debate of what black people need to do. They needed to do both. Like every white person to tell you, because I'm white and I say so, man, Martin Luther King was a better pick. And I'm okay, let's listen to his whole speech instead of cutting it off at this mark. Okay? Malcolm X needed Martin as much as Martin needed Malcolm X. You needed
pause for 5 seconds with that, Leon. Martin needed Malcolm because he needed the threat of Malcolm so that he could push his. Because Martin could always play if you don't negotiate with me, then you're gonna have to talk to them niggas, and them niggas ain't talking.
Exactly. Ahead, you need both. You need WE and you need Booker T. You need both of them. It's not we should do this. We should take groups of our people and introduce them. That's why during the period of time of, Black Mohawk conferences, they said the boys are going to learn how to build while the girls go to college.
Okay.
I was being for real, but I'm out of here. I got to go.
For example, everything y'all all said, I agree with. But my issue is in terms of the right set of history, we cannot pretend that W.E. Du Bois didn't win the Intelligentsia War. He had intelligentsia. He chose Stalin. He chose Lenin. He chose those Franks. When black people are naturally conservative, we know that through the African DNA. We know that through the African ideals. And so I agree with everything y'all are saying as black men. And as me as a black man. My issue is the reason why, like, for example, if we chose the brick and mortar, build it brick by brick, which we know we did to the Tuskegee, through the Tuskegee Airmen. When black people say we didn't fly planes, well, yeah, we fought the Nazis, so you can't say that. When black people say we didn't run for president for Obama, we ran for president in 1907. My issue is I cannot blame it on the black bitch, but I will sit here and I will tell you, okay, there is a deeming problem. There's a deeming problem and issue with everything y'all are saying is correct. I have, you know me, obviously, this is a doomer pill stream, so I'm very doomed out as a black man because I have a prominent issue of the black male species being prominent in leadership, and I know that we can lead prominently with high IQ, all that bullshit that people say that we can't do. But my issue is like, we have to come to a compromise. There has to be something. And I don't mean Thomas fucking Sowell. I mean, why can't it be we have logic and reason in our sector throughout manosphere, especially with the manosphere, because we pretty much dominated it. Nobody wants to talk about we dominated the manosphere. But it is
BJ said that like 3 years ago. We are the tip of spear. We are the and I agree.
Sandman chose half the shit he said off of us. We know that. I'm saying this as a black man to all of you on the panel. There has to be some sort of, and again, I know people don't like this phrase, it's a denouement. It's an ending period, right? Because we're all us. We're older. We're in our 40s. We're gonna hit our 50s in about 15 years. It's us as a manosphere.
But let me say this too. Let me say this though, Thanos.
Dizzy, you know what I'm saying, dude.
What do wait, here's the thing. Wait. What do you think we're doing? What do you think we're doing?
You're in the end. You
Wait,
Thanos.
Thanos. Let Lion say that because Lion already knows where I'm going. Go ahead, Lion.
You
Go
asked
ahead.
the question earlier. What's the end game? Here's the answer. You're in it.
Thank you.
You're in the end game. What you see going on right now, everything you said, this is the end game.
I agree. I agree with that shit, dude. But here's my problem. We have a denouement. When I say denouement, what is a denouement in terms of a novel or a paragraph that is ending in terms of an essence of an essay? The denouement is I present my argument, and if there are not enough arguments, i.e., black women, that black bitch, because they can't, they know they lost.
Wait. Thanos, let me say this. Thanos, let me say this.
Tell me now.
Brother, I'm gonna need you to chill out with the whole black bitch shit.
Yeah,
I'm gonna need you to chill. I'm gonna need you to chill out with because I'm purposely real quick. Ryan, I'm gonna let you go. Let me say this to him real quick. I wanted to give you some space to let it out, to get it out. I get it. I understand. Look, bro, we've all been there. I get it.
What's next?
The tall, cute, dark chocolate sister chose the white dude, and now the white dude didn't die, and the mixed kid. I've never been there, but I understand she chose somebody else. I get it.
I'm talking
right.
About
We've all been there.
No.
But we're telling you what's next, and you're in the space of what's next.
Yeah,
you're in the space of you're literally in the space of what's next. And if you decide to end up with the young lady that you're with now, and you go sell it in the sunset, that is what's part of what's next. But there cannot be a next if you can't let go of the fact that the tall, slim, cute chocolate sister chose the white dude. You got but you are worried about it because you bought it up, and you're all worried, and you are worried about it because not only did you bring it up multiple times, that is much of the reason why you keep on saying black bitch. I need you to get wait. I need you to get over the red pill rage, so that you and the white woman that you're with now, if that's who you decide to be with, that y'all go out and sell out in the sunset, and you go live your life and don't do what the black women are doing, which is hey, you see my white bitch? I got a white chick. That's look. I got a white girl. I got a white girl.
Okay,
don't trust me. Go ahead.
Okay, wait, how about this? How about this? Let's go Dune theory. Okay. Let's say Paul is a dark-skinned African American man. Okay, so if Paul from Dune is the African American man, what does Paul have to do at the end of Dune? In Dune 2, what does he have to do? He has to.
I don't watch Dune 2 yet. Go ahead, Go ahead.
Well, have you read the book?
No, I haven't read the book yet.
Well,
I never read the book, and I haven't seen the second one yet, but I did watch the first one. Go ahead.
You want me to be quiet? Can I spoil it for you? Or I don't want to.
I would rather not because people are gonna watch it. That's our lane. That's our lane. Yeah. Let's not do that. Yeah.
Okay. I will regress from my black bitch talk, and I know why you're saying what you're saying. Let's go.
Wait, pause for the cause. Wait. Do you know why I'm saying what I'm saying?
No. I know what you're saying. Why you're saying what you're saying?
Go. No. I want you to answer this. Wait. Why do you think I'm telling you to slow up on the black bitch talk?
Because it's anti-black, and it's not fair to black women because they are beautiful, and we know they're bountiful, and they're capable.
Damn,
and the problem is they're capable. Black women are capable.
Wait. Thanos. Wait. That's a reason, but that's not the reason. But go ahead, line.
That's the main reason, but that's not the main one. The thing is, you keep asking about the end game. You know what the end game is? You with that white girl.
Yeah.
That's the
Don't
end
do
game.
that.
And no, it really is though. It really is though. It's part of the end game. Number one, it really is. But it's but Thanos. Wait, let me get this out because wait. Not only am I telling you to slow up on the black bitch talk because of all the things that you listed, but it's also it just doesn't look good.
Yeah, like there's no.
It just you have to be responsible with your rhetoric because you have to understand some of the other people that occupy this space. Right? That may not be on the channel right now, but that occupy this space, number one. But number two, if we are supposed to be, like you keep on saying, like you continue to say, intelligent black men, then yes, we can banter and we can use profanity and, let certain things slip. But we have to show a level of discipline to show that our arguments aren't coming from a place of resentment and what could have been and what she did to me, but also from an intellectual position, because I can't levy that on black women, which I do a lot, and then have you continue to say black bitch and then also say and remind us, which I didn't know before, that much of this is coming from a place of she chose the white dude who ended up dying, and now she got the mixed kids
And
and
at the end
single.
of the day,
Go ahead.
But at the same time, that rhetoric you're using makes you no different than them because they're on the other side complaining. They're on the other side complaining about the white dude that didn't want them or the black dude that wouldn't do right by them.
Thank you.
You're using that rhetoric makes you no different than them.
I'll stop talking about that, but here's my point. My denouement is, why can't we have the Faustian spirit of fucking? It is the black man. We can do what we can, what we have in jest of being oppressed by.
Pause for the cause. You want to know? I can answer the question right here because wait. I already got the answer though, because we're smarter than they are and we're more disciplined than they are. And the reason why we don't move like Foster, like Bowser, like Foster, is because she thinks we're the final boss. We know she ain't the final boss. She's just in the way.
There's no she. It is but we. Now, yes, I am not.
Thanos. On that note, Thanos, I'm gonna let you down. Right? I'm gonna let you down. I need you to sober up a little bit. I'm gonna let you down, and you have a great rest of your day.
I'm scared.
Yeah.
All right, bro.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Go ahead, Vince. Go ahead.
We have to be mindful not to imbibe the spirit of a black male divester, and that's no disrespect.
Right? Hey, bro. Hey. I'm just saying.
I agree.
I'm just saying.
You're not the only one out here that got rejected by a black woman.
Yeah, I get rejected all the time.
Yeah.
I still got hoes. But look,
the biggest
Leon,
thing.
I think. I
Go ahead, Vincent, and better you. Go ahead, finish up Vincent and better you.
All right. Leon, I appreciate that you came to actually say what was on my mind too about just using the B word so flagrantly and stuff like that.
Thank you all. Yeah. Thank you, Leon. Because I was preoccupied and I couldn't unmute because I was y'all break the streams, right? Don't put it in the comments. But y'all already know. So I'm like, what the hell? And he said it once, and you're like, okay, get it out. I understand. I get it. And I'm like, all right, he keep on saying this thing. Like, I hear you. All right. And it's like, all right, bro. And he's still listening. Let me also say this. The other reason is because I understand that we've all been there. So I'm giving you a chance to vent it out. But you have to understand, we are supposed to be, and this is important that I say the word supposed to be more mature than them. Our arguments are supposed to be more cogent, and our arguments are supposed to be less emotional. I didn't say that your arguments can't come from an emotional place. I said they're supposed to be less emotional. Just because they might start there doesn't mean that you. Go ahead.
I'd have to push back on that. You have to drop and take out the emotion, because the more emotion you put into it, the less logic that comes out of it. So when you talk like that, you sound no different than them, because like we said, most of these women talking, even though they're using 4 or 5 syllable words, we all know what it really is. It's a template. So at the end of the day, you sound just like them using this rhetoric. Calm down.
And you play yourself out your position because you're not. You think less when you have emotions, then you're more prone to anger, frustration, and things like that. We can't move like that. We're supposed to feel those things.
Then I gotta say this. Let me hit. Hey, y'all already know. I throw all the logical fallacies out the window. So now I'm going to appeal to your morality. Yes, it is. Yeah, logical fallacy right there in your face. Brother, if you truly care about that white woman,
Leave that shit go.
Well, here's the important part. I don't think you should be with that white woman. Because I don't think you're with her, and if she listening, you nigga, you better put your headphones on. Because Lion, you know where I'm going. You know where I'm going. Hey, don't be with that white woman to spite black women, because you know what you're gonna do. You're gonna cheat on her with a black woman.
Yep. Don't do it.
You're gonna be just like those female black divestors. Don't be a black female divestor out here talking all that shit. Got the white husband cheating on her with the brother in the file room. Don't be a male version of her.
You don't even have to go there. She just looked at you like, so what? I'm just a trophy.
Yeah.
It don't even have to go there.
You're just
if
an
you
object.
care about that is.
You're
If you don't
just
care,
an
hey,
object.
do you, brother?
Yeah.
Hey, yo, can anybody?
Yeah, and not only that, you're with the white woman to spite black women. And here's the thing: if you care about that white woman that you're with, how fair is that to her?
Yeah, but and if that's their attitude, what makes you any different than them?
Make it even. I'm gonna add on to it. We stacking. Let me add on to what Line is saying. And if she know you're with her to spite black women, is that not anti-black?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Can anybody hear me?
Go ahead.
Hello?
You good, Naaman? Go ahead. But Naaman, you wasn't speaking. I was like, Naaman over here eating popcorn, watching the fireworks. Go ahead.
Actually, I've been all kinds of fucked up since yesterday. I've been dealing with food poisoning, but
yeah. Sorry,
brother. Feel better, brother. That's because y'all don't got that good ass seasoning like over here in America. Go ahead, nowhere.
No, dude, it was some I don't know, icing I shouldn't have eaten. You know, it's not my fault. Don't say what I'm eating. I'm like all kinds of fucked up.
Go ahead.
You're doing better though.
But anyway,
yeah, exactly.
Thank you, appreciate it. You know, just got some, apple cider vinegar and whatnot.
Translation: he been shitting his guts out. Go ahead.
Booty hole on fire.
More than one.
Name a booty hole is on fire.
You ain't got ginger ale over there?
What?
Ginger ale, yeah, brother.
Wait. We need booty on fire.
I don't mean it the LGBTQ way. I mean it the diet way.
No, not that way. No, of course not.
Yeah,
I don't mean it the rainbow way. I mean it the diet way.
Over here, man.
It's not what's going in, it's what's coming out. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I take it none of you have tried Indian food or Ethiopian food, because that shit will
I've had both. Definitely Indian food. Definitely hot ass Indian food.
Well, yeah, and here's the thing. And here's word of advice for y'all. Ditch the toilet paper, soap and water. Just hit the shower and wash your ass early, because your ass is gonna catch some toilet paper on fire.
Ooh,
you know what I'm saying? But
okay.
But anyway, the brother, who's just talking right now, I was wondering if he was inebriated or something. Because the way he was talking,
I think we have come to the agreement that that's a yes.
Emphatically, yes.
Yeah, emphatically, yes. A resounding yes.
Yes.
And to his point about getting with a white woman in spite of a black man, and in spite of a black woman, I've seen this before in my own community, where but it was like me personally, I've dealt with rejection before, but it was like I wasn't gonna go to a white woman because I knew the dangers and ramifications that would be if I got involved with one. Even when I came here, when a white woman approached me or something, I had to be very cautious because I don't know what her intentions were. I don't know how she sees me, and I had to get to know this person to understand what her thoughts were, and then realize, okay, either go for it, and if I did not think she was genuine, I had to get the hell away from her. I'm easy to play how scary it is when you get hit on by a drunk white woman in certain places for certain times of the day. But just to get mad at, you're still caught up in the rage. And there's some people, who are highly sensitive that just cannot come to terms with the anger. I was once like that. I got over it. And you know what helped me get over it? Black Phillip. The Black Phillip show. Patrice O'Neal. That's what helped me get over it. Because once I started listening to that, then I started listening to some Red Pill, mixed house shit, and then I ended up meeting BDS, and I made up all your stinking asses eventually.
Sure.
But
our asses ain't stinking like yours is right now. You walked into that one. Well, you walked into that was too easy. That was a layup. That was too easy. Go ahead.
I've owned up the fact. Hey, first of all, you're talking to a guy who has no problem admitting his shit stinks. You know, I mean, I'm like the OGB in this motherfucker. Besides, we got to be dirty, stinking, and dusty.
Hey, let me tell y'all let me tell you what just happened. You said like y'all stinking asses, and I virtually looked at Better You and looked at Line like y'all ain't gonna say it. Shit.
Let me be a black man. You
Hey, BG, hey, this is Z. Giving you Haitian, you know what they used to say about y'all? HBO.
Mm-hmm. Wait, say it again. I missed it. Say it again.
Giving you Haitian, you know what they used to say about y'all? HBO, anybody?
No. What? Oh, the alphabets that we had the alphabets. Oh no.
No, Haitian, no.
I don't know. That was ours. We did get that stereotype, but that wasn't really our stereotype. Our stereotype was the die slow. They said we came up to the U.S. with the die slow. Like we the ones who were spreading the die slow all over the place. True. That was the body odor. That was more like a. We did get that. I'm not saying we didn't, but that was more labeled on Nigerian folks. But yeah, we did get a little bit of that. We did, but it was really the one that really hit us was we eat domesticated animals like cats, and that the alphabets will say the die slow the 28 days later. Right. We had the gift. We'll say.
That was
other than the big ass foreheads.
That's interesting. I've heard those about other people's.
What, all the stereotypes I said?
Okay.
Yeah, like the eating domestic animals, like that's been where I grew up at least in the Low Country. That was an Asian thing, a Chinese thing.
Oh yeah, over here too. Yeah, no, in South Florida too. Yeah, in New York too. Yeah.
Like the body order thing, that was South Indians and whatnot.
That's
like
Indians,
that.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same thing here.
I can tell you, yeah. Like I can tell you, I got relatives who are Filipino. You know what they say about Filipinos with the dogs, but and in my case, you guys know.
Let me finally let me read this real quick. Let me finally read KMS's because we definitely dealt with someone with a existential doom, we'll say. And shout out to KMS for the super chat. He said doom, and we were supposed to be talking about all that. We tied in a couple of times, but yeah, no, it is a doom stream because we pretty much say and I'll give the brother credit with this is like as the clams to really come down in this society and now wealth gap becomes a chasm. I think black women are gonna really feel that existential dread more when the escape hatches they thought they had aren't open. And dear black men, all of us on this panel, you think you getting big head text now? A big head text, nigga.
AZ, the escape hatch is painted on the wall.
Right, the escape hatch is painted on the wall, and they run right into the wall trying to get it through the escape hatch. That's funny.
What is it? Cartoons now?
Just thought of a cartoon.
What is it? Looney Tunes?
Yeah, no, it really is a cartoon. Like I just imagined in my head.
I just pictured that.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it really is. Go ahead.
Anyway, as I was saying, by the way, in my case, I know y'all would poke fun of me with the stereotype of we are the world and the starvations back in the 80s and shit. Hey, here's what it is. But caught up with his emotion and everything. Because how old is this guy? 37 now?
37. He said 37. Right?
37. Okay, so he's born in 87.
86 probably.
Yeah.
Unless he was born in the first 3 months. He's probably 86. Maybe 87, baby.
Okay, I'll be 39.
But what I'm trying to get at.
Get your old ass off my panel. I'm playing with you.
I told you you're going to let me be a black man. Knock that shit off. I told you you're going to let me be a black man. Knock that shit off.
Hey, bro, that is the highlight of my panel today. Is lying what I told, bro. Passport OG, I'm gonna need you to do a stream on that. He's probably not listening right now, but look, I told you you're gonna let me be a black man. Is the highlight of the stream. That shit right there. Go ahead, Nameless. Go ahead.
Singing like Five and Family Stone, Thank you for letting me be myself. Anyway,
you can play that in the background. Clip out line saying, "I told you gonna let me be a black man."
For bass right now. Come on now. But I'm just trying to. I mean, I've seen. Let me give you an example of a similar scenario. And this took place in both Ethiopia and Eritrea. It's 2001. Both countries had just ended a 3-year-long border conflict. Okay, that was kind of sporadic and everything.
Wait, what nations you mentioned? Where and where?
Eritrea and Ethiopia.
Oh yeah. Okay.
They had a border conflict between 98 and 2000. In 2001, they squashed it, and then they had they signed like something called the Algiers Agreement and whatnot. In that time, and this is talking from somebody who was a veteran of that conflict, and who grew up, who was watched this was coming up and going through college while watching all this shit. But I remember you started seeing peacekeepers coming down to the area, and they were out and about. And I remember on both sides, you would start seeing women getting involved.
Is that me?
Nah, I think he cut.
Namer, you went out.
Nah, you cut out.
Namer, you went out. Well, while you're doing that, let me read L's active comment real quick. And L's active says, Z, you would be a good dad. No homo. Touche on dampening the rage. I feel, dude, though we've all been angry. Thank you, L's active. Thank you. And then I don't think that was homo. Hopefully I'm gonna be a good dad. What was the point? Hopefully.
Can I
go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
Just say I'm dampening the rage. I feel for dude though. We've all been angry.
Real quick, Namer, because you Namer, you just jumped in and you didn't even know you was out the whole time. Go ahead, better you, and then back to Namer. Go ahead.
My man, bro.
But you're right. I need to throw up. Hang on a second.
Okay. Oh Lord. But we've all been in that space, man. And one of the big things that I would say helped me to get over it was one of my mentors, and we had a conversation. And he said it in relation to business, but it's also true in relation to life. I was going for a position, I didn't get it. And I know for a fact I'm 10 times more fired than the person they picked. And they said to me, like, yo, in life, we all have our choices. And we have the right to be wrong. We're not in a totalitarian society.
Yep.
Yes.
So
yes.
This might be some of my arrogance coming through. Y'all might see this is some of the little toxic side of Better You, if you want to say.
Nah, I'm gonna let you be a black man, unlike Z.
Right? I appreciate you, my brother. I appreciate you.
Look, I'm a divested today. If y'all ain't white, y'all ain't right. No, I'm playing with y'all. Go ahead. Go ahead, Better You.
I believe, real talk, of the women that I've met in my life, I believe I'm the best thing happened to them. Six, 7 women always coming back, texting me every single year for the last 5, 6 years. I know I am. And it's one of those things like, hey, look.
Nigga said, check the pedigree. Check the statistics. Hey, man, they hot. Go ahead.
I ain't got no problem saying that. I ain't even supposed to be here. I'm from the backwoods. I'm supposed to be in a coal mine somewhere, some bullshit.
I'm from the dirty, dusty streets of New York. Me too.
But yeah, it's one of those things where, like, hey, they fucked up. It's cool. Move on. Do what you got to do. Like that person that you with now, put that energy into them, because if you always looking back, it's gonna end up causing problems sooner or later.
Exactly.
And that ain't it.
Yeah, I'm like, whatever choice they made, at the end of the day, it was their right to make the choice.
Exactly.
It was their right to make the choice. But now you have the right to make a choice.
Yes.
That's pretty much what's happening right now.
Wait, Leon. Sorry. Lion, you just sparked a thought in my head. Bruh, do you want to go save her? Thanos?
Why?
Is the problem that you're conflicted and you want to save her, especially that Buddy Roll passed away? Is the issue that you're seeing her and you're conflicted and you beat up on yourself because you want to go save her?
Yeah. No, don't save her.
Oh my God.
Don't put no more.
I think he wants to put the cape on. And by the way, I'm joking, Thanos, but I'm not joking. It's really well. It says Thomas on the thing, but Thomas, I'm joking, but I'm not joking.
Give me the damn cape. I'm putting it in the fire. Give me the cape.
Right? Because I think the issue is he sees her and I think, but do you want to raise that mix, baby? right? Is it that she's single right now, and you look at it and you're like, I could pull it. I could maybe do it. Would she rebuff me in my $35,000 a year because I'm not white? Would I have to deal with the heartbreak again, even though I tried to save her from a more dire situation than the first time? Are you conflicted? If you're conflicted, please call 1-800. Don't be a simp.
Don't do it.
Right? I'm joking, but I'm not joking. Go ahead, Lance.
And here's the thing: she won't like you anymore for it.
Yeah, yeah.
She's gonna hate you even less.
Yeah,
she's gonna think
like
you any less because you showing to her you don't respect yourself and you don't value yourself.
Yes,
you are making her realize your value isn't her. Only she can validate you.
Because contrary to popular belief, no one respects Russell Wilson.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Good man, no respect.
No one. Yeah, good men don't respect that shit. Yeah, you put it perfectly better. Yes, good man. No, but
that was me.
Vincent, you can give me more credit. Give me my goddamn credit.
My bad, dog.
No, Vince, we old niggas. You know how them old niggas do. They steal your shit and don't even say nothing about it. So sit your young ass down over there at the kitty table. We stole your shit. That's how it is. Go. I'm fucking with you, Vince.
Anyway. Hey yo. Since you guys brought up the cave, I just have to say this now. I gotta give that old intro now. Y'all fucked up by bringing the intro. Hang on. It goes like this. Faster than a premenstrual, faster than a menopausal woman experiences a hot flash.
Hysterical.
More powerful than a unique orgasm. Able to lower his standards in a single drop. It's a mosquito. It's a dragonfly. No, it's Captain Saberhole.
Right. And I just want to say, because we're poking fun at you, brother, but at the same time, like, this is something that you really have to. I get where line is coming from. Don't save her for real. Don't do it. But it sounds like really you're conflicted and you're tempted to attempt because she's probably going to rebuff you again. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I think it's just bruised ego, and that happens.
But years later, bruised ego, and I think I agree with you. I agree with you. It could still be bruised ego. But I think he's still conflicted though.
Yeah, it could be a bit of both, but I think I would think it's more so bruised ego.
Bruised ego? Like I can see that. Yeah.
It's pretty much how dare that broad do it, but but I'm saying this as a human being to another human being, I understand.
Yes.
Been there.
Yes.
But
been
there
there
comes a time where you have no choice but to let that shit go.
Yeah.
Because, like, what better you were just saying, like, because it doesn't just happen with women. It happens with a job. It happens everywhere.
Yes.
It doesn't just happen in relationships when you get rejected, when you were supposed to get something and you didn't get it.
Yeah.
So, like,
I've had that before. I've had that before. Hey, by the way, I've had that experience when it came to like, looking for another place to live. I got a little pissed off about it for a moment, and then I realized, oh wait, now I see why. I found some place better.
We as a generation are going through that with houses right now. Go ahead.
Yo, there's whole nuclear. Yo, man, listen, where I live, there is there's like whole nuclear families of different races out here living in apartments. Like, because I live in an apartment complex. Nuclear families, mother, woman, child, living here in apartments.
You see?
Crazy.
So I think what Lion said needs to be emphasized, which is, bruh, we are currently in. This is the thing, Thomas. I hear you, brother. I hear you. But as Lion was saying, and as Better You said so eloquently, I understand feeling and knowing that you were the better person for the job. You were the better person for a situation. But the situation chose differently, and that's something that you are forced to accept. Number one, it ain't your choice. Number one. Number two, it is a human response to feel that and to feel that rejection and to be somewhat rageful towards that. That's human.
Yeah.
But you eventually have to let it go, especially when you find yourself in a different situation, arguably maybe a better situation. You gotta let the old one go because it will eat at you, and it will eat at the situation you are currently in.
Yeah, you can't control you can't control what she does and what she chooses, but you can control your response to it.
Yes.
And that shit when you do crazy things
Does
like
anybody remember Bruce Almighty?
Yes.
Yeah.
They were just on distance.
Oh no,
What was it? Can
yes,
you repeat
yes.
that?
The answer is yes. Yes.
No, I didn't.
It
I
might
didn't,
be.
I
It
didn't
might
hear
be
him.
you, Namer. It might be you because I think. Can y'all hear me well?
No, you sound. No, it's not you, Z. I mean the other whoever it was. I think it was Ryan. I think was trying to say something. I couldn't hear him.
No, I can hear line clear. Yeah, no, I can hear
wasn't
line
me.
clear.
No, it
Okay.
wasn't me.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. My mistake. My mistake. I don't know. Somebody. But
Hey, yo,
but
hey,
let me put it this way.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Vincent.
Yeah.
I was saying, so imagine, okay, let's use this for example, right? You're talking about doom and shit and everything, right? Imagine like the sentiments and feelings that this man having, things like that. Imagine all the other dudes and stuff who experiencing things that are emotional about, what's going on in their climate, and they're not only just like rejection and stuff like that, but the disappointment and the outcome of where they are in life, and they strive to be a certain type of guy. Like even me, like I even felt that anger until I started dealing with it. Thank God niggas found this corner of the internet, right? But imagine all the people who aren't able or aren't even aware of this side of the internet, and they're going through things just like Thomas, which is good that he even have a place to reflect and vent and stuff like that. So imagine, like, and I think that's some doomer shit too. Because how will other people going to act when they have like emotion unregulated, feeling rejected,
Well, we see them.
stuff like that.
We see the acting out. We see the acting out with the gang violence. We see the acting out with the being recluse. We see the acting. We see the acting. We see the acting out. We see the acting out from black women, pretty much acting like edgelord 12-year-old white boys. We see what it looks like, right? So like, and what I'm asking Thomas to do is not be that. Not be that, right? Because it's easy to fall into that. And here's the difference between you as a black man and everybody else in society. You don't get to pull that stunt.
No.
Everybody's looking to hem you up or even delete you. You don't get to play that. Go ahead.
You don't get to pull that stunt.
Exactly. No, it's not fair. It's not fair.
But you know why they don't want you to pull that stunt? Because they're afraid of you.
Yes.
Oh hell. The thing I'll say
Very
to
afraid.
if you're really thinking about going back, I'll just say this from my own experience.
No,
the first one that came back, I went back. It was the worst decision I ever fucking made.
Yeah,
you have all the power, and the instant you entertain them, you give everything up. You go, but as soon as you say, you know what, baby, maybe let's go out on a date.
Done
Nigga,
deal.
you become a goddamn pebble on the street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pebble on the street.
Pebble on the street. Shit.
A pebble on the street. That's the first time I heard that.
A pebble. Yeah, the first time I heard it.
Train tracks. Go ahead.
But I felt what he said though when he said it.
Yeah, no, I know what he was saying, but that was funny and accurate as hell. A pebble. God damn.
People saying
what the hell you Carolina niggas be coming up with this shit from? That shit was good though. That shit was good.
I'm gonna give you a story. I'm gonna give you a story.
Hey, you know what I think it is? Like, wait, real quick, name it. I think Better You and Lion are competing on who's gonna have the quote of the day. So I ain't gonna lie to you, Lion. I ain't gonna lie to you though. Right, Better You
be a black man.
Right. No, Better You. I ain't gonna lie to you. Lion still got the trophy right now, because that you gonna let me be a black man? That shit right there.
Oh yeah,
that shit right there.
He's got the championship.
Right, he can't top that today. Like, but the pebble on the street is really good though. Go ahead.
Right now. But anyway, one example I can give, like where Thanos is coming from is like I remember I dealt with a white woman and I got ghosted. And me, because I got my head issues. I got a cluster B personality disorder, and so emotional regulation is not my strong suit. And I got ghosted, and I didn't understand it. I was so confused by what happened. And I told her this person was, a switch hitter, and her ex, who I'm still on good terms with. She told me, no, that's what she does. She does that to other people. I said, oh, okay. And it took me a while to come to terms with it. And then I realized, wait a minute, I was dealing with, and I wasn't just, throwing out the word narcissist willy-nilly. I was just like looking at it in hindsight, doing a lot of psychoanalysis, doing some psychoanalysis of it, and look at the telltale signs, realize, oh, wait, he did me a favor. Because I can tell you right now.
There you go.
No, she did me a favor by walking.
No, I'm saying there you go. Exactly.
Man, put it to you
And
like
that's
this.
something
I'll
that, but
top
I
you one
also
better.
realized, wait.
Oh, go.
Hold on, not a minute. And this is something you guys understand because I'm up here in Scandinavia, okay? And Scandinavians, when they sever ties with you, they will ghost you. It's some passive aggressive shit because they're always fearful that they don't want to come off as something like that instead of being upfront with you and telling you the truth. Unless you piss them off, which I've done many times. But then again, I'm a dick. I have a black belt in piss offery and a PhD as well. So go ahead.
Dude, I can talk about my rejection. Like, not too long ago, I was ghosted.
I'll be damned if I have sympathy for over 6 foot tall nigga. Nigga, you don't get to talk about no stripes and struggles on Z's channel, you tall ass nigga. You no, I'm fucking with you. Go ahead.
Man.
Tall niggas don't get to talk. This is like light skinned black women talking about the struggles of being a black woman.
Tall niggas fuck up. Tall niggas fuck up. Tall niggas go through struggle too.
Wait. How tall is everybody here?
On behalf of the 6 foot. On behalf of the 6 foot plus
these cloud smelling ass niggas over here, these fucking in the clouds ass fucking
hey, no.
Satellites hitting them upside the forehead ass niggas. Go ahead.
Hey, listen. Hey, that's the thing about being tall, the altitude. I gotta deal with the turbulence. Okay.
That was good. That's good. Go ahead.
Wait, Lion, how tall are you? Wait, how tall are you guys? Everybody mentioned their height. You're 6'3".
Wait, name it. Don't throw it off. Don't throw it off. But yeah, no, I'm only 5'9". But keep going, Lion. Keep going.
Yeah, I'm 6'3", but I'm saying, like, I'll put it to you, long story short, I was ghosted by a chick that essentially didn't even have a job.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I had that. I didn't get ghosted, but I got rejected by a chick that didn't have a job multiple times, actually. I had that happen. But yeah, no, that happened. So hell yeah.
But it is what it is. It is what it is. That's the game.
Yeah, the game is the game. Look, the game is the game. Look, ain't nothing. I'm telling y'all, ain't nothing. Because women feel a certain way about it, but you know what it is. Think about what Lion said. You know what it is to be ghosted by a woman who says this nigga could potentially save me, and I'm gonna ghost this nigga, even though I don't have a job.
Yep.
In other words, I can't even sustain myself.
Yep.
But fuck it, I'm better than this nigga anyway.
You're living with mommy and daddy right now.
I don't think that's as bad as Popeyes.
No, Popeye's chick was crazy as hell. But no. I don't know. Y'all might be on the same level in different ways because look. No. But hey, I got the one up on y'all. A chick I was dating. You know that the month where you get the 3 pay periods. This is for all of us bi-weekly guys.
Oh yeah, those are the
nigga. I spent half of that goddamn check on this chick and didn't smash that night.
Ooh.
Oh. Yeah, you know you don't fuck up. You know you don't fuck up, right?
So nigga, it happens, nigga. It happens.
Yeah.
And low key, here's the thing. Low key, I think I met the nigga that she did smash.
No,
that night.
No.
Low key, I think I did. Right.
You know what's funny? Z, I'm asking you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
If it wasn't for that chick, what was you trying to buy that month?
That's a good question. Because that's when I was this is the height of fashionista Z, right? This is the height of like swagalicious freaking dandy Z. So it probably would have been some clothes. I probably would have blew half a check on some clothes. Serious shit.
Yeah, but you blew that on that bra.
Yeah,
it's okay, though, it happens. It's the game.
It's the game. The game is the game. But yeah, no. So being rejected, being rebuffed, a chick, sidelining you, whether y'all piped or not, that's the game. And this is the one thing that women get to play, and they're probably going to be on the winning side compared to men.
But you don't get to
that's the part. Go ahead.
It only seems like that. It only seems like that because
in the short term, at least.
There's no FICO score for their, like Jason Black put it that way. He was asking a long time ago, what if there was a FICO score for the body count?
Oh,
like think of Credit Karma. Like what? Like good and damn well, if that could be uncovered, if you can actually go and look up their credit history, quote unquote, you know damn well, like they would never, like all this bitching about like the Cheesecake Factory, like you'd be lucky if you get to go to Bojangles or whatever. You're lucky somebody takes you anywhere.
Oh, what you said about McDonald's?
Yeah. If we can like verify. If we could verify.
In the meantime, Lady D is giving Mr. Z the side eye about the Bojangle thing.
No. This is a reckless streams. Don't say it in the comments. We're okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like I
what
said,
I say now?
That's the only thing they get. But the thing is, these women never post their L's. The only time you hear about their L's is when they get on these like panels, or you see the shares. And
or if you follow somebody that follows somebody on Facebook and you mess around and somebody, one of your boys from high school or somebody, hey, you remember such and such? Yeah. Remember, I remember you. I liked it. Hey, guess what, bruh? Yeah. You heard such and such left her ass, or like she got into this situation or that situation, or she asked about you. I told you were married with kids.
Yep. It'd be like it'd be like that though. But you'll never see their L's though. You'll never see the L's. Yeah. And life is gonna
I literally was about to say that life be lumping black women up. Don't ever get it. I agree with what Lion was saying earlier. I was kind of preoccupied. Don't look. They're bluffing, man. They're bluffing because life be lumping black women the hell up. That's another reason why they try to keep a stiff upper lip and keep like acting like they're stoic. They're not. Life is lumping them the hell up.
They just got good poker faces.
Yes.
I don't even think it's a good poker face.
I mean, it's not. I know why you say that, but better you. I see you, dog. I know why you're saying that because you sit there and had these conversations with women, and you ask them one question, and they're just telling you their whole life story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or if you're a police officer, like one of my boys, and they're in a situation, and you give them a look, and they break. My boy has told me multiple times all that loud ratchet stuff, and he'll just look at them with the puppy dog face, and then they'll just, he said bawling, crying, and that's years of pent up. No, we're talking about women hysterical. That's years of pent up, quote unquote, stoicism. It's really not. And then you give them the. Are you sure about? And when I say that, I mean like the real ass, like not mocking them type of "Are you okay?" face. The real ass, "Are you straight?" And then they just break.
Yep. No, I'm really not. You don't even see. They just do the sigh and slump their shoulders, and you know it's coming.
Oh no, bruh. I've done it. I've done it to exes. I've done it to homegirls, bruh. But I say that it is for them. It's relieving as hell. But for you, you're like, bitch, I knew you was fronting the whole time. I knew this. I knew a bit. All I had to do was hit the right buttons, and there go them tears. Now this ain't gonna change nothing.
They ain't gonna change nothing. They ain't gonna change nothing.
Right? Here's the catch.
It's really not.
It changes nothing.
It really
does. But I knew you was fronting from the beginning, and you really ain't as hard as you act.
You know why it doesn't change anything? Because you sit there like, why couldn't you just be straight up before?
Thank you.
All that's part of
women.
Go ahead,
have
B, you got
to
it.
lie because the thing is they're afraid of rejection. That's why they got to be deceptive with us.
Yeah, we know.
If they told us up front, they're always afraid that we're going to say, "Nah, we're not cool." They don't want us to have the right to reject, but they want to have the right to reject us.
Let me use Jason Black's term: power dynamics.
Power dynamics.
That's really what it is. They don't want to put you in the position of power because if they tell you the truth and you know, oh, Your credit score is a 600. Okay. Oh, you $70,000 in student loan debt. Oh, you driving that beat up old Kia, not because you want to and you try to save money for a new house, but because you have to and you can't do better. Oh, that middle management job that they promised you OT and all this other stuff to make money, you don't actually got it like that. They don't put, so it's they're lying to you about their life so you can fund their life and they can still be the egotistical maniac.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's power dynamics. It really is. Yeah.
I mean, look at it this way. I mean, if y'all remember, I can give you an example of the power dynamic thing.
Mm-hmm.
If you remember, shout out to the field marshal Ron Wills and what may have a slow recovery. You know, I know it's been a while, it's been months now, but he's getting it.
Shout out to the OG.
But if you remember,
yeah,
him and BGS, they put out a couple clips where they were by Steve Wilkos, similar to like Maury Povich about the whole fraternity test and everything. And there was this one clip where a black woman was accusing a black man of being the father of the kid, right? And you know, if you saw them when they were, you know,
somebody's background
on stage talking to, not me.
No, go ahead. Keep on.
Turn down the radio. If you remember, they were on stage, and the brother was behemoth that, you know, that's not my baby. She said, "Oh, we'll see when I put you on child support. When we put you on child support." And then when they read out the paternity results and said, "You are not the father," he was like, "Oh God, yes!" And then she just got up and stormed out of there crying, right?
Yeah.
And he just stoked about it. And then when he went back, she tried to stop him and said, "Please just take me back, please back. I promise I'll be good. I promise I'll be good." And he was just completely stoic and just indifferent to everything. His brother, get out of my way.
Right.
You know, I promise I'll be good. I promise. Like, you ever know? It's
hey, no, screw that. Let's be honest. The most heartbreaking clip of any that I see related, like kind of in that lane that you're speaking of, Nema, is that paternity court one where homeboy is over there silently crying. You see the tears rolling down when they say it ain't his baby.
I'd be like, damn, I'm not crying, but damn, dog.
No, I'm not gonna lie. I might shed some tears if it was like that. The tears might come down. And she's over here making a spectacle, right? She's the one loud crying, and even his mom went to go take care of her, right? So everybody's focused on her, and he's over there standing, and the tears are coming down, and it's like, but that speaks to this society pretty much telling men, hey, this is the funny thing about where leftist black women are. We don't want you to be that guy, but we kind of do though. We're gonna tell you
that guy to serve my purpose.
Yes.
We need you to play this position. It's not because you want to, but we kind of need you here.
We kind of need you to do it.
And to be honest, I really feel like society really wanted to put me in that role and shit. Like I was really like, another thing, Z, I want to tell you was 6 months no contact.
Wait, 6 months no what?
What?
No contact.
Oh, no, that's good. And I actually wanted to bring that up earlier. And thank you for opening the door to say, look at your situation is far more recent than Thomas's situation, and you're younger than Thomas.
Right.
So that shows that this can be overcome, right? So like, and I would say to the brother, you just chill out, just live life. If you with the white woman, live your life, have fun, be with her. If it's that great the way you say it is, then you shouldn't be thinking of and just having that energy for homegirl, for the slim chocolate sister. And I think go there. I think it's a bruised ego, like you were saying, Lion. But I also think it's because he might be entertaining some thoughts, and I think it's messing with him, right? And not thoughts like the streetwalkers, but thoughts like the actual thinking thoughts. But go ahead, go ahead, yo.
FOMO. He also suffering from FOMO, fear of missing
out.
Right?
Yeah. But might want to scoop in before the next white dude wipes her up. Go ahead. Yeah.
I don't know how you missing out on a single mother, but okay.
Yeah. True.
Let me cook real quick. I want to cook something real quick. Look,
go ahead,
I think for me, what helped me and the advice I give to other younger dudes and stuff, even older dudes, really help is focusing on yourself, doing something for yourself, making actual realistic goals for yourself, and having something to aim for yourself, having some real substantial short-term and long-term goals and having a contingency plan.
Yes.
Because you have to build yourself, and this is why I'm happy I fell into this corner of the manosphere, because the black manosphere, because you have to build yourself for the sake of you. Because what if that white girl leave you, dog? you can't,
bro. And Vince, I'm so glad, because I wasn't thinking about that. I'm so glad
She's
you brought
still
that
a
up,
woman too.
bro. Thank you. If you don't get good with letting that go, and like Vince is saying, working on yourself. And I'm not saying working on yourself as a complete way to block out. Let me be very clear. Feels are gonna happen. This anti-feel culture is the biggest crock of shit I've ever seen in my goddamn life. Feels are gonna happen. So this idea of building yourself to block out feeling a certain way when you get your little heart broken is bullshit. It's gonna hurt. But Vince is right, where working on yourself does mitigate that. So what about, and this is, I should have posed that question. Thank you, Vince, for saying that. What about if the white girl leave you? Now what? Nigga, you will shatter. You might consider deleting yourself. You gotta get good with being okay that the black woman did what she did, and be okay with her making a choice. Because what you're doing is you being angry still about that is you're not honoring her humanity. That's what I'm trying to get out. You're not honoring her humanity and her ability to make that choice, as painful as it was to you. And if you could get good with that, then you will also be okay with the white woman who made a choice to be with you. And what about if she decides that she no longer wants to be with you?
Yeah,
you have to be okay with that. You have to be.
I was saying, like, she has a right, like, she has a right to not choose you, but she has a right. She does have the right to not choose you, even if you do quote unquote everything right.
Yes.
Even if you do, she has a right to not choose you. But that's also another thing. But to segue to what Nemo was saying about women not taking rejection, you know why they're not? You know why they're afraid of rejection? Because they know that they know they can do everything right and still get rejected. They don't want to deal with it.
They don't want to deal with it. Let me refine that just a bit. They don't want to deal with the weight, and this is why they look at Simone Biles Owens a certain way, and why they look at what's her name? I just said Jodie Turner Smith away, because women's fear is that they take the initiative and then they're rebuffed. There's nothing that hurt them more than the rejection of someone. And you think it bothers us when we feel like we were in a better position, like when Lion was saying, like the homegirl that was still living at home with the parents. Ain't nothing hurt them more than feeling that they stooped down to your level and you still turned them down, or you still quote unquote played them. Oh, women want to jump off a bridge.
And here's the thing. I've been the guy you've been rejected, and I've been that guy you just said, Z. Man.
I've been that
Ain't nothing piss off a woman more than thinking I get down to his level, and
you want to make a chick cry. You want to make a chick cry. You don't have to curse at them. Just tell them no. You don't have to curse at them. You don't have to yell. Just let them go ahead and they'll do their thing or whatever, and they think they're doing it right and everything's good, and then you be the guy and tell them no. Man.
Hey, she might try to handle you, or she might try to handle herself, because that right there, hey,
that is what they're, and that right there is what the fear of rejection is that I could still do everything right and still get rejected. And but this is where we're men and women talking past each other, because men are saying, you know how many times I've been rejected? I did everything right.
You know, put it this way, men are saying yes, you're right. Yes.
Hey, yo. And then we dumb enough to keep trying.
And that's the thing. But men being dumb enough to keep on trying is how we have a human civilization in the first place.
Yeah. That's the thing.
And here's something I should bring up.
It's a gift and a curse.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me read this real quick before you go, Neiman. Let me read this real quick. And PM the Dawn says, what are you sipping on, Thanos? And we talking to the brother now, but yeah, he was but you definitely was sipping on some whatever it was super strong. That was sipping on some rubbing alcohol. That's what that was.
But it just took a turn. But the thing about it, the way it turned, because when he first came up, he was here for a minute. He sounds stone cold sober, and then
whenever he started drinking, that changed everything. Yeah,
he was sipping some E&J.
Old English. Because there's an old English, but what I want to say was, like, you know, Somebody turn off the radio, please.
Yo, somebody's background. I heard a CB in the background for real. Go ahead, yo.
This is not me.
Right.
Who's trucking?
Breaker, go ahead.
Who's in the truck?
Copyright strike.
Yeah. Anyway,
Go ahead, Nemo.
there are, men, we talk about rejection, but we've also had songs about rejection.
Yes.
And overcoming rejection.
Yes.
I mean, I'm gonna give you a couple of examples. And by the way, Z, you kind of remind me of my brother because he's around, he's like you, he's about, but he's an inch or two taller than you, bald head, rocking the baldy, and a beard. But he's an R&B head just like yourself. And I remember a couple of songs we would listen to that helped us, that reminisce, resonate with us. Boys to Men, I'm Doing Just Fine. If you remember
Good
the
song.
Evolution album. There was
Good
another
song.
song. From the following album, they had a song called "Don't Let a Moment Pass You By." In my case, I listened to rock. I remember there was a group called 3 Days Grace that had a song called "Last to Know," where a guy gets.
As long as you don't say
Downside
tanks,
Girl.
maybe I deserve. Go ahead.
Oh God, I hate that fucking song.
You, Raj, and my best friend. My best friend is tanks. Maybe I deserve.
Maybe I tank. Maybe I deserve.
Of course, Tank made that song. Of course he did.
Of course he did.
Wait a minute, is this the same motherfucker who's saying, "Please don't come"?
There you go.
Yes,
There you go. Hey, Tank got a theme. Tank got a theme. Hey, you gotta, bro. Tank, Drake, these niggas are masters at saying, what button can I press to get black women to spend some money? These niggas is masters.
Remember the song? Y'all remember the song "In My Feelings"? Because I remember everybody like.
I could make like honestly, you can make there is like a simp mixtape that we can build just off.
Oh, easily.
R&B was
Come on, man.
since the 80s.
No, but we're not just saying like R&B, I love you, baby music. No, we say we going full on simp. Pretty much the template would be maybe I deserve, and there's a lot of R&B that's on that level, right? Yeah. Easily.
Baby face. Right now.
No, God,
right now.
I'll pay your rent, nigga. What?
I'll give you two examples.
Soon as I get home from work, nigga, I'm sitting down. Go ahead.
I'm going to bed.
Right.
One song.
Gonna go take a shower and go to sleep. What you talking about? Go ahead.
You don't go to bed, Dusty? Okay, never mind. Anyway, what? No hysterical?
You almost made me say, "What am I white?" Go ahead.
That too.
Hey, white dudes is catching strays out here. Go
black
ahead.
man today.
Right?
You gonna be you listen.
Yeah, you better you damn right. Z gonna be a black man. Talking about getting in the bed all dusty.
You better stop playing.
And y'all know I work outside too. So it's not white collar work. I'm blue collar. So actually getting in the bed dusty.
Yeah.
Right. So that black women can actually be legitimate when they call me Dusty. See, when they call me Dusty, they're just calling me Dusty because they don't got nothing else to say. But I'm actually going to bed Dusty.
Yeah, but you want these dusty dollars though.
Hey, bro. You already know it. Of course, black women want the dusty dollars. They just talking shit. You damn right. Of course, they want the dusty dollars. Of course, they want the dusty dollars.
Two songs I can think of.
And the dusty tongue. And the dusty D. Go ahead.
Yep.
Well, and the dusty condoms while we at it. But anyway.
Mm-hmm. No, knowing women, knowing black women, they don't want the dusty condom. No, they don't. They got to deal with it, but they want a certain stroke. Exactly. They want a certain stroke, which comes from raw dusty D. And so they want the dusty D without the dusty condom. I'm just saying. Somebody tell me I'm wrong.
Shout out to Drake because I keep hot sauce.
Right?
Oh, that was a genius idea. Thank you,
bruh. Stop playing around with Drake.
I mean, that chick was, there were two songs she was singing probably after that shit. One was "A High Player's Fire," the other was "Disco Inferno" by the Tramps. But
hysterical.
The song, yeah. Hey, hey! If I eat something spicy, I'll be bumping those songs while I got handle my business. Anyway, the two songs I was trying to mention was one that BTS mentioned once. It's Isaac Hayes, "By the Time I Get to Phoenix," which is about the black pill. It's called Red Pill Sorrow, not Red Pill Rage, but Red Pill Sorrow. The other song that I can think of is like we talk about like Tangies, like maybe I deserve. It's a song by Alexander O'Neill called "Crying All the Time." Or another song he had.
I don't think I've ever heard that joint.
It goes like this. It's like he goes like it's from the second. It's like the second or third album. It's on the same album where he had the songs like "Fake" and "Never Knew Love Like This." On that album. Or "Sunshine." It's like it goes like this. It's like he goes like finally the tears fall from my eyes to wash away the loneliness until I get you off my mind.
I don't know how I feel about Eritrean Norwegians singing Alexander O'Neill. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that.
We gonna let him be a black man though. Go ahead.
We gonna let him be a black man today. All right, we go ahead, Damon. Be a black man. Go ahead.
Let him go.
We didn't have
I promise you, and within the by the end of this month, we're gonna have that shit all over the Black Manosphere. I promise you, that shit is going everywhere.
Spread it. Hashtag, you gonna let me be a black man?
Go ahead and copyright
when
that
you
right
say
now.
it, you know how I hear it. I hear it. When you say it, I don't hear it from a young person's voice.
Like, nah.
Yeah, no.
Let me be a black
I hear it. I hear it from like a brother like that was born maybe in the 50s. No. A brother that was born maybe in the 60s saying it. Like I hear a brother saying it like that's probably around BGS or like Black Uru's age saying it. I hear it in that voice. Right, I don't hear it in like my voice or your voice, even though you're saying it. I hear it in like a older brother's voice. You will let me be a black man. Like
you gonna let me be a black man? Fuck out my way.
Right, go ahead.
What the fuck is it? You guys always got a clown on me because I'm from the other side of the continent. But at least I still know where the fuck I came from. But y'all is wrong. Y'all is mean. I don't like it anymore. I'm gonna play over there with that little cat. But anyway, I don't know. I remember PK was it like, I don't want to play with you guys anymore. Y'all mean. I know. I remember that was a joke and everything.
But the psycho.
Oh man, that shit is fucking hysterical.
But
so let me be a black man.
By the way, what's your problem with me? You got a problem with Norwegians now? You got a problem with Norwegians?
Y'all don't get y'all frosty ass. Don't y'all gotta fucking Russia to make sure that they don't fucking cross y'all borders?
For real.
It's only funny because it's true.
No, actually, it's wrong because you know what they're doing? The same thing they're doing with Finland. Instead, or like what Belarus did to both Lithuania and Poland. They're trying to send Middle Eastern refugees up our way.
Oh, really?
Because, okay, excuse me. Get in the trunk. We gotta go. We gotta take a stroll down memory lane.
Before you do that, let me read D Scott's comment. And D Scott says, "Yo, what's going on, D Scott? And thank you for the super chat. Go ahead."
Z, you got my cash.
You remember the migrant?
Oh no! Wait! We gotta respect.
I was just asking.
Yeah, I think so because it shows me through text. Give me a second because I haven't checked my text clearly since we've been here.
I was just making sure.
Yes, and Lion, thank you for the Cash App. Yes, I did. Yeah. I just had to check the Yeah. Look, yo, Dusty Dollars got to Z in his Dusty account. I love the fact that we're doing this Dusty shit. And Dust we trust.
Yep.
And Dust we trust Dusty Dollars. That's my Dusty.
Right. Lean into it.
The Dusty Doom stream.
Right, the Dusty Doom stream. Because this nation at least let black men be enough of a men to earn an income so that I could get these Dusty dollars from Dusty Lions.
At the end of the day, you gonna let me be a black man. Hey,
and you gonna let me be a black man? Say what I'm about to say, motherfucker. Oh, he'll be back.
Yeah, he'll be back.
He drops in and out. That's how he is. He just ghosts his ass like a motherfucker. But
oh shit.
But like I said about I'm just like you got to be a man. I remember like with us, black folks from other parts of the world, they only want us to be men in certain circumstances. They want us to be men on their terms. Basically.
Yeah,
be a plug and play man.
I remember.
Got kicked out of my own damn stream. Of course I did. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, we know.
Which is a run thing, and it constantly happens. Anyway,
That's
Z, we're
because Z got the dusty internet connection. That's why dust all over it.
He's got that janky ass Obama phone too.
All
But
right.
anyway, Z, do you remember
Go ahead.
the migrant crisis of 2015?
Wait, which
The
one?
migrant crisis.
Migrant country. What country to what country?
Okay, it was mostly people from the Middle East, like Syria and whatnot, trying to crossing the Aegean Sea from Turkey to Greece. And they all saw, and then in Germany said,
Yes,
"Oh,
but I didn't follow it. I didn't follow it.
Okay.
But were they only trying to cross into Greece? I thought they were going other places too.
No. Greece was the entry into Europe.
Okay.
And then the Greek
There we go.
caravan of people trying to cross
Okay.
Eastern Europe, trying to get there. However, when people were getting to Germany, when people were trying to get to Germany, Austria closed their borders. Belgium, the Netherlands, they started shutting down their borders. Denmark, they shut down their borders. Sweden, Finland, they started patrolling. They started, checking every ferry that transport between them. Norway, same thing. However, here's where everybody didn't pay attention. It was this: in the final quarter, actually in the case of Norway, but also this happened in Finland, between October up until well into December of 2015, you started seeing migrants trickling into these countries through the border from Russia. While everybody was focusing on this, on this group that was coming in through Greece, you start seeing Afghan and Central Asian and Middle Eastern migrants coming into Finland, Norway, through their border with Russia. Then, of course, you might remember 2020 after Belarus had their elections are rigged and the EU, put sanctions on them. Belarus started, decided, you know what, we're going to let some of these migrants, we're going to bring some migrants in, and we're going to try to flood these European borders. So they try to go through first Lithuania until Lithuania shut that down, and then they try to do it to Poland, and Poland, started fencing up their border. Hell, just recently after Finland and Sweden joined the NATO, you started seeing a certain number of migrants, from the Middle East trickling into Finland from Russia. And so they have to close the borders down. So they weaponize these human migrants instead of sending Russian motherfuckers to kill us and shit. They're just, using, they're weaponizing, the migrant crisis.
Well.
And so, in other words, everybody's trying to move to Europe.
From the Russian embassies are like providing people with passports to come in. We're providing visas, free visas to numerous people.
But Russia got a population crisis themselves, so why the hell they're not taking those immigrants?
Isn't it official now? You need a visa to visit Europe now?
Is it?
You need
Is it official?
No, you need an entry. No, here's the thing. The Schengen.
Nemo, you cutting out?
Yeah, I didn't hear you.
Oh, shit, you probably about to drop.
No, the Russians done crossed the border. That's what happened. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
This is kind of weird because I'm in the southern part of Norway.
Oh, I thought ain't it official? You officially need a visa.
What I'm saying
is,
because
wait, Nemo, you gotta explain that because Nemo, you gotta explain that because for those of you that don't, if you look at the map, you'll see why Nemo says what he says. Because if Russia was to cross in, they gotta cross in from the north, and nobody lives in North Norway, like nobody.
No.
So go ahead.
No,
it's mountainous.
There's only. No, it's heavily wood. No, first of all, the Arctic Circle is what it is, right? But
exactly.
The northern parts of Scandinavia, is heavily wooded. It's too rugged also because there's very few pathways in and out of that area. Not to mention, on the Russian side of the Finnish-Russian border, it's not ethnic Russians mostly. So the indigenous population there are mostly Finno-Ugric ethnicities. These are ethnicities that are linguistically, culturally, and ethnically related to the Finnish or the Samis of northern Scandinavia. So they have more in common with them. However, you need a visa just to get into Europe, right? But once you have that visa, you can travel anywhere in Europe all you want because
Does that mean, Nemo, you went out again?
Start establishing like checkpoints and whatnot. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can
we
Now
anybody
we
hear me?
can, but you went out for like a
yeah,
good
you
five
went out for
seconds.
a second. Yeah.
Okay, like I said, if you get a visa to enter one country in Europe, you can use that visa to just travel all over the place, all over
Okay, so
within
one
the
visa and you
Schengen.
good.
Mm-hmm.
One visa and you can come in. However, you got to make sure you have your passport with you at all times because
Yeah,
sometimes
yeah,
they
I
have
caught
border
that part.
checks and everything.
Yeah, I caught
You have
that
border
part.
checks and everything. So
Yeah.
as long as we see you got a valid European passport, you're good. However,
Okay.
here's the thing: here's the thing, if you get a citizenship in one country within the EU and they ban you, that means you're banned from the
From the
entire
continent at
continent.
all. Yeah, from the continent. Yeah,
Because if you
caught it.
try to travel to another country, like say you get banned from Italy, right? Now if you go to Spain, they see your passport, say, "Oh wait, you're on a ban list in Italy." So they just going to have you detained, call somebody from the Italian embassy. They're going to have a word with you, and then it's their decision whether or not to let you in, or they say, put them on the next flight out of here.
I'm just trying to get me a big booty European. That's all. Don't
So you want
mind
a Dutch
me.
girl? You want a fine ass Dutch girl?
I'm just trying to get me a big
By the
booty
way,
European.
No, Neymar, I'm gonna need you to hook him up with Helga.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna need a picture of
it's
Helga.
funny you
You
mentioned
need to get
Helga.
hooked up with Helga, shaped like an oak tree, tall as 1-2, and with no shape but muscular as fuck. Go ahead.
He was a big fan of the revamped American Gladiators, folks. That's where he's getting his ideas of Helga and
Oh.
shit from. And that woman's actually a big Texan from that woman he's talking about, Helga, who's like 6 foot blonde, who's like heavy, who's like built and everything. She was actually a strong, competitive strong woman. In fact, a lot of people might remember her from when Medea goes to prison. You remember the blonde that Tyler Perry had to get into a scuffle with, and Medea goes to prison?
When we say Helga, like usually, it's kind of a joke. It's yes, kind of a pejorative, but kind of a pejorative, and it really means like a kind of muscular, kind of man built white woman that's like that's
That's why
probably
that
from
name
like
Helga.
Northern or Eastern Europe, right? So yeah,
Square jaw.
yeah,
Helga's
Eastern
never.
Europe,
That
they
name is.
call
She's
Olga.
never attractive.
yeah. Helga's like never
Back to
attractive,
Hey
even
Never
Arnold,
young,
yeah.
attractive.
right?
Never attractive.
Right.
I take the name, but I need a picture first.
Dude, you'd be surprised how many names up here. There are women I know who have ridiculously traditional Scandinavian names. Like I remember there was a woman I know. She's like she's like a 4, she's like a 5 or a 4. Her name was Higgy, and I was like, okay, and she's like six
Wait, her name is
one.
what?
It was Haga, I think her name, or Haggy, something like that.
Oh man.
Hades.
Or there's also the women who are named Bjorg. Bjorg. You guys remember the Icelandic chick Bjork?
Yeah.
Hello?
What show?
Can you hear me?
What?
Bjorn?
Bjork?
No.
A band.
Okay. Bjork. Do you guys remember an Icelandic woman named Bjork?
I've heard the name before, but I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
BJORK.
Yes, BJORK with 2 dots. Yeah, Bjork.
Yeah.
That's Icelandic. Now, and if you go to Norway, if you go to Sweden, they replace the K with a G. It's called Bjorg. It's like a female. It means a she bear.
Sea bear.
Yeah, a female bear, because there's a lot of guys who get the name Bjorn.
She be strong on her, man.
Which means bear.
Ah, damn it.
But then again, like you guys said, Helga up here, right? If you go to like places like Russia or Eastern Europe, instead of Helga, they say Olga, Olga.
That's even worse.
Oh no!
Hold
You go into the
Slavic
kitchen and
ones,
make
yes,
the
Olga.
pancakes now.
No.
I'm not going to make the pancakes for you because you eat too much. You need to lose weight, Vincent. You need to do your squats. You're starting to get a flat ass.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't pipe that accent. I couldn't do nothing with it. But let me read this real quick. And Leon says a lot of our sisters are Jackie, Jacqueline, Jana, Jane, Janet. Was this Jenny or Jenny, Joan, Jonah, Joanna? Last name Henry with black tax.
Actually, I've never met a black girl named Joanna. I don't think
My cousin. I got a cousin named Joanna.
Oh,
Boom. There you go.
I know. I
Boom.
know plenty of Ethiopian and Eritrean chicks named Joanna, except we say Johanna.
Hey, y'all listen to Fine Girl Named
So,
Peggy before?
Huh?
Fine girl.
what,
Say
what?
again?
Y'all ever seen a Fine Girl Named Peggy before?
Peggy.
I
Yeah.
do.
Nigga,
I know one. I know
what?
somebody.
Hold on, wait.
First of all,
Only Peggy
what
I know
white
is
woman
white.
and how old is she are you referring to?
Yeah.
I
Because
don't
I
even
am
know.
thinking, you know what I pictured? The Wendy's girl.
No. Hey, you picture the
No, no,
Wendy's
no,
girl.
no,
I
no, no, no,
pictured
no, no.
I
Peggy Hill.
pictured Love and
Peggy Bundy.
Marriage. I think they're
Yep.
fucking.
Peggy
Yep.
Bundy. They
Exactly.
used to call Peggy Bundy. Peggy Bundy, you know. Al,
Peggy
could you come
Bundy.
here for a minute, Al? Or like,
Yeah.
Al, I'm home. Did you miss me? With every single bullet.
I'm
Yep.
thinking
Hysterical.
I'm thinking King of the Hill Mall.
Hell yeah,
Yeah.
Peggy Hill.
I don't know.
Peggy's never attractive
I
either.
remember, yeah, I remember there was a girl I went to high school with. Light skin. This is back in her dress. Her nickname was Peggy. She was kind of cute, but kind of like average and everything, But she was on the
Hey,
slender side, light skin and everything.
Peggy would be a
I would
fine
not get
name,
involved with her though, because her parents were veterans, and I didn't want to get pistol whipped like that.
Actually, I'll say it.
Hell no.
When you meet it, put it like this: if you saw Pearl, you wouldn't know her name was Pearl. You would think her name was Peggy.
She definitely looks like Peggy in the face.
Name. Then she tells you her name. You know what? And honestly, I just thought about it because back to what we were saying, the subject at hand, what Z was saying about about their intimidation of the white girl. I'm like, because you were saying about Z was saying about how you're gonna let us take about black women. They're like about you're gonna take over and let us be with the white man. I was like, you really think Pearl gonna let you do that?
They is mate guarding.
Yeah, bro. But they don't appreciate how much white women resent Asian women right now. Let alone if black women start moving up in these spaces.
I would love to watch white girl and Asian women go at it. Because I know they got beat. They're being real cordial about it, though. I can appreciate them being cordial. But I know they can't stand each other.
Have you guys ever seen a white woman get mad when a Latina gets with a Blanco?
Nah.
Especially if the Latina in question's name is Blanca.
Not really. Not really. I'm not saying the intimidation factor right here, but I can see it. But it's just hilarious when you hear about like black women and how much they talking about taking white men. I'm like, yeah, them white girls ain't worried about y'all.
Man, I remember
after seeing the statistics, bro. I'm just like, yo, what? Like it's still like it. It's like they run into the wall. Not like the wall, like the wall, but it's like I don't know, man. Like it doesn't make sense. It's like it's kind of futile.
Let me say this real quick to what. Let me say this to what Lion was saying earlier. So down here in South Florida, a few years ago, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, it might have been right after COVID or right before COVID. We had a case down here in South Florida where a news anchor, she was either like a news anchor for local news or like a writer or something like that. She got fired because she kept on getting into an argument with her neighbor, white man, about the parking space, right? I think they lived in an HOA and like they got into an argument. They kept on getting into arguments about parking space. And so he recorded her fussing him out. And then out of nowhere, she said, and your son in that relationship with that nigger, right? And it's like, yo, so like that lets you know, white women be caring, bro. It was hysterical, pun intended. White women be caring. They be caring, right? So like, yeah, so when I say random as hell, bro, they were nowhere near nothing like that, but it lets you know it annoyed her that this white man's son was dating a black woman. So white women, they care. They're just like Lion was saying, they're cordial about it. Go ahead.
I think it's an ignorant standpoint though, because how she is beneath me. How dare you? That's how it sounds like.
Yeah.
Like on some Game of Thrones type shit.
Yeah. But that's crazy to me.
That's crazy
to like,
to happen, though.
Yeah, literally, y'all arguing over a parking space. What the hell does this man's son and the black girlfriend got to do with none of that shit, right? Like, yeah. But I'll let you know it was bothering her.
I was gonna say something, but I don't want to do that to the brother. I don't want to do that to
him. Right. But yeah, no, that's
I
just.
don't want to do it to him.
But what's his name?
Nah, don't get Thomas.
Right, bro. For real. But no, that lets you know, like it bothers white women. It bothers white women. All these other women, right, are moving in on white men. But so be it.
Maybe, well, I mean, yeah, poker face. Yeah, poker face.
Do you think that there's a bi-directional jealousy between the white woman and black woman, but in different
Yes, I've said this before. Black women are jealous of white women's status in this society. White women are jealous of what they perceive as black women's freedom and what the matriarchy looks like outside of the fallout of the matriarchy, right? So they wish they could talk to white men like that. They wish they could be the rulers of their communities. But then they look at what it costs black women and they're like, yeah, but that part.
But you know that card, but here's the card that white women are playing. OnlyFans.
Why do you say that? What do you think it mitigates? What do you think OnlyFans does?
But it's another. Even though at the end of the day, majority of them are not making money. It's it's simply what I was saying before. It's the perception. It's the perception of freedom, and what you just said, Z. It's it's not freedom because like they're not free. It's the perception of freedom.
Yeah.
Down the number.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's. Wait, say that again.
Yeah, somebody sounded they were down.
I don't know. I was hearing
that is not.
Oh yeah. No, that's not dialing. Somebody had to register or something like that. What is that?
Somebody got a codec.
That's that Kroger register right there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They get the few points.
Yeah.
That.
Okay.
You might bring back the sidekick.
Hey, while you bullshit, I can see that happening. Bringing back the sidekick, I can definitely see that. Although I never owned it, but I had a couple of people friends that but I had a couple of people. I want the chirp to come back. I ain't even gonna lie to you. The chirp era hip hop was dope as hell too. I want the chirp to come back.
I want the razor to come back.
The G1 to come back.
Yeah.
I had the razor.
I had a razor too.
Y'all leave me in the dust here. What do you mean the sidekick? What's going on? I don't understand.
Sidekick, not side chick. Y'all didn't have sidekick. Sidekick was this like it was a very good take on a flip phone because the way the screen would slide up and it almost looked like a portable video game. Right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, it was dope. The sidekick was dope.
It was essentially a status symbol too.
Then
the razor came out, then the iPhone came out.
There's a couple of status symbols right before the iPhone. It was the razor, the sidekick, and the BlackBerry.
And the BlackBerry.
And if you had one of those, you was killing it.
But when the sidekick came out, when the sidekick and the razor came out, when you had the BlackBerry, you was pretty much being called Dusty.
Yeah. Unless you were actually a business person. Like the BlackBerry was for more quote unquote serious people that were more business oriented. Yes,
because the BlackBerries were being given to military personnel, to high ranking status.
Oh, see, I didn't know that. Yeah. Oh yeah. Go ahead.
You guys brought up the
wait. Whoever is that? Is that Vince or is that better? You trying to start?
Me. Vince.
Okay, go ahead.
So here you go.
All right,
Black women are jealous of white women's social power, and white women are jealous of black women's social power.
29.
My car's over here talking to me, telling me I live in South Florida and there's a weather warning. Of course, it's a weather warning. South Florida, goddamn. Say that again, Vince, because I missed it though. Go. Wait a minute. Let Vince say that again.
It's just a theory. Black women are jealous of white women's social power, and white women are jealous of black women's cultural power.
I would. You know what? I think that's the best way. Yeah. I'll give you that. Yes. Yeah.
Essentially, but like I said, perception.
Yes. But both of them aren't willing to sacrifice. Both of them aren't willing to sacrifice what it takes to have that.
Culture isn't necessarily that fixed. So it is perception. Because it does change. It does have a different look. It varies from region to region. But talking shit's talking shit. I'm just saying.
Yeah. But no. I think your assessment is correct. The issue is too.
neither one of them really want it like that. Black
No,
women could
they
have what
don't.
white women have in the black community, but then they would have to adhere to black
Sacrifice.
men's rules,
Yeah.
and they ain't trying to do it. So that
In
what they're
other
trying to do
words,
is
yeah.
hodgepodge something. And white women can have what black women have. They would just have to destroy the white society, and they ain't
Yeah.
trying to do it because they like being the beauty standard. They like, for the ones of them that get into that top 20% or so, they like that lifestyle, and they're not willing to sacrifice the whole entire community to turn white society into, well, the doldrums that the black community is.
Because
So
it
yeah,
would turn into the upside down place.
exactly. So
It's
so
like
both of them are looking through the stained glass at each other and like, oh, I wish I had what she had, but neither one of them really want it like that. Go ahead.
Let's
And
get
you
Yeah.
know
more
it. You
dark.
know you're right. You and here's the thing. You know you're right because bring that to black men and white men.
Yeah.
We don't want neither one. No.
No.
We do
Exactly.
not want to trade.
Yeah.
No, we do not.
Because
Let's get more.
and here's the issue too. Black women, in a weird way, they want it, but they don't want it. Once again, the paradox. They wish that black men were the men that went around the planet, raped, pillaged, and conquered, and destroyed the world. With that, though, they don't want you to have the power and the influence and the say so that would come with that. So what would be the point of doing that anyway? And they're low key mad that black men don't look like we actually would want to do that.
Yeah.
To put them in that position. Talking about protection to whoever that author was to that article. Go ahead.
Oh
Nah, but let's get a little dark. It's kind of like a saw game.
Wait. Finish up Vince and then Neymar. Go ahead.
But in a way, where you say they won it, but they really don't want it, it reminds me of like a saw game. And they're like, they won it, but they really don't want it. They want to win, but they lose at the same time. So they really don't want it. So
Yes.
they're apprehensive with it.
Well, the thing, no, it's simple. They want to win, but they don't want to sacrifice what it takes.
Yes.
Right, like a saw game.
No, it's more like a video game. They are looking for the cheat codes in life.
Yes. Yes.
It's like going to GameFAQs. Does anybody remember GameFAQs.com or any other?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember.
Definitely. Yeah.
Game Genie. I remember.
Yeah. All of it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Understand this. Our generation, millennials, that is, we remember all those. The Gen Zs, this is alien to them. The Gen Alpha, they never heard of these consoles because they don't know the struggles and strife we had to up until like what the 6th generation consoles, which is like 6th generation, which is basically PlayStation 2, Xbox, GameCube, and everything.
Essentially, yeah.
Because nobody understood, what the kind of shit we had to go through. Even younger people still thinking that there are certain cheat codes to certain things instead of knowing you got to go through, you got to put in the work, you got to go through trials.
It's like Jay. To what you said, it's like what Jay-Z said. And he's absolutely right because now that we're all grown and we made more money when we were younger. But truth be told, I had more fun when I was piss poor.
Yeah.
Or look at this way. Or look at it like this way, Leon. I said, Lion. If you remember Bone Thugs and Harmony, they had a song called "Can't Give Up" from the BTNH Resurrection. They always said, "There's always something you can't give up to get everything you want. There's always something you can't give up
So
to get everything you want."
There is exactly what Lion was saying. They don't want to sacrifice to be in the position that they're saying, and we're particularly talking about black women. And I definitely resonate with I had more fun when I was broke because Z be working. Ooh, Z be working. Look, y'all already know why I call it reckless stream. Oh yeah, we're not in reckless stream for another hour or so. But I'm gonna go get something to eat though. But yeah, for another hour. But to maintain the life, right? So this is my sacrifice. I think there are certain things that black women are willing to sacrifice for, and there's certain sacrifices that they're willing to make for those things. Outside of that, when it comes to black men, they think that black men, black, stable, and upwardly mobile black men should be a given. That's the issue, that you being a part of their life, for the black women that actually want a black man, you being a part of their life and being quote unquote successful, where they can tap into your resources and your connections, etc., etc. That's supposed to be a given. Exactly. Yes.
I love telling, and it's okay that
she's not a part of his life.
I love telling them no. I love it.
Yes.
I love telling them no. No, it's not gonna happen.
That's why I kind of have.
And the key word right there. Yeah.
Yo, well, let
And the
name
key
let Naaman
word
go real
here,
quick, and then go ahead.
and the key term here is like what you said, Z, a part of her life, not her being a part of his life.
No,
Exactly.
no, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. He's being a part of her life, but she's tapping into his
Yes,
resources and his network. Go ahead.
yes, that's what I'm saying. No, that's what I just said.
Yeah.
Her
Build
life.
yourself
She
so I can
does
run
not
you
care
over.
what his thing is.
Yes.
Because you are there to serve her in a sense, is what she wants. It's like I mean, a lot of people don't know this, but if you go to various parts of Africa, you're gonna come across certain ethnicities that actually have an actual matriarchy or a matrilineal society, and also in parts of the Americas, you're gonna have that. Parts of Asia, you're gonna see matrilineal societies, but the women are still held accountable. What Black women want in the U.S. and you also say this in a lesser extent in the in the Caribbean, the West Indies, and in parts of Latin America is a gynocracy. We have to make that distinction right there first and foremost.
Yeah,
And
but this is why Miss
That's why I
you,
always.
BGS
you got to make
That's
that
why you hear me say matriarchy if we're kind, gynocracy if we're being accurate.
I like that,
I
by the
say
way,
that
when
on
you say
purpose.
that. I
Yeah.
like that when you say that.
Yeah.
I
Thank you.
like that. But it goes back to what I do miss BGS rants. I really do. Because it was a while ago when he had a rant and he was pretty much
Right.
like, what the fuck did you think was going to happen? Like, because
he
this
was
was
gonna
Hey,
hurt
I
during
her.
know
Kevin
exactly
at his
which one you're
height.
referring to. I know exactly which one you're referring to. Yep.
Like, when this was when
Yep.
Kevin was at his
Are you
height.
talking about
When
like
Kevin
years
was
ago?
at his
Like
height.
maybe like. Yeah. No, you're talking about like. Let me tell you what you're talking about. Like you're talking about 3 or 4 years ago. Like more like 4 years ago when he was speaking about the expectations of women, right? And they separated white women's expectations of what white women considered masculine, and it was separated from what
Yeah.
black women considered masculine. And black
Yeah.
women had a much higher metric for manhood
Yep.
women had.
Your
And
board is the
that's
hold up.
BGS flipped his shit on that damn
Okay,
video.
so
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know
Yeah. I
exactly which one.
remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, my bad.
Exactly. That one.
Yeah,
And he was like, what the
you were
fuck do you
bored
think
from
was
and
going to
everything.
happen?
yeah.
And like
I love a good
BGS would
BGS
say every
rant.
once in a
But
while,
My bad,
old
y'all. No, I
fat
was saying
men.
that
Oh
BGS.
yeah.
Yeah, no.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, hopefully you guys can hear me. I'm gonna work out again in a minute, but no, I was saying that I know exactly which one Lion was referring to because it's the one where BGS
There you go.
was speaking about the different expectations of women, and black women had a very like hyper masculine. Like, you had to be Superman for them to consider you a man compared to other women. So they have poor men, and yet they want poor men to perform even higher than white men.
yeah, but that's what speaks to.
Yeah.
But that's what speaks. You know what? I'm glad you brung that up because that speaks to. Fast forward to not too long ago, Medium Man's one of his short videos when he brung up that study that showed that study about how marriage does not increase the life expectancy of black men.
Mm-hmm.
No,
It
it
was a
doesn't.
study that referenced that from September 2019 that marriage does not help life expectancy for black men. I got
Do
Let
you
me
this.
let me let me
remember?
connect that for you because let me connect that dot for you, Lion, because and correct me if I'm wrong. What Lion is saying is that the reason is because of the expectation of black
Yes,
women when they're in the
exactly,
relationships. So
exactly.
because they have these insane warped delusional, so literally, so when we say black women are delusional, understand that's not just a quote unquote insult we're levying to black women, like how white men levy it to white women.
No,
We're
we have
saying your
actual evidence.
delusions literally have a deleterious or detrimental effect on our life. Literally.
Yeah.
That's not just a throwaway line. That's
No,
saying
it's not.
black women are so delusional that it's decreasing the life expectancy of black men in marriage.
So
And it's not
black
just
men
that,
Just saying.
burning you and saying no to marriage is increasing their life expectancy.
Yes.
Yeah, but here's the thing: you guys are forgetting the women. When not only they have these expectations on the men, they don't even bother to explain to them. They think the men are supposed to know what their expectation
Let, let,
is, as if the
let,
men are
let
supposed
me
to
let
be
me say this
mind
real quick.
readers.
Leon, I'm gonna need you gotta explain this. If you want to come up to explain this, you gotta explain it because I think I know where you're going with this, but I'm not sure. But I think I'm gonna agree with you on this one, but I'm not sure because I find this interesting. And Leon says that's why black women claim they're queer. Speak to that because I don't. If you want to type it in, you can type it in. But if you want to come up, you can come up. But yeah, yeah,
I think
that's
I can connect that dot while you're saying that though.
Go ahead.
Because I think I connect that because I think I might be touching on it, but
Mm-hmm.
why do you think they keep using the word partner now?
Oh, that's definitely queer language. That comes from that's queer vocabulary. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's their vocabulary. I mean,
Yeah.
it's deeper.
Yeah,
It's
my
deeper
ex
than
kept
why
calling
they
me
use the
that.
word. It's deeper why they use the word partner because Crimson Cure spoke to that years ago. Why they use the word partner because they really just don't trust you to lead. That's where the contempt. But
Yeah.
and also what BGS said, that's where the contempt
They
comes
don't want to
from.
call you their husband because it's not that entails a certain role and a certain performance of something. Right. So
Yo,
yeah. No, I definitely
I
understand
have
that.
neglected I have dead ass
Mm-hmm.
neglected 2 black women on that bullshit because they talk about being married but want to talk about putting a hyphen in their name.
Nope. Can't do it.
My ex
I
wanted to do that.
Or
automatically
some
reject.
women,
I'll say nope, not
or
gonna
some
happen.
women trying to keep their maiden name despite being married. They just choose to keep their maiden name instead.
I mean, we
Or
we
here's
we
another
have
one.
that
Or
issue
here's
with
another one.
Amanda. Real quick, we have that issue with Amanda Seals. For those of you that know the interview I'm referring to that she did not too long ago, and they got into the conversation of leadership, and she was like, but and the brother thought he was saying something by saying, what qualifies you to lead? So he think he throwing her a bone and women like her a bone, and she went even worse. That let me know y'all niggas be simping and y'all don't really understand what the fuck these women are saying. By the way,
Yeah.
this brother is a big swole ass brother that could fucking break me in half probably, but that let me know y'all niggas don't know what y'all doing or saying, and let me know that because you thought you was throwing her a bone by saying what qualifies you to lead, and she said, nigga, you shouldn't be leading off a GP anyway just because you're a man. Now,
Yeah.
the house catch on fire, I guarantee you ain't saying that shit then. A
Nope.
dog chasing us down the street, I guarantee you ain't saying that shit then. Somebody break into this house with a gun, I guarantee you ain't saying that shit then. But Amanda Seals is telling you, no, I lead in this environment and you lead in that situation. I'm used to talking on a microphone, so if we have to move a crowd, maybe I should be the one leading. And she's giving all this bullshit, arbitrary shit. Once again, Amanda Seals, if your worldview was correct, you would have a band and y'all would have been married by now. But
Yeah.
you're blaming the fact that you're not married on
Yeah.
the fact that quote unquote the world hasn't produced a man that would appreciate you. Yawn.
Why
But
should
I'm
it?
saying that to say it's even worse than what many of us consider. Many of us think, oh, okay, women are complaining that they're not meeting qualified leadermen. That's not what they're complaining about. Black women, at least. Black women's real complaint is that nigga, you think you should lead anyway. It don't matter if you got money. It don't matter your education. It don't matter your status. It doesn't matter. No, nigga, no. That's why we call it gynocracy. It doesn't matter what exactly. I own you, nigga. Exactly, nigga.
Yeah, I
Exactly.
own you. Yeah,
Y'all go
I
ahead.
owe you,
Yeah.
nigga. But that's why I get tired of those conversations, that masculine and femininity conversation, because you
Yeah.
start drilling down, asking questions like, so let me get this right. What responsibilities do you think you have? And they can't answer.
I mean,
And they'll put it all on you. They'll put it all on you, the man. Oh, but you're the man. You're the man. You're the man. I'm like, but are you? So what you're telling me is you don't have any autonomy?
Here's the thing. And here's the thing. The autonomy, they don't have it when you press them, like how you do line. When you press them, then it's no autonomy. But FD was right about that. But they really want you to provide them with the security so they could go live their life and be quote unquote autonomous. What the fuck?
Get the fuck out of here. No, I'm not going to be a eunuch.
So basically, it's like I gotta mention her name into this. It's basically like Miss 5'8" or 5 whatever with the DSLs. That's an asshole and making money on RedTube. Who wants to be?
Okay.
The
Yeah.
best woman of the evening?
Bowser.
Yeah,
No, not Bowser. Yanny.
With the auntie
Hey, watch how you talk about Yanni now. That's my baby.
No. We look. But better you and look these things. Yeah, Yanni is such a look, man. I never thought Yanni was ugly. Here's the problem with Yanni. She's a bitter ass sister that used to be thank you. She's a bitter ass sister that used to be overweight, and she can't end up. Look, man, I hate having to say this shit. I really do. That loud ass black girl. Yeah, she used to be overweight like a mother. Yeah, but that loud ass black girl sass shit, man. Yanni, the niggas that you around, they not doing nothing with that except fucking women like that.
Exactly.
If you don't believe me, go ask Diddy, goddamn.
I sat through one stream with that woman for UZ. I sat through one stream, dude.
Bro.
I had to get off. I lost brain cells. I'm like, I was like, I don't even want to imagine a guy who's attracted fucking you because you probably are annoying as shit in the bedroom.
Bro, she said she put the vagina on the table in her current form, not Big Yanny. In her current form, she put the vagina on the table for a friend, and he turned it down.
So check
She screamed that. She said that shit, which lets me know that nigga he either is LGBTQ or he's thought to himself, man, if I get into that, man, I don't want them problems. Exactly, I can't do it. I don't want them problems.
So I got a minute.
Wait,
I got a
Leon's
little
here.
minute.
Leon's here.
But let me let Leon go real quick because I don't know if his time is short. Let me let him go so he can explain what he was saying earlier. Go ahead, Leon.
I want to start off with a real talk with Yanni. She was overweight. She had a boyfriend, and she lost her job, and she was struggle loving, and she was about to lose her place, and she made her first YouTube video.
I can see it in her chin, though, in her face. I can see it. I can see the fat loss in her face.
So the major thing you have to recognize about these groups of people that consider themselves petite bourgeoisie is that some of them only made 40K off YouTube. Okay.
Yeah.
But let's get to the queer woman conversation. So when you read queer literature or you listen to them speak, you have to start off with the idea of the Victorian traditional woman. And their argument is that they never got to be that. So you're trying to force these
I literally said
on
this
us.
earlier. Exactly. Go ahead.
You're trying to force these ideas on us of femininity and being a woman, but you don't present us with the tools to actually do that. You present us with masculine roles, even though it's roles that we traditionally. Okay, most black women came here 80 years before slavery ended. Okay, during that period, they handled all the finance, the trade, all that type of stuff in Africa. People know this for the most part. So guys have their roles and women have their roles. Yeah, West Africa. So even with that idea, it's like, yeah, we handle this in our culture. But when you talk about the Victorian traditional woman and they're making all these standards for women, but most women still have to work or they don't meet the criteria to receive that from the patriarchy, because not all women receive shit from the patriarchy. They look at themselves as women that never had the ability to be women, and they recognize themselves as queer.
Oh, I see where that. Oh, that makes sense. Well, tough.
Yeah, so it gets confusing because queer women, they kind of thread themselves between bisexual women and lesbian women. So the lines get blurred. So you just have to sit down, even if it's a struggle, listen to what they're actually saying, and all they're still doing is comparing themselves to upper middle class white women.
Oh yeah, I hear it.
That's literally
all these conversations. So yeah, it makes sense. So I think while you were saying that, Leon, I was thinking back to my conversations with black women about that, and yeah, it translates. It does. I get it. Still bullshit, but I get it.
It's not that it's bullshit. I get what they're saying, but it's like I said earlier, black women are Jane Henry, whatever name starts with a J, to consider them John Henry. That's what they're producing themselves to be. Like when you look at the stats, white women save less money than white women on food stamps. 40% of white women are on food stamps right now. 24% of black women are on food stamps. Black women literally work enough not to get food stamps.
Makes sense.
I agree with Leon on this, and this is like the inner lefty in us, which is black women are, and I said it earlier, black women are complaining that they don't get to perform femininity. So in other words, we as black men have to change because she's put in a position where she can't perform like white women, and so because she can't perform quote unquote femininity like white women, black men can't be white men.
Meanwhile,
even though we're not trying to be, we can't be.
White woman is working right next to you.
Yes.
She got a clock in. She can't be late to work, just like you can't be late to work.
Thank you. Yeah, and it really is throwing a temper tantrum. Go ahead.
Before I go, when it comes to a lot of these female content creators, you have to understand the most money that they ever made was on YouTube, and we know what FD did. He was an educator. He's not making money like that. The most money he's ever made is on YouTube. So when you talk about petite bourgeoisie people, there's not a lot that are
He was a
produced
teacher.
outside. There's not a lot produced outside of YouTube.
Entertainment,
To be for real and entertainment. It's
Hold
not.
on, FD. Hold on, stop out. FD was a teacher before he get on YouTube.
Yes,
he was something like
He was an educator. But it was like teacher level education. Yeah.
I mean, even Dr. Umar. I mean, when you account for his, he wasn't making no money.
Yeah,
So
and I want to stress
bourgeoisie stuff is just YouTube money.
Yeah, and I want to stress this. What Leon is saying is and the black community, petite bourgeoisie is associated with money, obviously, but because of our economic situation as a community, it's really the class element, the education element, and how you perform culturally. That's also, by the way, what distinguishes white society and other communities with their petite bourgeoisie. But ours, because of the lack of resources, it still is heavy on the resources, but cultural markers, the way and this is where Bowser comes in, and this is why you see her emphasize certain. This is why you see her emphasize, I can't be with blue collar, I can't do this, because she really wants to perform petite bourgeoisie a particular way, right? And she can't perform that with a blue collar husband, right? So like in the black community, petite bourgeoisie is it's status, it's education, a little bit more than in other communities, because they got to make up for the lack of resources with a certain cultural knowledge, certain words that you use, certain ways that you dress, which obviously, once again, I'm saying white society engages in also, but the money is heavier for them than it is for us because we don't really got it like that. And I'll pause right there.
Fucking status. And that's another thing, that perception, this unhealthy obsession with status.
How do you make up for not being white?
Oh yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like I'm
see
saying,
what it is. Yeah.
That's that for the women. That's what it is. It's like, how do you make up for not and not even just for the women, for certain black men that buy into this and subscribe to this idea.
Yeah.
How do I make up for not being white, but through these markers? And I want you to be very clear. The white intelligence.
Black when you said that.
Well, right? I mean, like, I'm coming off the dome with that. That's not a Jason Black. Like Jason Black might have said something like that, but I never heard him say it. But I'm saying that.
Might as well. He does the status thing too.
No, he really does. I'm real quick. Name it. So I'm saying what I'm saying on purpose, because for these people, the as much as they claim not to care about white acceptance in this quote unquote liberation that they're seeking from white norms, what they end up doing through action is putting black men, particularly working class black men like many of us here, in this weird position to pay fealty to their ideology, which is some very white racist shit, to be honest with you. And they don't actually believe in non-hierarchies. That's bullshit. They believe that their ideology and the way they think should be at top of the hierarchy because they're anti-hierarchy, but funniest shit in the world. Right? And but really, and us on the other hand, they put us in the frame of aspiring for white patriarchy, which means we shouldn't be the ones speaking and quote unquote leading, because we're gonna lead from a quote unquote toxic place because of our worldview. Oh boy.
Man, listen, I'm done. We already had this conversation as far as FD is concerned. I mean, like that's why this FD dude, I could give a fuck, because I remember when BGS was having the same conversation with dude Obi, and he asked him straight up. He was like, "What the fuck do you have to offer to the productive black men at the end of the day? If you don't have anything to offer, there's nothing to talk about." And the truth is, they don't have anything.
They don't. See, and it's crazy because Leon dropped off.
It's the same argument with Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro and all of them, because they're having their back and forth with Rolo and them through Matt Walsh. They're having their back.
And they don't have an answer neither. They don't have an answer for the white boys neither.
Same thing. Y'all don't.
They don't have an answer for the white boys neither. But here's the fundamental difference. Whether the black left realizes it or not, what they're really saying to black productive men is,
hence that article,
at least white women have something to show for white men's toxicity. We don't even have anything to show for you inept black men, right? You inept, incapable, and they're calling you that because you're not white and you're not rich. You inept, incapable black men
at least white women have something to show for white men's quote unquote oppression of them. Where us as black women, we have to deal with similar oppression from incapable, big dumb oafs, and we don't really got even anything to show for it. Right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
essentially right. But my question is, well, that sounds like a personal problem.
It really is, and I wanted to finish up with what you were saying with the what did they have to offer black men. So Leon was saying that he had this conversation with a couple of black feminists, and they were talking about back rubs and stuff like that and massages.
You gotta be funny.
And if Leon is in the comments still, he could correct me if I'm wrong. Leon was like he said they. And so in other words, and when he was speaking to them, and then he kind of pressed the issue. They're like, all you want is to get your dick sucked, and it's like yeah, and right.
But here's the thing about that. Like, oh, you want to get the dick sucked? I'm like, well, y'all doing that anyway, and we don't have to marry you.
Yeah.
And that's also the conundrum that you're in, because you talk all this shit, but you still sleep with us, and then we don't marry you, because you've also made it at the same time. You've also made it so that we don't have to marry you.
Yeah. To that I say to that I say, here's the issue. They are horny, so we admit this all the time. Like black women are horny, but women are horny in general. Women are human beings too, and so they and this is where lesbian radical feminists, this is when they be calling those women hypocrites. They be like, as long as you're having sex with men, then I don't even know what the hell y'all talking about. Which actually, I'm not gonna lie, it's a good point. They're never gonna stop, by the way, right? So there's that, but it's not just the sex element. It's nigga, your hypocrisy is so blatant that it bites you in the ass.
Yeah.
Your hypocrisy is so blatant it bites you in the ass. So it not only is it the sex with men, which it's also that your hypocrisy bites you in the ass in the long run. And women just don't. There's no mechanism to make up for that.
Nope.
There's nothing to make up for that. So y'all just gonna have to deal with the consequences of men saying no mas. Right?
Yeah,
no more. Yeah, no more. So we will engage with you on our terms, which usually is going to be sexually, because quite frankly, the average woman, and you could talk all this resources and degrees and education all you want, and that wouldn't matter. And somebody mute your background. Mute your background.
It's not cool.
Is that me or is that?
No, that's not you. Somebody just joined.
Oh yeah, Vince. It's Vince.
Is that Vince? Oh
yeah.
Vince, you're not muted, bro.
No, I'll mute him. Don't worry about it. Give me a second. But yeah. So did I not? Wait a minute. There we go. Okay. Wait, maybe not. God damn, there we go. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. Shit ain't working. But
yeah,
but no, so and that's the issue. They're gonna keep on running into that. Now this is gonna lower birth rates. Right, as the Cold War between the sexes continues, it's gonna lower birth rates. It's gonna lower marriage rates. The people that are gonna get married, I mean, like we're literally like slow walking into feudal era Europe right now. It's going to be detrimental to men, but it's gonna shred women. All these women talking all their shit. Y'all keep on listening to Yanni if you want to. At least she make enough money to do the single thing. I don't know how that's gonna affect her psychologically. Right? Exactly. True. Good point.
That's only until it doesn't matter anymore, because you only get money as long as those women keep making money to give you money.
That's true. Happens when you know what? Money? Yeah, or until they stop viewing your shit.
Yeah.
Because she's probably making a lot bulk of her money off of advertising. So when the women stop viewing your shit and your advertiser dollars dry up, that's a whole different. You better diversify now, Yanni, while you got the chance.
Or what happens when those women do get white men and they can't subscribe to your shit no more?
Ooh. Well, Yanni is not the one Yanni's not pushing the swirler shit as much. The swirler shit is really Chrissy. Right? That Chrissy is oh my god. And like she make that.
Candace Owens ain't even Chrissy and is more successful than her with the swirler.
Facts.
I'm gonna stop y'all. I'm gonna stop y'all right there real quick.
Go ahead.
Yanni ain't got to worry about nothing because I'm gonna save her. Right? That's what y'all supposed to get. You know what I mean?
For any of y'all that ever watched the beginning of
you know what? I can see that what I said because better you just said that. Yeah,
better you got that. Better you got that.
You got it.
Alexa, play Project Pat. Don't Save Her, please, because better you is Buddy Roll at the beginning of the damn music video.
You know
I love her.
Better you said, you know what? It's a dirty job.
Oh man, right?
I got
Somebody got to do it. Somebody got to do it, right?
Better say, I got it. I got it.
Right?
Like,
you said,
better you know it's gonna be a tough one. If you said I got
it. Right. He said, somebody got to do it. Somebody got to
do it.
I love her.
I'll take that one for the team. Somebody got to do it though.
Somebody got to do it. All right, man. Well, listen, better you. We'll be here when you get back, bro.
Right? Because seeing her, Jesus Christ, her attitude, nigga, goddamn.
Good luck. We'll be here when you get back.
Right? No, you know, at the end of the day, what we really are dealing with is their attitude, their demeanor, their weight, their, you know, and
it's that perception. The attitude and demeanor is being fueled by their perception, this warped perception of reality. Like, there's always like, here's the thing, like, it's not that I have an issue with hypergamy, it's you're not being realistic.
Oh, like, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not, nigga. Delusional next level.
Yeah, I'm like, there's no issue with, I understand women hypergamy. That is how they survive. That's how they've always been. Got it. My issue is with like one, you don't think you have to do anything before that guy gets here?
Well, here's the thing. White women aren't told to settle, right? So like that's what it is. So it's lying to yourself. But here's the thing: it's lying to yourself about what the average white woman is living, and then making that the litmus test, making that the bar.
The white woman is working right next to you. She got to clock in. Peggy got to clock in. Peggy got to clock in too. 27% of wives are stay-at-home wives, and they're probably only stay-at-home wives because they work, because they can work from home. So they're still working. They're just able to work from home because the husband can get well enough to fund other shit.
Bruh, it's crazy. Let me read Joe's comment real quick. And Joe says, "Yeah, you don't want to get where when Thanos starts romanticizing death." Yeah. Oh yeah. Hey, the way, we
still gonna let him be the black man though.
Right, you know, he had to vent it out, and Thanos, when you sober up, you know, let me know, and you know, we can have a conversation.
Yeah, bro, for a while.
Because bro, you got into a really dark place, bro. You gotta let. Hey, Lion started calling it from early. Lion started calling that shit early. Nigga, you gotta let that shit go.
Honestly, when I heard him talk, I wasn't sure if he was a brother because he sounded so much like a white dude, and I was thinking, his lucky number is 14 and 88.
You know, I could see where you're coming from with that. Yeah.
Especially because he said fascism. Especially because he said fascism, and me, I can tell you firsthand because you know my grandparents were the last generation to live under fascism. Little news, little piece of information for everybody. When it came to African colonialism, Italy had colonies. They were Eritrea, Somalia, and Libya. Well, southern half of Somalia and Libya, and they did invade Abyssinia. So we know what fascism looked like firsthand. Of course, we also know what communism was like as well. So we've been on both sides of the fence. But anyway, when he said fascism and shit like that, I was like, wait a minute, is this motherfucker's lucky numbers 14 and 88 by any chance? And only anybody who knows white supremacy would know what those numbers mean.
No.
Oh, by the way, better you?
Yes,
better you?
Yep.
I gotta get you the blue suede shoes to match your blue cape. You know what I'm saying? Because but understand something. When I look at Yanni, understand what I notice. You know what I see?
Yeah, black woman.
No.
Well, yeah.
No. Well, you know what I see when I look at her?
About that mission.
No. But she got the DSLs.
Alexa, play she does. Alexa, play Uncle Charlie's rendition of Yams, please.
For real. The yams.
Can I get
Right.
the
All right, well, listen.
But
I'm
anyway,
gonna take
let
that
me get my
bottle from
my thought here,
Thanos, that
motherfucker.
EJ bottle he was sipping, and I'm gonna give it to better you and let him get a swig before he takes that mission.
Right.
Take this. Good luck, brother. Good luck.
Oh, it could have been worse. If anybody remembers the Superman Lover song from the first Redman album, where he hooks up with a chick only to find out she turned out to be a he.
Oh man.
Oh.
I definitely don't. I definitely don't think that's the problem with Yanni. I just think Yanni is
but here's the thing.
a bit much.
Wait. But let me explain what I was trying to say. When I see when I look at Yanni, you know what I see? I see a young Jennifer Lewis, with or without the bipolar. Because Jennifer Lewis, because you ever seen Jennifer Lewis? She's actually she's been open about the fact that she does suffer. She's open about the fact that she suffers from bipolar disorder. And Yanni is like what you get if Jennifer Lewis didn't have the bipolar, but still has that fucking attitude. She's got.
I can see it. That's why I said when you said it, I can see it. Yeah, I can see it.
On top of that, Yanni has stated that she allegedly is a victim of rape.
Yeah.
Survivor.
Yeah.
So you look at a woman who is damaged, and even if he tried to save her, she would probably bring out the knives, probably break out the Glocks. And she going.
I will say this, and I'll leave it for the Yanni talk. I will say she has said multiple times, in a particular one video that is sticking out to me, I'm not going back to that dark place. I'm not going back there. I'm not. I think it was the same one where she was like, "What's the incentive?" Right? And it really is. I'm not going back. And she said, "I'm not going back to that hole. I'm not going back to that dark place." And I think it is what Leon was describing, which is when I guess her and Buddy Rowe broke up and she didn't have a job and et cetera, et cetera. And I can imagine what it is to go from that to where you are now, right? And yeah, and to think,
but
I can
still has all understand. That baggage.
Yeah, but that's where I'm going with it. Because you're holding on to that, you can't truly be in a relationship with a black man, particularly a normal, regular black man, and be on some love shit because of that. And then what also happens is you don't let yourself be open enough. Oh, Z, you about to say it, to maybe get your heart broken. But hey, listen, if you're not open enough where your heart could be broken, then you ain't really doing this right.
It's like that Luther Vandross song, "I Know You Want To," from the Any Love album.
Right, and that's. Yeah, but let me get this out there. So that is where not just her, but Chrissy and a number of them are, where they got burned with whatever situation, or they're resentful for whatever situation, and so they close themselves off, become little bitter, resentful, angry a-holes, whether they're in relationships or not. And what ends up happening is none of your relationships are actually truly fulfilling
because
you're not out. Go ahead.
It's like think of Gabrielle Union with LL Cool J in "Deliver Us from Eva."
Yes,
she was still, because remember, Eva, because her character was still hadn't gone over
bitter about Buddy Rowe, the ex, the ex,
Lucius was his name. Let's just Lucius as his name, as one of her co-workers called him. But here's something I wanted to mention also. He said, Black women women of color have to do whatever they can because they can't be white, right? Well, how about women who are partially white? Look at what they have to deal with. Because yes, they are white, but they're also of another race, and the white community will not accept them as one of their own because they're not pure. I'm gonna give you a story.
If you're not white, then you ain't white. It's that simple. I know it sounds like redundant, but if you're not white, then you're not white.
You know what? I know, because I can give you some examples. There's some people I know who are in this kind of situation. I mean, Z, how far? First of all, how far is Miami from Fort Lauderdale?
Hop, jump, and skip. Like it's depending if you're talking about the county of Miami-Dade and Fort Lauderdale at the very edge of County Line Road. You're all of like 20 minutes, not even on the expressway.
Okay.
Now, if you're talking about the city of Miami within Miami-Dade County,
Within Miami,
depending
within
on the
Miami,
day and
Fort
the
Lauderdale.
traffic, 35-ish, 40 minutes driving, depending on the
Okay.
traffic. It could be a little
All
bit
right.
longer, but yeah. Mhm.
Okay, but here's my point. Here's what I'm trying to get at. I'll give you plenty of examples of this shit. I mean, like, first of all, does anybody remember Dear White People? The character Sam Jones, played by Tessa
Mhm.
Thompson in the movie. What's her name?
Mhm.
She had to hide that she's light skinned, but she had to hide the fact that she's half white from everybody because, you know, she had to show she was blacker and whatnot. And that's what fueled, and the fact that she was not accepted in white society, it's what fueled her, you know, her the radio show and everything. But in real life, I've had this kind of conversation with a couple people. Like, for example, I said the reason I asked about Fort Lauderdale is because this was in 2002. This was in 2002.
Mhm.
I met me and my brother and a couple of friends. We met these two women. One was Eritrean who lived in KSA. That's where I was born and raised. When she came home to visit, she brought one of her friends who was from Fort Lauderdale. And this chick, half Jamaican, half white. Father's white, mother's Jamaican. And I remember when we were just having conversations about certain things like that. And, you know, she always had she's light skinned, but, you know, she was Jamaican. You know, she had the features, the big ass forehead and everything. But she always presented herself like the mixed race girl. As much as she loved being Jamaican, she was always talking about being mixed and everything. Because she said, yeah, I have like the mixed hair, mixed that. And I'm like, you kind of look like one of us, but not completely. It's like one of us got married with a Nigerian chick and everything. Or other girls I can give you, like a friend of mine I know here. She's Eurasian. Her mom is like I mentioned her before. She's Singapore Chinese, but her dad's Norwegian. And, you know, she talked about how she never experienced racism until she came here to Norway, because she would hear a lot of what certain women would say about Asian women. I mean, she does not look completely Asian. She's very ambiguous looking, but she understands that she's also had to deal with that kind of frustration because, you know, she's married to a white man herself. Her husband's white, and she admits that there's a problem. She cannot stand certain things that he'll say things out of place, but it's not like he was being mean. It's just sometimes slip of the tongue.
That's
Other times,
look, and that's the same. That's why I couldn't be, not just with a non-black person, but with the white person in particular. I could not be with the white woman, bro. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I can't even see me piping a white chick, but let alone being in a relationship with a white chick. I couldn't do it because I could not imagine raging out about let's say raging out about Trayvon Martin, and then you don't really understand, or you're trying, even if you're trying to empathize, I might blow up on you because I might say like, you don't get it, right? I couldn't imagine like I just couldn't, you know, yeah, man. And I'll be damned if I'll be damned if a white woman ever say anything crazy to me on some nigga please type shit. Yeah, no, I just couldn't. Yeah, I can't do it, bro. And shout out to all the black women who got real quick name. Shout out to all the black women that end up having to convene with other black women that are in a relationship with white men because y'all can't talk to those white men about racial issues, right? That y'all dealing with on a daily basis, or that are happening, you know, in the current moment in time. So y'all gotta go end up being friends with other black women that are in relationships with white men, or maybe even non-black men. I couldn't imagine. Oh, I couldn't imagine. Nope. You can have that.
Yeah, I've got family members who are in interracial marriages right now. I've got a cousin recently who got married. Her husband's white. Her younger brother is married to a Brazilian woman. And this is my cousins down in Texas. I myself, I've been with a couple of white women here, and I've noticed the dirty looks I sometimes get from white people. Hell, and because me being East African, and we all look so similar to one another, we get mistaken for one another. Okay, Eritreans, Sudanese, Somalians. So I remember a situation where one of my friends up here, he was with a white girl, right? This was out in the park, and the white girl had a kid. from a previous relationship, and they're just out in the park, sitting on the park bench, just watching the kid on the playground, just doing their thing. But my boy noticed this Somali couple, and by the way, it's Somali, not Somalian. This Somali couple was looking at him because they thought he was one of them. And he was giving them that dirty look. He was like, they were giving like that weird look at him. And he's just, and this was in another bench. So he just looked, he just said, just give me a minute. He got up, he walked over to them. But not like he's all swollen and shit, because that's not how we roll and everything, because we all understand violence and shit. So he just went over there, he gave them the Muslim greeting, even though he's not Muslim, and they talked and they looked at him and said, "Are you one of us?" They said, "No, I'm not. I'm Eritrean." He said, "Oh, okay, we're sorry. Oh, no, we thought we were one of us." "Oh, okay." And then immediately they just stopped looking at him funny like that. I mean, I've had a conversation with a Norwegian woman who's married to a Somali, and she has kids. And I once asked her, so what's that like being accepted into that family? She said, well, his mother's okay with me. His sister embraced me and everything. I mean, especially our sons are accepted like that. Hell, do you remember the show 13 Reasons from Netflix?
No, I didn't watch it.
It was a show about teen suicide. There's a black chick in there. That black chick, she's not black. She's not ADOS. She is half Norwegian, half Somali, by the way. Somali father, Norwegian mother. But she was born in Oslo, but she grew up in LA. But it's just like, everybody, the whole thing about getting involved with people of the races, you have to have that conversation. I remember having a conversation with a couple of people I've been in relationships with, and they empathize as much as they can. I said, yeah, I get it. You're not going to fully understand what I go through, but I understand what you're going to go through, because you're involved with a non-white person, non-white dude. They're going to look at you a certain way. Hell, I've had experiences where I've had not so openly racist, but covert racist situations with people. I remember me and a Norwegian buddy of mine were at a bar once, and this one guy, older dude, was just coming up to us, and he just came up and sat on our table and just wanted to have a conversation and try to strike up a conversation. And I'm looking at him and said, why do you have a standoff kind of, and he's doing this in English. I'm like, so why are you having this standoffish way you talk about things? And he said, and he's been drinking. He said, it's just that I don't like black people. I looked at
damn, he said that.
Norwegian. This was an older.
Yeah,
this was an older man. This was an older Norwegian who said that. And I look at my boy. I said, and I just like nudged him and said, I just looked at him and I shook my head no, and said. Then I looked at the dude and said, well, thank you. And then we both got up and walked away to another table. If it had been one of my Norwegian female friends, I'm sure she would have gotten confrontational with that person, and I would have to defend her. Otherwise, I would have to look and say, I would have to shoot her a look and let her know, back up.
Well, women get to pop shit like that because men are less likely, not even all men, to get physical with women. Where so that's the catch. As much as they claim, I feel threatened in men's physicality, they're far more likely to bring it to that next level than we are, because we know once you take a certain tone, somebody got to get hurt, and hurt can mean deletion, right?
But that's the thing. I can't stand about them when they do that shit, because they're pretty much gaslighting you, because I know because you're a man, you're going to exercise restraint. That's why they do that shit.
Or they put you in the position, as Neighbor was saying.
I will never, ever advocate for putting. Yeah, I'm not one to raise my hand to a chick, but when you run into that dude that don't give a shit, don't get mad.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna say. So they put you in the position to have to. They put you in the position to have to handle that. And that's so if you're with that chick and she runs up on a dude, then you have to handle that as another man, as a man that's in your either being her man, being a brother, a cousin, etc., etc. So that's when women pop shit to other men and you happen to be with her, then it's like, well, damn. Go ahead.
I remember another situation. Now, usually they didn't. Usually, like most of my female friends who are Norwegians, they were usually same sex or switch hitters. So there was not that problem. So when I was hanging out with them, it was like just chilling and whatnot. But I remember one situation where my brother and I, it was me and my brother, we were just there at one of the hangout spots. You know, we're just sitting there, just having a couple of drinks and whatnot. Now I don't drink; I usually had a soda at the time, but it was just like me, my brother, and these two lesbian couples. We're just having a conversation about certain shit. They're all white, and then this Somali dude came up to us. He'd been drinking, and I looked at one of the Norwegian chicks and said, "Don't do anything." I just looked at him and said, "Don't do anything," because he's drunk. Anything could happen. I was aware of that situation. Anything could get ugly. And, you know, they were like kind of upset about what I said, but, you know, but I had to explain to them later what I meant. But what's also really fucked up is like when we were walking out, some dude, just a little scrawny, little weasel ass looking white guy, just looked at us and just said something real out of the side of his mouth, being disrespectful. And I didn't want my brother to, you know, to snap on that dude because he was like, "Oh, you want to do something?" Because my brother was daring this motherfucker, you know, throw the first punch. I said, "Don't do it, don't do it." Especially because, you know, deportation is getting locked up and possible deportation was the consequence of that shit. And I just looked looked at one of the
let me say this real quick, y'all.
Told him, take that out. Go ahead, sorry.
Let me no. I'm gonna have to make a hard stop. You know, life is lifing. So first, Doomer stream. We spent a whole lot of time kind of talking around the Doomer stuff.
Oh, we did.
Right? So that's what we did. We definitely did. And I already said I was going to do a part 2. I already committed. So I don't want to promise nothing because Mr. Z and these goddamn stream promises that I eventually do live up to, but it only takes forever. Shout out to Trell Bentley. So it does. So we are going to do a part 2 to the Doomer stream, and I'm going to have way more resources in the description box for the insanity that is our current world that Xers, millennials, and Gen Z are being left to. Goddamn. So that part Trell said, I know, right? And Trell wasn't even there for when I finally did the 4B part, right? And Toya said, looking forward to part 2. So I just gave y'all, goddamn, I gave y'all 7 hours and 15 minutes. Oh, well, over that. Ooh. Anyway, okay.
You gonna let me be a black man though?
Right? You know what?
Thank you for letting me be myself.
Hey, thank y'all for letting me be a black man and get this stream off, right? The promised Doomer stream. The next one is gonna be better because I'm gonna talk to Compassion about a thumbnail and all that other stuff, and we gonna actually do the next Doomer stream, and I'm gonna try to bring BGS on and be and let him go and be like, BGS, do your worst, right? And so we could get really dark and ugly with it.
No, don't let him do his worst. Do his
the worst, darkest, most sobering stuff. But yeah, right. So on that note, y'all, we'll pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all have a great rest of y'all day. Thank y'all for coming up, Lion. Better you. Vince was here for a while. Nema, thank y'all for coming up. Yes, even you, Thanos. Thomas, thank you for coming up. Yeah. So y'all have a great rest of y'all day. Z out. All right, y'all.
Before we leave, Z.
Oh, and Leon. I almost forgot about Leon. All right, y'all go ahead. Go ahead.
Hold on a second. Here's the final thing I want to say. Our influence is going mainstream. You know how I know? Here's what happened to me. Recently, I was having a conversation with a friend. She's a Norwegian friend, you know. And she uttered the phrase, "The math isn't mathing." And this is on a private conversation on Facebook. I'm like, where did you get? I asked her, "The math ain't mathing. Where'd you hear that phrase?" And she said, on a stream of sort. I think on YouTube or something like that. I'm like, I'm just letting me know a lot of people are being exposed to all kinds of phrases online, and it's starting to get breaking.
Yeah, definitely. But let me say this. And Saint Cyr says, "No, don't go. I already went outside and touched grassy." Hysterical. Oh man.
Please don't go. Please don't go.
Man. And Lord Lushman says, you've got to try sleeping with a white woman even one time. Look, Miss Z got hands, and she said, "This is the one thing. This is the one thing." Look, Miss Z is really a good woman, really chill, really a good woman. But this is the one, because y'all know black women's kryptonite is that goddamn white woman, right? So this is the one thing.
I thought it was a black.
No. But I mean, like the one thing she can't get over is that damn white woman. So yeah, this is the one thing she forbade me.
Wait, Has she been
Right.
cheated on in a previous relationship? Was she cheated on?
Not that I know of. Not that I know of. Not that I know of. But on that note, y'all, we will have a great rest of our day. Y'all have a great rest of your day. Love, piece of chicken grease. Mr. Z out. All right, y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content. I think Ed is streaming right now. Other non-Manosphere content. All right, y'all. Y'all have a great rest of your day. Well, Z out. All right,
Stay
y'all.
out of boat, Jangles.
Peace.